Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome along to Q-School Daily. It's day 3 of the Dream Factory here on Online Darts. I'm Phil Bars, joined by Luke and Scott. Gentlemen, good morning. How are we?
Not bad. Looking forward to today.
Luke, I think there's something wrong with your microphone, buddy. You sound like a Dalek. But
if you're going to have problems, you may as well do it.
How are you?
I'm good, thanks. It's not the judgment day, but for many people it is. If you don't get a good result today, you really have to go to the well tomorrow. So, yeah, big one today. Look forward to it.
Yeah, 100%. And we're going to dive straight into the EU because we are underway. And board 1, oh my days, absolutely brutal. We've got Barney, we've got Matt Campbell, everyone is there. Absolutely brutal. Whilst we're doing that, I'm going to hop into the chat room as well and say hello to everyone. Hope you are all well. Getting feedback through from Luke, I think. Just cutting his audio. Yeah, it's Luke that we're getting feedback from. So whilst we try and sort that, I'm just going to waffle away and say hello to everyone in the chat room. Juanita, James, Simon, Scott, Stephen, Lee. How are we doing, everyone? Andrew is here as always. Let's scroll through. You guys were in nice and early this morning as well. All good. So, yeah, coming back to you, Scott. Board 1, Raymond van Barneveld probably needs a point or two maximum.
Yeah, it should be fine over the 2 days. But as I think I'm right in saying, if they both win the games, it's Matt Campbell in the next round, isn't it? Between him and Barney? And that one,
I think it's the one after. I think Matt Campbell plays the winner of Lorenzo Plonk or Danny van der Tripp, I think.
Tripp, yeah. No, even so, if those two are on the collision course, that could be the game that sees Barney through. But if he wins it, so yeah, not unbelievable board, and I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, 100%. Looking forward to it. Luke still sounds like a Dalek. Let's drop him a message while we go through in the chat room as well. But we are underway. The scores there on the right-hand side of the screen as you are looking at it. Richard Vinstra leads Robert Marjanovic 1-0 as well. Which ones are you going to take a look at, Scott?
From just now, probably Ronnie Hybrechts against Mandio, the all-Belgium clash. I think that'll be quite good. Ronnie Hybrechts' form was good going into this, but he's kind of came up dry in stage 2. And Jerry Hendricks, just for old time's sake, and Van der Winkel. Van der Winkel against Hemple, that is the game. That is the good game.
Well, I'll tell you what. The draw for the UK is out as well. And there's a horror draw for Aaron Monk in round 1. Someone that needs points. Jonathan Worsley in the first game.
Oh.
What an absolute shocker that is. And it looks
that.
Luke's Dalek may have gone. 2 seconds. Luke, can you hear us? No is the answer. Still can't. We'll work on getting Luke's audio sorted in a minute, Scott. But we'll plough on as Daniel Meyer 3 behind to Andrew Beaton as well. Already over on board number 7. Some games rattling through here as we speak.
Mario Cantelli turning up against Houseward again. Cantelli just seems to be always at that level where he's just about getting there.
Yeah. Again, board 12 from the UK. Askew, Cole, Huckvale, John Brown and Burnett. Oof.
Oof. Jeez.
Yeah. Just going to try and sort Luke out as well.
Lorenzo Prompts winning 4-1. Just that's Matt Campbell's next game if he gets through. Just for people, because that's not on our screen because there's too many games to show.
Yeah.
Just go through some of the comments. Well, it's a bit dry just now. UK starts at noon. Yep, should do. Oh wow! Someone's saying that Kevin Payton's playing Alan Norris with the winner playing Sherrock.
Oh, I must admit, I haven't looked at the UK fully yet. I'm just reading bits and bobs that are coming through on WhatsApp as well.
But if that's true, oh
yeah, there's some absolute belters. Just going through some FDI has made a really good point on Twitter here, and this is the flaw in the system. 2 seconds, we've got Luke back. Luke, can you hear us now? No, nothing. Your audio's showing coming through, but we can't hear you. It's just muffled. We'll come through. We'll keep talking, Luke. We'll keep trying to sort your issue out. 2 seconds. Yeah, FDI's made a really, really good point, Lendl, on Twitter. He says, if Zoran Lurchbacker loses in round 1, his chances to achieve a tour card have increased. Only if he loses in round 2 will they decrease. That's mad. That's a complete flaw in the system that you can potentially benefit from losing your opening round.
Just 2 things for the chat room. Someone told me to check the Cantelli average. It was 3-0 up, averaging 107. It's probably taking a little hit because he's had some poor visits. Plus, people are seeming to say that Norris Painter against Sherrock is true. So it's already whet my appetite.
Yeah, definitely. Chat room already rocking this morning. Andrew, I've just turned Spot up a little bit, so you should be able to hear him better now. Said you're a bit quiet, so I just turned the volume up in here, mate. Don't worry about it.
No worries, mate.
Just gone up, so you should be able to hear that better. What else have we got in the chat room? If Norris gets through the Sherrock game, Rocky could be waiting in round 3. Some real for those must-win players in the UK. There is some absolute horror ties. Just going to jump back into the EU board 4. Arjen Konteman behind to Damien Mole. Ryan De Vries 4-2 up. Ronnie Hybrex winning. And Lorenzo Pronk on the verge of beating Danny van der Tripp. So we will see. It's all going on. Yeah, all eyes on the order of merit. Had a chat with Lendl last night, and by his calculations in the UK, congratulations to Alan Souter and Martin Lukeman. They've done enough. We believe that they have done enough regardless of what happens for the rest of it. Just going to ask Luke if he can hear us yet, or if we can hear him. No is the answer. On your Vimeo, mate, press mute and unmute. See what happens there. That sometimes clears it. But I'm going to jump back into the chat room. It's all bubbling along nicely so far this morning. Josh Perver in the chat room. I feel Alan Norris has a good run today. Finally, yeah, I hope so. Lee is with us as always. A lot of talking points about the situation with the points, and yeah, it's not right, but nothing can be done this year. We've just got to wait and see what happens almost. Someone has just asked who Nico Kurz has. Nico Kurz has got an absolute horror on board 15. He's got Ricardo Petresco, who has played some great stuff as well. Petresco, I don't think he's as high on the order of merit as what he possibly. Where are we? But I know he's had some unbelievable stuff floating around. But yeah, Nico Kurz, real tough draw on board 15. We have our first result of the day as well on board 1. Lorenzo Pronk has beaten Danny van der Trippe 6-2. And again, another one for Gob here. Van der Trippe had the higher average. One for your stats, Gob. No, you are watching.
Just Petresco's 35th. He's got 1 point, and his leg difference is -1. So, yeah, a decent bit of work to do for Petresco. And Nico Kurz is not the man you want to try and achieve that against, is it?
No, it's a big game for both of them.
Yep.
Big game for both.
Can't tell if 5-0 up now. His average has dropped to 99, but still overall that's better than what you expect from him in a normal day.
Yeah, Richard Vinstra on the verge of absolutely smashing Robert Marjanovic.
Another man through is Ryan De Vries, the Netherlands.
Yeah. My darts
Hybrids against. No, it's just the Mandio against Hybrids. It's everyone all good?
What's that, mate?
I was just saying if everyone's all good. Just back at the Hybrids and Mandio games.
Oh, good. Just opening up some new pages. And
it's 2-8 between the Belgians. It's 70 average playing 77. It's what about being back at stage 1, but ever got through okay. But Vinstra through 6-1, Thrash Marjanovic.
Right. Luke has come back in. Now, Luke, can you hear us? Is the question.
I can hear you.
You're very quiet, mate.
Right.
Like literally.
Is that any better?
Can barely hear you, mate. It's like literally showing no audio coming through on the mic deck, but we can just about hear you, but it's literally so low, it's unreal.
Right. I'll have a look. I'll have a look to see if I can fix this.
No worries, mate.
Boris Koltsov's warming up. Surely he can get over the line these 2 days. He's playing against Mikhail Verbeek. I know there's no points available in this one, but still, surely.
Yeah, missed match dart or championship darts yesterday, as it was as well. Mario Cantelli, 6-0 bagel. First one of the day. Where are we? Someone said in the chat room as well, trying to find it, that someone was in trouble or may have even lost. No, the name hasn't lost. But where was it? Someone said that Mario van der Bogengaarder, I think, was in trouble.
It's 4-3 down just now. Let's see his ranking.
He's high on the order of merit as well.
Yeah, he's 16th with 3 points. So yeah, it was the same with Marjanovic. He's 19th, but he's went out today. If Van Bodegaard goes down as well, that's leaving a lot to do in the last day, even though he's not miles away.
Yeah. Van Bodegaard back to 4-all on board number 10. So yeah, bits to be done here. Van der Winkel trials Florian Hemple 4-2 as well. Jimi Hendrix in a world of trouble. Sorry, Jerry Hendrix in a world of trouble.
Yeah.
Boris Koltsov warming up. He's out. He's gone. Well done. Big games warming up as well. Christian Kist, Neil Zonneveld, all warming up, and Kay Schmitz. So someone was asking when Barney's going to kick off. He'll probably play his next game within the next half an hour, 40 minutes, I would say. But don't worry, we will give you the Barney klaxon when the Dutchman.
Better, lads.
A little, but still not amazing.
Right, okay.
Swedish guy, yeah, Johan Engstrom is, I'm not going to pronounce it, beat Mühlenmeisters 6-1, so he's through. A Swedish guy.
And Danielle Petri behind as well against Moreno Bloom. That was a tough first round game as well. So it's all going off. Just going to dive into the chat room as well. How are we all doing? Come on, Richard. A lot of love for Richard Vinstra early in our chat room, which is always great to see everyone. Where are we? Fire it up early then. Don't get what you mean by that, because if you're about the stream, we were chatting to Luke before we came on. So it's just crashed all of a sudden. Tony, you are more than welcome, my friend. Thank you very much. Lewis, good morning in the chat room as well. And I'll tell you what, board 16 warming up now, Luke. Zoran Lurchbacker against Mikael Unterbuchner. Unreal.
Much more difficult than that. We know the quality that Unterbuchner's had within the BDO system getting to the semi-finals. And Lurchbacker is consistently on the tour most years. We've seen him at the World Cup quite a few times. I think that's one of the most difficult games you'll see in the first round, to be honest.
Yeah. That's as loud as we can get Luke's audio at the moment, guys. So sorry if he is a little bit quiet. I've got it literally cranked right up. But we'll see if we can get something fixed with that. Tomorrow as well, final day of Q-School. We have got one of the PDC managers going to hop on for an hour as well to talk us through their Q-School experience. Matt Ward is going to join us live at some point tomorrow for an hour. As for the team, we're going to try and rotate round everyone that's been on across the first 9 days. Is going to get a little stint if they're available tomorrow. So welcome along, everyone. This is almost like the calm before the storm, guys, isn't it, at the moment, where there's games warming up, there's games just bubbling along, but again, no real damage or danger at the moment.
Exactly. You can always tell when people in the comments are asking when other people are kicking off that people are just waiting for more people than what's on just now. I'm with them.
Yeah, 100%. Just gonna look at some bits.
Frenchman Eric Boy is through 6-3.
I think we need to have points given out in this first round. It just makes the first round, you're waiting for things to happen. What we really want to see is points go up for the first round. Every single game counts. At the minute, you get to the first round, and as you've already said, the next round, to be honest, you're at a disadvantage if you lose in the next round. Whereas if we knew this first round was worth 1 point and we had people making up reserve lists from the first round of Q-School, then it would just make it so much more important and people would be interested throughout the whole day. I think this first hour and a half, we really want to see games progress and see points come in, and these count for something. I think that's the one thing we're lacking. But other than that, the changes have been hugely positive for Q-School, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And we've got another result. Van der Winkel has gone beaten 6-3 by Florian Hemple. Luke, just while you're there, you know on your Vimeo screen?
Yeah.
You know the little cog, if you click the cog?
Yeah.
What audio device is it using for you?
Microphone Array Realtek audio.
What drop-down options have you got?
That is the only one.
No internal microphone then?
No internal microphone. I don't think. I thought. Yeah, no, I've got no internal microphone. It's literally just one drop-down option.
Also, in your laptop settings, what's the audio level there? Just saying, can it be boosted there at all?
I've knocked that up to 100 and tried to get it as loud as I can.
Yeah, sorry, because you're still quite quiet.
Right. Okay. I could try and change headphones. See whether that works.
Cool. Do that. But Ronnie Hybrex as well.
Speaking of Hybrex, it is like a hurricane right now.
We're trying to sort the audio issue out as we speak, but working on the fly.
Not ideal. He went 6-3. The Italian Petri, he went through as well. Shot 6-3 as well. Marcel Gerdon, I don't know how to pronounce that in a German accent. He beat the Danish guy 6-3. And Ronnie Hybrex took the lead 4-3 and amongst the hurricane.
Yeah, big result for Petri there against Moreno Bloom. He trailed, but has gotten over the line. Where's someone says great comment? Let's have a look in the chat. Tom Jones, the top 4 people knocked out in the phase should come in to create a 1-2-8 every day. Yeah, we said this on Twitter as well, Tom, that you just keep bringing someone else in each time.
That probably works, but I think it would definitely work better like post-COVID. I feel like Gob was on making the point that you couldn't be bothered staying in the hotel room for that amount of time if it wasn't guaranteed. So if they had that in place beforehand and there was no like COVID restrictions, that's a great idea. I'm with that.
Yeah, it just needs to be something worked. Oh, we might have Luke back. His audio bar is now working.
We've got some audio.
What's that, mate? Can you hear us now?
I can hear you as long as you can hear me.
It's a little bit better, yeah. Just scrolling through. Jar says Luke has now gone for the boy band mic.
It's the Xbox headset. It's got to come in.
Top stuff. Right back there, Adam Gaulas leads 1-0 on board number 7. Unterbuchner taking the first against Lurchbacker on board 16. Gino Voss warming up, as is Lucas Weinig, the conqueror of Nico Kurz over the last few days. We'll dive into the chat room. Simon in the chat room says Hybrex needs a good one today. Yes, 100% he does, mate. It's not gone to plan for Ronnie Hybrex.
The game's been really poor. Been watching it for the most of this. He's on a decent position. He's hit 3 straight turns in this. He's looking good for a 15 or an 18 dart. And Mandela hasn't pulled it out for the full game, so he could get it over the line here.
Yeah, Luke, what have you got your eye on at the moment?
Well, yeah, Ronnie Hybrex is looking quite good. Colstow's just started as well. We know how good of a run he had yesterday, and I think it's critical that he gets a couple more points just to secure himself. He's currently 2T with Verberg, who played well in the development tour this year, so he's no mug. But yeah, Lurchbacker Unterbuchner's 1-1. That's the one that you really got to keep your eye on. That's going to be a quality game, and I think this could go deep.
And you'll be pleased to know, Luke, your audio is back up and running properly. We can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, it is. That's what we wanted to hear.
We are there. Problem fixed. We got there, ladies and gentlemen. We got there. The team is now back up and running at full capacity. We are going to have a slight lunchtime change. Scott is going to hop off to his uni lecture for an hour. Dan is going to come in, and then Scott is going to come back on after his uni lecture. The joys of Zoom. I tell you what, if you bought shares in Zoom a year ago, dread to think where you'd be going on holiday when lockdown is done.
It's a fair point. It's a fair point. You could say that about a few companies.
Yeah.
I would still be going to Minehead.
That's what we like to hear.
Hybrids get matched darts here, 3 at 888. Been a really good leg, and he's got it. 16 taking it in 2 darts, so Ronnie Hybrex moves on to the second round with about an 80 average, but we move.
Yeah, Adam Gaulas, 2 to the good. Poor day for him yesterday. Dan, who's coming on later, is in the chat room. He said, I bought those shares. I'll give you some tips. So, looks like Dan is off to Dubai or Vegas when he's allowed to travel.
Is that what we're getting? We're going to get an hour of financial advice at 12 o'clock. Stay along for that one.
Financial advice or how good Duzzer is, because he is Duzzer's #1 fan. And he's joined us in the chat room yet, but he was here a lot yesterday. All big Duzzer fans here at Online Darts.
So you could ask Dan who thinks he's going to win the Grand National and who picked Glenn Dunn.
Boris Koltsov in front. Big bad Boris needs to back up that run from yesterday. But Luke, board number 9, things are happening there, and it's not going the way of Christian Kist.
It's not Christian Kist. It's not what you would have expected, to be fair. Not heard of Jorgensen, but he's playing well, and he's playing well enough. I mean, it's an 81 average, but he's playing well enough to do the job. Kist's average well this leg, to be fair. This could be, he's on for a 13 darter. The other one I have been watching is Lurchbacker, who is playing really, really well. He started very, very well with 102 average so far. Kicked the fourth leg up with a 140. Looks like he'll hold and take a 3-1 lead. Top of the order of merit at the minute in the EU, and really looking strong for a tour card. I think He only needs one more point, and he's definitely secure. So Zoran Lurchbacker will probably be back on the tour come 2021.
Yeah, I think Lurchbacker's done enough. I think 7 will get you in. I know 8's guaranteed.
Yeah.
But I think with a plus 15 leg difference, that's as good as an extra point with only 2 days left. So I think Lurchbacker has done enough. The same as I think with his leg difference, Raymond only needs a point. I know he'd like the 2 or to win one outright, but I think a point does Barney on the order of merit. What have you got for us at the moment, Scott?
Yeah, I was just watching Lurchbacker as well, but something that interested me was just the Adam Gavlas game, because he's just a howler is too harsh, but he was really struggling, really needed to pull one out the bag today. So he's averaging 11 points ahead of his man just now. He is in complete control, but as I say, that 3-1, Cohorn has just taken a leg off him. But yeah, Gavlas is a man that was hotly tipped to get through this, so he better pull his finger out just now.
Going to go to board number 13, because we have had the fish landed by Big Bad Boris. Boris Colstow leads 4-2, and it was the fish reeled in for the first time today. We've seen a few. Barney had one yesterday, and Boris has had one today. Again, board 1, that board of death. Neil Zonderveld in a whole heap of trouble as well. I'm going to go and open this one up on board 1. Yeah. Again, he's higher in the averages, but he trails 4-2. Big moments here.
Youngins get to get a point as well, so this is a minor shock.
Yeah, this would be a huge blow for Zonderveld, because again, where is he? He's outside the top 8 at the moment. Has work to do to Zonderveld. Only a point off, so look, he has to get one. But in that chasing pack, again, while these games warm up, I'm going to read you off some of the names, and do they surprise you that they're not in the top 8 of yet? Rusty Jake Rodriguez, Richard Vinstra, Neil Zonderveld, Christian Bunzer, Adam Gaulas, Robert Marjanovic, Jose Justicia, Tony Alcinas, Matt Campbell, Jan Decker. I could go on here, but there's some big names that aren't in that top 8 yet.
We've mentioned it in our chat on WhatsApp, like the strength and depth of the EU. There's 20 to 30 players who I genuinely think would go on the tour and make a good run of it. I don't know whether we're seeing the same strength and depth in the UK, but you reel off them names, and literally you could make a case for any of them to be on the tour. And there's so many good names in the EU. It makes every single round quite exciting. I mean, the likes of Tony Alcinas down at about 30th position, and you're thinking he's been on the tour for about 6 years, consistently does well, has made a World Championship last 16, and yet he's nowhere near as of so far. So yeah, it's tough. The EU is a very, very tough Q-School.
Yeah, Boris has been reeled back. The Burke has won 2 on the spin on board 13. Boris level at 4-all. He needs to win this, and Christian Kiss has turned it around, Luke. He's now in front.
He has, yeah. He's played well in these last 2 legs. Jorgensen's fallen off a little bit. Looks like Kiss might be able to take this 4-2 and then go on and potentially break. But he's playing well. We know Kiss has got quality, and we know that's going to be the difference in this match. And it's just critical. Get through that first round and then avoid losing your second round match, because the leg difference will kill you.
Yeah, Zonderveld still behind. And there was another one that I saw. Gino Voss in a little bit of trouble. 2 behind Talubic over on board number 8. I think Gino Voss currently on 4 points, but there's a whole group of them on 4 points. This will be a crushing defeat for Voss if he goes on to lose, Scott.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely would. But I'd just say, looking at Neil Zonderveld, he's in a world of trouble. He's playing the Swiss guy, I can't pronounce it, Young Hands or something like that. He's 4-3 down, and he's 130 points behind against the throw. It's looking like it could be curtains for Zonderveld if he doesn't get his act together literally right now.
Yeah, as well. Interesting as well that some of the guys that have pulled out of EU Q-School have written themselves off of not getting that tour card after 2 days. Some of them have gone home. Madness.
You think if you've earned the chance after the first 6 years, I don't know the situation, but you'd have stayed You obviously back yourself. You've got a Q-School cards. If you're only going to play for 2 days, there's plenty of guys come in on 3-4 and go win one outright. So I don't necessarily agree with that. But again, we don't know their situations. There might be something going on that we don't know about. But it's a bit surprising. And I would have liked, again, Scott's mentioned it, if there wasn't a COVID situation, we could have brought some people in. But it's unlikely there's going to be people hanging about the hotel that we could just draft in. So we've got a slightly smaller field in the EU. I think we've only got 124 starting, but shouldn't reduce the quality too much. We've still seen the likes of Matt Campbell. He probably would have got through anyway. So we're still going to see a good last 64.
Yeah, no, completely agree. Boris Koltsov re-established his lead, only one away now on board 13. I'm going to open that one up and have a look at the end of Big Bad Boris. But for you, Luke, what are you watching and how's it all going down?
Lurchbacker's gone 4-1 up. I did think this was going to be a bit closer than it is, but Lurchbacker's averaging 101 to Unterbuckner's 86. So that tells the story of the match. You know, averages aren't everything, but he's played very well here. I thought he'd get a 2 card before Q-School started, and he's proven me right. He's playing very, very well, and I think he'd be deserving to get back on. But again, this is only a last 1-2 way. It's the next round that matters, because the next round's where you either get a bad leg difference or you earn a point.
Yeah. Scott, what's on your radar at the moment?
I was on Zonnevel, just put it back to 4 each. The Swiss guy missed, I think, 2 darts at a double, and he swooped into 80, so that showed a lot of guts. But I've just switched back to Adam Gavlas, because last time I spoke, he was 3-0 up. It's now 3 each. He could have let this completely slip, and he could be on the brink just now. And he's just opened up with a 59 in this leg on throw. So, worry times for Zonnevel and Gavlas. I'll try and keep an eye on them both.
Yeah, Boris Koltsov is going to have match starts at 60 here on his own throw to win this 6-4. If he can't take this out, then he's not going to have the throw. But he does. Boris Koltsov is off and running after making the final yesterday. He wins 6 legs to 4. Not a classic, but there was a big fish involved. Was probably the highlight of the Boris Koltsov one. I'm going to come back to you, Luke, on board 16. Lurchbacker on the brink.
Lurchbacker is, yeah, he's getting very close now. Kist's also on the brink. I'm watching both of them at the minute. So Kist's done well. Pull that back. Remember, he was 2-1 down. Yeah, Zoran Lurchbacker's right at the brink now, 5-1 up. Again, played really, really well. Full credit to him. A 98 average is easily good enough to get you through a couple of rounds. And there's no wonder he's top of the order of merit as of so far. But 45 for Unterbuck there leaves the Lurchbacker at 1-6-1 to break the throw and take the match. I'll let you know if he does it. Ooh, only a 40 from Lurchbacker, so it's not great actually. Does open the door a little bit for Unterbuckner to hold his throw.
It's all happening at the moment. Remember, Milton Keynes 22 minutes away and counting. Mitchell the Pro asks, is Barney playing today? Yes, he will be. Hasn't started as of yet, but he will be in action. The Dutchman
Kissed through.
Probably only needs points. Go on, Luke. What have you got for us?
Kissed 6-2 against Jorgensen. He's through to play Cantella, who won 6-0 earlier on. So that should be a quality game. Both have been on the tour for quite a few years. Cantella averaged 99 in his first game, but Kiss played well there. A really good comeback, a strong performance, and a nice 6-2 victory. And Lurchbacker is now right on the brink. He's got 25 left. If he takes this out, he's through 6-1, and he'll be through on board 16 to face Willem Mandingers, who has played at the BDO World Championship a few times. And there we go. Lurchbacker takes 25 out in 2, 96 average for the match, 6-1 win over Michael and Tuckner. And there you go. That's your second tie setup. So with Mandingers against Lurchbacker for the chance to win 1 point in the order of merit.
Sorry, just to jump on with Zonnevel here. He's 5-4 down. He's 5-4 down. He's on the brink. He was on 193 at a lovely 165 to set up double 14 coming back. Young Hands is on 117. You think you should 9 times out of 10 should be okay at this standard. Takes it out in 3 darts. 5-4 Young Hands. Zonnevel 1 away from being out.
That would be crushing for Zonnevel. Absolutely crushing. I'm just sharing a few links around on social media for everyone. Again, if you see our links, please share or retweet them. And of course, you know what's coming next. If you can hit that big red subscribe button on our channel would be amazing, so you don't miss any of the action here at Online Darts. We've got some absolute belting things in the pipeline for you. Pro Tours, UK Open. UK Open is going to be majestic.
Luke Peters has gone 4-0 up on Steve Warner. We know he's been tipped by quite a few pundits on Twitter, but he's playing really well again, Luke Peters, young lad from Holland. And I think, to be honest, you know, he needs a couple more points. He's not on the brink yet. He does need a good day today, I think. Realistically, he's going to need maybe 3 or 4 points to give himself a chance at the Order of Merit rankings if he doesn't get one automatically. So this is a big game for him, but 4-0 is a really good start, and hopefully that should give him some confidence he can go build on that in the next round.
Yeah, as well. Just a game that, again, that's probably gone under the radar, warming up on board 3. Michael Rastovitz against Tony Alcinas. Oh, hello.
Yeah. Big game. Excited for that one.
That one went under the radar.
Sonnenfeld 5-5. It's because the noble, not the first of the day, but the first that we've mentioned.
Must win
its
for
conclusion.
Sonnenfeld. We'll stay with you, Scott. That's the big talking point at the moment in the live games.
Just very quickly, Gino Voss has gone 4-1 down. We know he's in a spot of a bit of, you know, he's in there, he's in the top 5. So if Gino Voss loses here, this could be another one. Underbook has already gone out in 8, so there could be 2 of the top 8 who are currently sat there in a provisional position that could be out if he's fallen down though, Voss. So again, another one, keep your eye on.
We'll come back to you, Scott, in this last leg.
Decent start. Sonnenfeld has the throw, it's the first thing to say. He's backed up an 81 with an 80, which is mediocre, but Young Hanks only managed a 57 in his first throw. So he does have the advantage. And a ton 40 for Young Hands. It's getting exciting now. Good game overall. 92 average, plays 90, and they both have been decent scoring wise. But one needs replied to a ton 40. So Sonnenfeld's on 200. Young Hands is on 304. Hope I'm pronouncing that right. If there is any Swiss people, let me know. But I'm going to go with Young Hands.
That's right. We've butchered names for the last 8 days or 9 days, so not a couple of hours is going to work.
Whatever his name is, he only hit 58, so Sonnenfeld has 6 darts and probably 9 to clear out 200. See, oh my days. But the first 3 were used up in 46 scored, so only 154. Young Hands has the chance to put a bit of pressure back on him. 99, so 154 check it, 147 check it. It's neck and neck. Whoever can clean this up in 6 darts, if anyone can, pretty much will be through. That's pretty much what you have to do in the Pro Tour anyway, so you cannot complain.
No, definitely not.
84 leave 70. That's tidy. You take that 1 treble, getting you there. So you will get that at a double if he comes back. Young Hands 147. We've already seen that 147. Who was it that hit it to break someone's heart the other day? I can't remember. Someone did take it off.
Yeah.
I don't remember, but someone did it. Young Hands hasn't. He's hit 59 to leave 88. Sonnenfeld 70. Misses tops by the looks of that. So he'll have 3 darts if he returns, but Young Hands will get a match dart as long as it stays straight at 88.
Should get dart at the ball minimum.
And he doesn't. 32 left, so I don't know what happened there, but he hasn't got it anyways. Sonnenfeld 3 clear at tops for the match. It's not a formality.
Tension.
He's done it into Zonnefeldt. Squeezes through from 5-4 down. So fair play. That'll take a lot of guts. Zonnefeldt 6, Young Hans 5.
Zonnefeldt survives the scare, as does Adam Gaulas. He was behind, but he's clawed it back. Again, some of these players feeling the pressure. Adam Gaulas trailed Killian Kuhorn. I again butchered his name too much there, but gets back over the line. 6-3 for the World Youth finalist. Christian Kist completely turned his game around and won. Again, the big story, or not big story, but the biggest result is Petri, the Italian stallion. Probably not his nickname, but anyone Italian, we're nicking Rockies. One for him there, has beaten Moreno Bloom, who had a good couple of days. So there, and also the klaxon in the chat room.
Yep.
Someone in the UK has pushed the buttons that the UK's games are warming up. Ooh. Speaking of warming up on board one, it's that time. It's almost time. We don't press the klaxon until it goes live, but Raymond van Barneveld is warming up, ladies and gentlemen. We know he's getting a lot of love in the chat room. We're only minutes away from the Barney klaxon. But Gino Voss also in trouble, Luke.
Yeah, Gino Voss is in trouble. He's 4-2 down, and this could be a chance of a break. Lubitsch could be about to break it, but take this 5-2. He's got 57 to check out. Voss has left himself on 32, so he's in prime position. But, you know, he hasn't taken that out in 18 darts. He is going to get another chance. He's going to get a bit lucky here. 32 to take out the leg. There was two more that I had to update you on, so I'll just quickly tell you there while we're waiting for Voss's score to come in. Luke Peters won that game 6-0 with a good 12 darter to finish the match as well. Played really well. He's through the next round to play Van den Beauregard. And then Sebastian Steer won 6-4. He took out a 13 darter to win 6-4, and he'll play Damien Moll. Now, if you don't know Damien Moll, he was 4th on the development tour order of merit rankings. It was so close to getting himself a tour card. It was only because of Ed House's and Evans' success in the last weekend of the Challenge Tour that he missed out. So he could well have been on the tour. So he might feel a bit begrudged that he's here. But again, he missed out. So he's here, and he's going to have to play Sebastian Steer in the last 64. But I was saying that Voss has won it 4-3.
Yeah, that last Challenge Tour weekend, Evans, Barry, and Ed House were just majestic. The three of them were almost unplayable that weekend. Also, Lendl has told me my Dutch pronunciation of Kuhorn was perfect, so I'll take that. Didn't butcher it. Thanks very much, Lendl, as always. Again, I feel really sorry that we butcher people's names, not deliberately, but we're getting there.
Sorry if you can hear my dog, by the way. I don't know if that means that Barney is coming on. You know how they hate postmen, so maybe.
Yeah, that's I interpreted it as. I thought that was the Barney alarm.
God, I tell you what, again, Simon in the chat room, we haven't really looked at the UK. We'll look at it more in depth when we switch in a minute. But round one, Hopar Puhal against Kevin Baness in round one.
Oh, that is brutal.
Stinker for Hoopai. Absolute.
He's another one that needs points, isn't he?
Yeah. Does need points. Tony Alsanas level with Michael Rastovitz on board. Number 3, 1-1. Sergio Karasin 1 up. Again, played some good stuff so far. Gino Voss fighting back. So again, Jan Decker warming up. Jose Justicia warming up. Martin Schindler, the man that posted astronomical averages yesterday, warming up. There's a whole host of top darting stars waiting in the wings. But the big one, board 1. The klaxon will be going off shortly. Tony in the chat room says Schindler deserves a good day the way he's been playing. Yeah, he was a lot of people's most. He was tipped by most before to get a tour card. We saw massive improvements in his technique towards the back end of the year. But I'm going to go back to Luke. Gino Voss is now in a whole world of trouble. Needs
Gino
to win
Voss.
3 on the spin.
He is. Lubitsch has just taken out a ton with 3 darts, and he's left Gino Voss needed to win the last 3 legs. 2 of them would be on throw. He'd only need to break once. But starting off with a 45 leaves him in an absolute world of pain. And I think this could be curtains. If Lubitsch goes in with a ton or above, Gino Voss is in a huge amount of trouble. And it's a ton 40, so that is pressure to the maximum. Gino Voss needs to pick this up. He is in an absolute massive world of danger.
Going to jump in. It's time to press the button. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Barney alert. Barney alert. Raymond van Barneveld is underway on board 1, ladies and gentlemen, as he looks to get that tour card back. We think 2 points would guarantee it. A point with his leg difference would probably be enough. I know Lendl's in the chat room. Do you agree, Barney? 7 points with his huge leg difference. Do you think that is enough? Because I possibly do, but I'm not a mathematician. Lendl will let us know if I've massively miscalculated. 2 points guarantees it. 1 probably. Wait for Lendl's response. But Barney is underway.
Phoenix
I mean, roll off behind
6-2
as well. It's all going on. Colourful John Michael warming up on board 5.
We've got to give some credit to Gino Voss here because he's hit a 180 and a 133 back to back. So pretty much he's dominated the leg. He started so badly, but he's put himself in a perfect position. 58 left to check this out and go back to 5-4. So he has done really well, and full credit to him because that is difficult under the pressure he's in. So let's see, can he check out 58? 2 darts at it. He should be getting this. He's missed. Lubitsch 95 to beat Gino Voss and throw the the EU order of merit wide open.
I'm just going to jump back into the thing. Lee says, sorry, I missed it, Phil. Do you know if Barney's started yet? You mean you missed the klaxon? How dare you, Lee? Lendl has come back. Exactly. 2 guarantees, 1 probably. So Lendl agrees that Barney probably only needs a point. 2 guarantees it. Dave, thank you very much for your donation or super like, whatever you want to call it in the chat, mate. Thank you very much. John says Bagish needs a big day. Has a stinker aboard. Yeah, that's the random draw. Unfortunately, can absolutely kill you. Cody asks, is Leighton Bennett playing? No, he's not old enough to play on the proper PDC tour yet. Needs to be 16 years of age. And is he 14/15 at the moment?
Gino Voss is out. Voss is out. Lubitsch 6-3. Checks out 40 to win the match. That's a huge shock. That does throw the EU wide open. I think that's now 3 players that were in the top 8 at the start of the day who are out. So we're going to see some new players get into the spots in the order of merit potential for getting 2 card on the last day. This is massive. This isn't D-Day. You know, they've still got 1 more day to get points. But for the likes of Gino Voss, getting another 2 points today would have made tomorrow's job a lot easier. The pressure is going to be on him tomorrow if he wants a 2 card.
Yeah. Big result there. Scott, I know you're going to be departing us for your uni lecture soon for an hour, but what have you got for us before you go?
Just quickly watching the Martin Schindler thing before I was going. Scrappy first leg that he took 1-0, but he's cracked off with a 180, so there is a teeny tiny chance we could have a 9 data here.
Ooh.
Oh, 140. I'm going to convince myself that he went 5 into it. I don't know if that's true, but Martin Schindler looking good for 2.5. He's miles ahead in this one. And yeah, obviously, the 2 big names, Schindler and Barney, are playing just now, doing well.
Yeah. Andrew in the chat room, thanks very much for that, mate. I knew he's around that age. Leighton Bennett he's just turned 15, so the likelihood is we will see Leighton Bennett at Q-School next year. And again, so I think I've had the pleasure of spending on some time with Leighton Bennett, and he's a good kid. And some time out of the limelight will probably do him the world of good. But his unbelievable, huge talent is Leighton Bennett. Barney in control. 5 times champion of the world, leads 2-0, as does Martin Schindler. Much better leg from him this time, Scott.
I wasn't 11 data for Schindler there, I'm sure. Was it 180, 140, 135, and then 46 and 2? He's kicked off with 140. On fire.
Yeah, definitely.
Just these
12 dart break.
Oh, you always.
Just going through, having a look what's going on as the boys look over the game. Josh asked, what's Barney's draw like? He's done an absolute stinker of a board, mate. If you go to tv.dartconnect.com and click on PDC, then events, PDC events, and then click on the EU Q-School, you can go and see the boards. He's on board number 1, mate, and it is an absolute stinker. But lucky for Barney, he's done the hard work in the first couple of days.
I've seen this as in a bit of bother again. He's 4-2 down to Rastovitz, and he's playing better than him, but just the timing has been absolutely woeful. And just to put it into perspective, Rastovitz has just opened this leg with a score of 7, and Alston has his voice of 4-2. It needs to get a grip.
Yeah.
Right, sorry, just before you jump. I was just going to say, Dart Connect has just updated it that Rastovitz hit a score of 1. I'd like, maybe there was a mistake there. I'm pretty sure that didn't happen to open the score. So I don't know what's happened, but I do know Alston is in trouble.
Yeah, just waiting for Dan to log in now. But a couple in the chat room. Jackie Lukeman has joined us. Congratulations. And I know that obviously your boy is warming up, so he won't know this, but he's done enough, Jackie, on the Order of Merit. Your lad has a tour card regardless of what happens today. Lendl FDI has done the number crunching, and we all think he's there. Mike asks, how is Owen Roloff doing today, mate? He is on board 9, currently 3-3 with the Lithuanian Baghdadis. Again, if I've butchered that, I am sorry. Gusta Rhymes says, did everyone get their hair cut in time before lockdown? And done the number crunching, and we all think he's there. Owen Roloff doing today. Some feedback coming from somewhere. So I think it's gone.
Don't know if it's me.
Gents, probably, but gents, we've got an issue here. I've just seen what Dan's wearing before I bring him in, and I'm not sure we can allow this. There needs to be a steward's inquiry.
Don't tell me it's still a
shirt. Get done, but, yeah.
There needs to be a steward's inquiry. We can't swear live on air. If put it this way, if it was football times, he's a full kit. You know the rest.
Oh no. Right, I'll jump out and let the people see it. I'll be back at 1 and they give you all a break. So
yeah. So have a good lecture, mate. We're going to go for a quick ad break, and we will see you on the other side of this. Welcome back, everyone. And as you can see, Dan has hopped in, and I'm not sure what shirt he's gone for, ladies and gents, or who he's supporting today. And if Glenn, if you're watching or in the chat room, he's doing your advertising in the world of good. Other replica shirts are available, of course. We'll go all PC. But Dan, welcome along.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Are we all well?
All good, mate. All good.
I'm all good, mate.
It's looking a bit more exciting today, isn't it? There's a bit when I saw the draw this morning, there was some. It was probably the first day of the last couple of days that I got really excited about some of the matches that are on offer today, and even already things are starting to look a little bit interesting today.
Yeah, 100%. I am just teeing up the next graphic on screen. I was going to say we are underway in Milton Keynes.
Baggish against
Right,
Bailey. No one's
underway.
even mentioned that. That's not an easy game. James Bailey played well on
Not
the
at
GPA
all.
2 last year, and we know how good Baggish is.
Yeah, 100%. Let's switch them over for a minute. There we go. Play is underway again. This one's gone under the radar. Board 12. Jason Askew against Josh McCarthy. Completely under the radar, that one.
Tell you what, while we've been switching the graphics over, Ruben van Barneveld has been pegged back to 2-2, and Stefan Belmont has throw. Stephan's on 1-3-8, and Barneveld's back on 2-4-4. We could be about to see a change for the lead here. Stefan Belmont, you know, he's going to give Van Barneveld a game. We've said he had a tough board. Did we think he had a tough game? Maybe he's not, but he's proven a difficult opponent again.
Yeah, definitely. And again, Dan, one in the UK, someone who had a half-decent run yesterday, needs to back up today, is Andy Jenkins on board 5. We know he's come through Q-School before, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, but Nathan Derry isn't the worst draw for Jenks. Derry hasn't played well in the first 2 days.
No, you're right, and you know this. So, but what I will say is, board 5 stood out as one of the first things I noticed this morning is that board 5 looks like an absolute tear up this morning. Chuck Norris on board 5, Kevin Painter's on board 5, Fallon Sherrock's on board 5. Board 5 looks like an absolute monster, and I think we might see some of those names that I think a lot of people have tipped over the first few days to have a bit of a run. You know, if they can dispatch each other almost early in the day today, then we could see one of those. I think so. My prediction for the day is that the winner of the tour card in the UK today will come from board 5.
Interesting. Interesting from Dan. It's almost like predicting Middlesbrough are going to come up.
I've never done that.
To be fair, I remember going to the Riverside. Actually, no, tell a lie. I'm going to show my age now. I remember going to the BT Cellnet Stadium. 2 seconds, guys. I'm just going to take this call because I think it's the garage about my car. So I'll let you carry on.
Luke, what you
right,
watching?
well, Barneveld. I'm watching Barneveld Belmont, right? And Belmont is taking a 3-2 lead. He hasn't kicked off this leg very well, but Ruben van Barneveld is in a spot of trouble. This could get close. Altenas as well. He's 4-3 down. Rastovic has left himself 20. Altenas is still on 90. If he gets broken here, Rastovic has the throw to take him out. It's 2 potential big results in the EU. What about you? What are we looking at? Are we looking at the UK?
So I'm casually looking through the UK. There's nothing. I suppose everything's only one game in at the moment. Andy Jenkins, Nathan Jerry, 1-1. So I haven't opened the game up. I'm assuming they've held each. Baggish has got off to a start. He's took his first game, as of a few others. I have got one eye on Sergio Crasson just to see if we can have a bit of a run from the Italians. We've already seen. Do you know what? I spoke too soon after him in his service. Sergio Crasson's out. He was looking he had darts at double to take it to a noble. He missed them, left himself on 14, and Miocic came straight back, took 16 out, and he's took the game 6-4. So the Italians that are tuning in today, you can calm back down again.
You know what, though? Even if I've not heard of Crasson. We've got so many players on Italy now because we've had Petri, but we've seen Tomasetti and Micheletti both play. They played really well. I remember the World Cup a few years ago against Canada, averaged about 95 were looking to go out. So there's a good development of talent coming in through Italy. I don't think it'll be too many years before we see an Italian on tour. Whether it'll happen this year, that's all down to the Italian stallion, as we're calling him, Daniel Petri.
I think, Luke, more than an Italian on tour, what I think most of us want to see is some sort of tour event in Italy. Just it'd be nice to get ourselves out to the some of the Amalfi Coast, maybe somewhere near Naples. That'd be a pretty cool trip.
Yeah, I'm up for a Euro tour there. some early scorelines from Milton Keynes. Jenkins leads 2-1. Scott Mitchell behind 1-0. Must big day for Scott Mitchell. Danny Baggish leads 1-0. Aaron Monk takes the opener. Josh McCarthy 2 up on Jason Askew. Askew in one of those positions that he needs just consistent points. He's done some good work, but can't undo it with a first round exit today.
Borowski's
Just
just
flicking
gone
back
through
to
6-4
Europe,
games to 1 raw
Martin.
loss.
Go on, Dan.
So Martin Schindler, just flicking back to Europe, he's left himself 12. He's nearly took the game 6-1. It looks like the inevitable is going to happen. I think it takes something quite unusual to happen for Schindler not to come away with a card now. He relatively comfortably. He's 5-1 up. He's just a second. Take out
Just
85. Which if he... Oh, and he does. So it goes to 5-2. Jenska has the dart. So we might see a little bit of a fight back here, but Schindler's looking pretty comfortable at the minute.
Yeah, also in Europe, we're going to go to you, Luke. Raymond van Barneveld. Still precarious?
Yeah, I'm watching 2 games. I'm watching Alcaraz. He's in big danger. He's 5-4 down, but he's left himself tops to get back to 5-5, but Rastovich would have the throw. As for Barneveld, currently 3-3 with Belmont on Belmont's throw. He's left tops. He's going to have 3 darts at it now, and he's taken them out with 2. So Stefan Belmont needs 4-3. It's Barneveld's throw, but this is precarious, and it is looking close. Barneveld, this is no formality, and it's going to be very close. He's going to need to pull something out of the bag, because he will have to break at one point if he's going to win this match.
Yes, agreed. And what else was I looking at? Barneveld behind.
Yeah,
Ooh.
It's tough. Very tough. Alcaraz 5-5.
Just on board 5
now.
watch.
Go on, Dan. What have you
Andy
got for us? You got a
Jenkins.
result?
Board, Andy Jenkins pulling away a bit. 3-1 up. Looking fairly comfortable with the darts in the 5th leg. He's board 5 watch is looking as we predicted at the moment.
Yeah, Aaron Monk, 2 to the good against Jonathan Worsley. The Mad Monk, 2 disappointing days, but still time. Mitchell back at 1-1. John Michael is through. And again, in Europe, Luke, this one's gone under the radar as well. Board 8, Thibaut Tricol, 2-2 with Rennie Idams.
This is critical. We know Tricole, he really needs points. He's nowhere near the order of merit points. So, yeah, Rennie Idams, again, we've seen him at the World Championship. He put going close one time, but big game. On the German Super League this year as well. Critical game. Tricole has the chance at 99 to take this 3-2 and lead, but it'll be Idams' throw in the next leg, should he do that.
Afternoon, Jarlath. How are we all doing? Joining us in the chat room. Again, couple of games in Europe finally poised. Alcaraz and Rastovich tied at 5-5. We've got a noble there. Martin Schindler on the brink. But Idams has taken the lead against Tricol, and Barney has levelled, Luke.
Ooh. Yeah, Barney's levelled, so it's 4-4 now. Averaging way below his best, but a very good start in this next leg. A 140 to Belmont's 59. This is the break opportunity. And Rastovich, as I say that, Rastovich has just taken that 1-5-6 to beat Alcaraz. 6-5. That is an unbelievable checkout. 15 data from Rastovich. Tony Alcaraz is going to have to come back on day 4. And to be honest, he's going to have to go semi-finals or final. Otherwise, there's no chance of a tour card because he does not have enough points currently. So that is huge. What a checkout from Rastovich. Very good performance.
Someone else as well that is in a whole world of trouble. Jan Decker on board 10 is on the verge of elimination. That would be almost game over for Jan Decker. He would probably have to go and win it outright tomorrow. So the Dutchman is in a whole world of trouble, Jan Decker. But again, Barney level at 4 apiece. How's the 9th leg looking, Luke?
Barneveld started off with 2 140s back to back, but to be honest, Belmont's fighting back. 140 and 92 from him. He's left himself 210 after 9 darts, so it's not a disaster. This is Barneveld's chance, though. He's got 156 left. Really, he's going to have to take this out in 6 starts. Belmont's got 110, but you're probably not backing to take this out. Absolutely critical that Barneveld goes big, and he's only hit 60, so Belmont's got 110. This spells danger because Barneveld, if he loses this leg, will have to win the last 2. Otherwise, you know, it should be secure, but we say should. Stranger things have happened, and you never know until you completely cross the line. So Belmont, if he checks out this 110, Barneveld is in very, very big danger of losing his first match, and he hasn't. So Barneveld's got 96 left to take the leg and break the throw, give himself a throw at 5-4. Can he do it? Jan Dekker might be about to get back to 5-2 as well. He's left himself tops, but he's missed it. Barneveld misses. He's at 68 and left himself double 14s. So Stefan Belmont has 60 left. He's going to get 3 darts at this to take a 5-4 lead and force Barneveld to the brink. Again, only an 87 average though from Barneveld, so definitely not where we expected him to be. We know he's been playing at a mid-90s average, and that would have been enough, but an 87, you're going to struggle to get through Q-School with an 87 average, so he really needs to up this in the last 2 legs. Otherwise, when Belmont gets through, he is in a world of danger. And he's done it. Belmont takes out 16 3 darts, so it's 5-4. Barneveld on the brink. He's going to win the last 2 legs. First one will be on throw, but then he'd have to break to win this match.
Going to come across to Milton Keyes, Dan, and Aaron Monk in control, but Mitchell's turned it round as well, and Jenkins extends his lead.
Yeah, so I was just there were the 2 matches that I was taking a look at. Jenkins looked for all the world there, like he's been up and down a little bit. He missed darts to go missed darts to double to go 4-1, and then he looked. I was convinced. I was about to shout up to say that Derry had taken that and levelled it up. Derry missed the darts. Jenkins with a perfectly timed 180 and managed to just. And I think that might be the case, is that he just might be just a level above through this. He every now and again he looks like he's going to have a wobble, and then he sort of resets himself. But I think he's going to come through it fairly comfortably. Let me just flip back and see how the Mad Monk's getting on. So I see again extending the lead there. He's gone off relatively well. The 140 back with the darts, 100 behind, but playing against the throw. Throws 99. Again, I think he's going to have just enough that just that level above, averaging really well and looking pretty comfortable here.
Yeah, again, some ones from yesterday. Where was it? I was looking at Adam Mould. Good day yesterday, but is in a whole world of trouble. On board 15. Adrian Gray scrapping to keep his tour card, but behind. Scotty Mitchell's turned it around. I'm just going to dive back into the chat room because there's plenty going on. Where are we? Juanita, as always, busy in our chat room, and we love it. Warren Askew in trouble. Yes, he is. Where are we?
Barneveld,
flip back to
5-5.
Europe in a second. Oh, Barney 5-0. We're going to go back to Europe.
So
As we
Scott
speak.
Mitchell just really.
Go on, Dan.
Go on, Phil. I was
No,
going to
go on,
say
mate.
Scott Mitchell's one of those guys. Scott Mitchell's one of those guys who was benefited from the lack of leg difference and being on 128. First day got beat 6-1, but then ended up actually higher up in the order of merit than Sherrock, who beat him 6-1. So he's one of the highlights in where people have commented about the system, and that Fallon Sherrock absolutely stuffed him on the morning, and by the end of the day was well below him on the order of merit. So he is a bit of an anomaly, and potentially does stand a bit of a chance because he didn't have to suffer that huge leg difference defeat that he got early in the tournament.
100%. But we're going to go back to Luke because we're in a noble. And how is Barney looking?
Right. If anyone doubted the greater man, the last leg, he was after 12 darts, he left himself a finish. He was playing unbelievably. 14 darts for Barneveld. Did play really well, some huge scoring power, and he's left himself on 110 after 12 on this leg against throw. Belmont's got 186. He needs a big finish. A 140 here would set this up perfectly. He's hit a ton. So Barneveld's got 110 to take out the match. Now, honestly, this would be one of the best comebacks I've seen for him because he's played so well in that in the 10th leg. He did, honestly, some of the best performances I've seen from him, and he's left himself 60. So Belmont, 86 to knock out Barneveld. Remember, he's there or thereabouts, but it's not 100% secure. So if he loses this, day 4, it's going to be a little bit stressful, more stressful than he would have wanted. Stefan Belmont, 86 for the match. As I say that as well, Jan Dekker went 6 darts into a 9-darter in the last leg. He's come back to 5-3 and could potentially get this back to 5-4. So he's playing well as well on the other board.
We're going to stay with you, though. Call us in.
Yeah. Belmont's done it. He's done it. 86 in 3 darts. Raymond van Barneveld is out 6-5. So he's not secure.
Oh.
It's not 100%. He's pretty much there. But Belmont has knocked him out with an 18 darter. He's on throws, so it doesn't matter. He had more darts. Obviously, he got the chance with on throw, but that's huge. An 87 average has knocked out Raymond van Barneveld. So second in the order of merit table on 6 points, but he will not earn any more today. And by the end of the day, we could see him in 5th or 6th. Big result.
Big news. Barney has gone. But again, going in the 1-2-8, his leg difference or whatever doesn't affect it. So,
yeah,
potentially better news there. Just going to dive to Dan. What did you have for us?
So, a couple of bits. So, first of all, Danny Baggish. I know a lot of people in the chat room, massive Danny Baggish fans. Danny Baggish has just been broken, goes down, barely goes 3-2 ahead, and has the darts. And has gone off with a 140. So this game is looking really tight. And I know Danny Baggish, as we all know, really needs to have a run today and has to go deep if he's going to do anything. But as I say, he's behind and he's throwing against the darts, so he is really going to have to lift his game. Elsewhere in the UK, Andy Jenkins is now at 5-3. And has the darts. He's on 177 coming to the board now. Derry on 161. So I think Jenkins is going to get 6 darts from 177. Gets himself down to 120. So he's going to come back for Shanghai for the match.
Again, I'm watching this Aaron Monk, Jonathan Worsley game, and this is an absolute belter. Worsley about to bring it back to 4-3. He's on tops after 12, but they're both averaging mid-90s. Very, very high standard. And where's this Aaron Monk been for the past 2 days? Timely 135. Monk leaves 86. Worsley misses. So again, the Monk has put enough pressure on. And there's about to be a knock at my door for the delivery, so I'm going to put on mute.
Well, I'm just going to go back to. I'm still on board 5 watching in Milton Keynes. Andy Jenkins. Every time I see he's looking comfortable and doing well, he throws a leg away. So he's been pegged back now. He's only winning 5-4. Derry with the darts, but can't do much from the first one. Opens up with 41. Jenkins can only follow with 65, so hasn't managed to capitalise on that. We have a reasonable chance at a noble here. I said board 5 would be exciting, and it's not disappointing so far today.
Well,
Luke, what you're going to move on to?
Jan Dekker was 5-1 down. So when Phil mentioned that this game, Jan Dekker was on the brink, I never expected to see a noble. But 5-all, Dekker has come back.
I've just seen that. Wow. You call that one, mate? Have you got it on the screen? Can you keep us in the loop with that one?
I've got it on the screen. We're just kicking off, but it's 5-all now. I can't believe he's back in this one. He's playing well. He's just started to reel him in slowly but surely. Chikole against Idams, that could be another 5-all. So there's a few good games going on in the EU. And I've just seen in the UK as well, Baggish is 4-2 down. So he's in a big amount of trouble now again.
Yeah, Danny Baggish. And he really had to do something today.
Yeah, he needed the points. Didn't he? This is he obviously did it in the first stage where he came back on the last day, but to do that twice in 2 events, it's tough. It's a tough way of doing it because he could have got through on points.
He did put something out on Twitter the other day. Half joking, half serious about how he needed to be on the edge almost. You know, he needed to feel like it was his last chance. So maybe that's it. I've got Danny Baggish on the screen. He pulls one back. So Danny Baggish now only 4-3 down. But again, he's throwing against the darts. Bailey has the throw. And Bailey can hold his way through this game now. But Danny Baggish, I mean, to be honest, they're both averaging 96. The standard of play is good. But Danny Baggish is just going to have to kick on. He's going to have to really do something.
Edam's knocks out Tricole. That's a scoreline at 6-4. And Decker is getting closer and closer. I cannot believe I'm saying this, but he may well bring this back from 5-1 down and win this 6-5. We're getting close now. Stoughton really needs a big score. He's left himself 2-2-3, and it's only a 43. Decker's got a huge chance now. 198 left after 12. If he bangs in a ton, or even a 98, he sets himself up with a 2-darter to take out this match in one of the best combats. And it's like he's done a ton. So 98 left. Decker has a chance now. He's got a chance. What a shame.
I tell you what, this Worsley Aaron Monk game, oh my days. This we are in the 8th leg. Both of them 140 ton. Monk misses the ball for the 161. Gets lucky, tees up 34. Will he go straight for it or will he split it? But this is an absolute belter of a game. Looks like he split it. He's missed 16 left. If he comes back, Worsley on 93 down. I'll come to you in a second once we know what's going on with this leg, because big moments, it'll either be 5-3 or 4-all. Key moments here in the Worsley Monk game. Oh, Jonathan Worsley takes out 93 in 3, and we are level at 4-all. Absolute belter of a game. But Dan, what did you have for us?
Luke, I'm going to give it to Luke, Phil, because he's watching the same thing I'm watching. I think we're both absolutely stunned by it. But Luke, you taught that one, mate. It's mad.
I can't believe what I've seen. Jan Decker, 5-1 down, reels off 5 leg, 6-5. If he gets through now and gets a few points on the board, then you cannot say this was not deserved, because what a performance from him. He was on the brink of going out, but 5 legs on the bounce. That is such a good result for Jan Decker. We know how good he is, but that is quality to the maximum. What a performance. That is genuinely one of the best performances I've seen at Q-School from Jan Decker. Really, really impressive.
So just a result that I didn't get to, guys. I was too busy watching Jan Decker to call the result, but we do have a result of 4-5 in the UK back in Milton Keynes. Andy Jenkins goes over Nathan Derry 6-4. What that means as well is now warming up on board 5. My pick of the opening 1-2-8 games on board 5 was Kevin Painter and Alan Chuck Norris warming up. That could be a superb game. We've also got some other names warming up at the minute. I think that a few people like the look of. Jim Williams is warming up on board 1. Lee Evans has been impressive so far, warming up board 2. So it is definitely getting interesting in the UK.
Yeah, again, leg 9. Both players. This game is absolutely superb. If we'd seen this Aaron Monk for the last couple of days, he wouldn't be in the danger that he's in. But Worsley only hits a 60. The door is slightly ajar here for Monk if he can find trebles.
Quick update on Danny Baggish. Breaks back. So it levels the game up with James Bailey 4-all. Danny Baggish now has the darts and opens with a 1-3-9. So Danny Baggish now, I suppose, mathematically looking the favourite in this game, but it is very, very tight.
I didn't even realise David Pallett on board 11. What game that is.
Big games everywhere today. Don't worry, the chat room, I'm not neglecting you. We will come to you shortly. But I don't know what's gone on with the Worsley game here, whether Darts Connect's frozen or they're having a punch-up.
Danny Baggish really lifting his game here. Opens 1-3-9, follows it with a 140. Bailey's not going away. He's thrown a 1-2-5 by a 95, but Danny Baggish looks, we said earlier on, he just needs to lift and elevate his game, and he looks to be doing so at the moment.
Big moments here. Worsley, first stab at 96 to hold and go within 1. He took out 93 in the last leg. Can he take out 96 here? No, he can't. So Monk is going to get darts at 56 to break at a key time. Can he take out 16 and tops? Yes, Aaron Monk can. Aaron Monk breaks to go within 1 and get himself off and running on day 3 of Q-School. Something we haven't talked about, gents, and I've just seen it there on Europe. I know he's behind, but Matt Campbell, if ever your board opened up and if you can get past this one, it is today.
It is today. Yeah, this is huge for Matt Campbell. He needs results. He knows he hasn't got enough points in these early days. Lorenzo Plonk, on the other hand, is on 4 points to a win here. Matt Campbell's really got it, as well as looking out for himself. He's got to block Lorenzo Plonk, because if he gets 5 points, he's getting himself even closer to the finish line. And really, Matt Campbell can't afford to let that happen. So many things are going to be going through his mind. But a win here, absolutely crucial if he's going to get through the points.
Yep. And again, Worsley fighting back here.
It's not started well for Campbell. He goes 2 behind, losing 2-0. So he needs to start a bit faster. Okay, let's get them together.
Worsley has stolen the darts here in the 10th leg. It looks as if we are going to go to the Noble, and this could be the 3rd break of throw in a row. And Worsley would have the darts in the decider. This is going to go 174 from Jonathan Worsley. Leaves a ton after 9 on the Monk throw. And if Aaron Monk loses this game, I wouldn't like to be in the vicinity, because dustbins and tables will be going flying. Monk's given up on this one. He just literally needs to find an all-out assault on the Worsley throw, but that is not going to be easy. Stunning break of throw from Jonathan Worsley. Takes out the ton. We have a Noble. Where's your 20p? Oh, Worsley starts with a 139 on throw. Monk really needs to find trebles early in this leg. Didn't have his scoring boots in the last one. Replies with a 140. This is going to be good, gentlemen, this 11th and Noble leg. Can Monk get the job done, or is it Jonathan Worsley who marches on? Just a ton from Worsley, so he's nose in front on throw. What has Monk got? Back-to-back 140s from Monk. Nose slightly in front. Jonathan Worsley, 262. Has to be careful with his counting here. Do not do a Johnny Clayton. And he has. Jonathan Worsley has hit a straight ton to leave 162. If ever you've made a counting mistake at a vital time, that cannot be excused, ladies and gentlemen. You are a professional dart player. You know your numbers. That look, I play in the pub, and I know you have to go 18s. Monk hits a ton to leave 121. If Jonathan Worsley gets away with this, he has been very, very lucky, because that is inexcusable.
Baggage on the
105 to leave 57 from Worsley. Monk will get darts at 121. Only 43, not enough from Aaron Monk. So Jonathan Worsley's stupid error in counting. He may get away with this. 57 to see off Monk. Misses match darts. Jonathan Worsley. Aaron Monk, 78 to win this 6-5. Should get at least one dart at a double if he keeps them straight. And Aaron Monk has missed the dart at tops for the match as well. Jonathan Worsley coming back for 20, and you don't expect him to miss this time around, but he's got away with a huge one. because that third visit, Jonathan Worsley takes it in one. He's got away with a huge miscount. And I'm critical of any player that does that. They are, but especially these guys that are playing at the top level. They know Jonathan Worsley has gotten away with one there.
Just another quick update on the Danny Baggish game. I know we've got loads of people following this. James Bailey has got the big fish for the match, or he's going for it. So, don't misunderstand me. So he's got himself in a position where he's 5-4 ahead with the darts. He's on 170. He can't take it out, leaves 55. Danny Baggish comes back for 56 in order to force a noble. So Danny Baggish looking for 56. And if he forces that, he will have the darts in that deciding leg.
Yeah, right. I think we've got a little quiet patch here. So I'm going to dive back into the chat room because there has been absolutely loads going on and I've missed some of it. My apologies. That's it. That's where I was. Lendl said earlier, we need challenge tours in Holland, Czech Republic, Poland, Hungary, Scandinavia. Go to those players. This Q-School was shown there is a talent, but 145 is a lot to back yourself with that real match experience. Yeah, look, I would like to see the challenge tour go on the road perhaps as well, and not just UK based.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think we've got to start using so many players that we haven't discovered currently. You know, England, Scotland, Wales dominate the sport, but realistically, we know that there's going to be talented players throughout Europe. It's just about finding them and giving them the opportunities. It is difficult for younger players who are like 16 to 23, even the development tour about throughout Europe, because they're not going to back themselves and travel all the way over to the UK for a 4-stage event where really they don't actually know how good they can be against the best players in England. But if you sent it over to Hungary and said, right, you can play a local tournament and see how good you are, then I think we will discover and unearth some really good talent. So, yeah, I completely agree with FTI there. I think there's huge market for it in Europe, and moving the challenge tour and development tour about could be massive for the game.
Yeah, and Gob says, can we have an Italian Super League next year, a bit like the German one? That would be good. I'd like that. Cool. I'd like an Italian Super League.
Yeah, what a good idea that is.
For the worlds.
Mark Daniels liking the Dozer shirt, getting some Dozer love. And then we go through the Barney out ones. Yep, there's a few of them. Yep. We know. And they're Baggish in trouble here. I'm going to come back to you, Dan. Baggish at 5-all. How is the 11th looking?
Yeah, they both got off to a flying start, both hitting 140s and tons within their first 6 starts. Then both faltered a bit. 60 from Baggish, 45 from Bailey. Baggish again comes back for the 4th time, can't find a treble. So it's really tight. They're in the noble here. Baggish is on 143. Bailey at the hockey at the minute looking for 216. So can't get himself out. But, if Bailey leaves himself, Bailey takes a ton 40, leaves 76. So this 143 for Danny Baggish is looking quite. He's gonna have to do something with it because Bailey looks like he could really cause a surprise here. Danny Baggish can only leave 80, so James Bailey has 76 to take the match and knock out Danny Baggish early.
Matt Campbell's in huge danger. 5-1 down now.
Oh.
Who was it asked? Tom in the chat room. Do these boys now qualify for the challenge tour? Yes, they do, mate. Dan,
Danny Baggish is out. I have. James Bailey wins 6-5. Takes the 73 out in 3 darts to leave Danny Baggish. Again, lackluster performance. Moments of brilliance, but far too many visits without a treble. Just didn't take his chances again today. Just wasn't playing well enough to justify a spot in the next round.
I'll tell you what, tomorrow it is all on the line for some players. All on the line.
I think I might have a result for you here. Lawrence Plonk is left 6 after against Matt Campbell's throw. Campbell's on 164, so Pronk is going to have 3 darts at double 13 to beat Campbell 6-1. When the board opened up, he should have taken his chance. Pronk has bust, so he's got a chance at 164.
Oh.
It must go. Otherwise, Matt Campbell has missed a huge opportunity. But not only that, this is the last 64 game, so losing 6-1 is going to harm his leg difference massively. This is really, really a bad situation for Matt Campbell. And I think, again, same as Danny Baggish, it leaves the North American players really struggling for points and desperate for it in the last day. But Pronk's missed again. Only hit 14, so he's left himself double 6. And Matt Campbell, 76 to save the leg. But this is only his throw. So to be honest, he's going to be up against it next leg anyway. But he has done it. 2 darts. Matt Campbell, 76, 5-2. Lorenzo Pronk starts the next leg. And here we go.
Again, in the UK, someone who was... Go on, Dan.
Just a little quick update on board 5 watch. Kevin Painter 4-1 ahead on Alan Norris. Standard's really good in this game. He was 4-0 up, Kevin Painter. Norris broke to get one back, to bring it back to 4-1. And it's looking like quite an interesting game. If Norris can take another leg or two, break back, this will get really tense, this.
Yeah, someone, again, who needs a big 2 day, well, potentially one big day, but certainly 2 consistent days. Is Jim Williams on board 1, and he finds himself 4-1 up. Richie Burnett, the Prince of Wales, is underway on board 12. If ever the darting gods were shining, please be on Richie Burnett today. Where are we in Europe as well? Leonard Gates, 1-1 at the moment.
Franz Roach hasn't started too well. He's 3-2 down, but it looks like he might be able to get this back to 3-3. Another one who, again, a lot of people have said he played well, but he's lost it. It's 4-2. Obst just broken. So Marco Obst has a good chance of knocking Franz Roach out, and he was tipped by quite a few people to make it through Q-School. But here we go. Lorenzo Pronk in the other game. Matt Campbell, he's got 3 darts at tops to knock Matt Campbell out. Again, it would still harm his leg difference. He'd still get a -4. So this is massive. More chances for Lorenzo Pronk. He's had match darts. He takes it out in 1. Matt Campbell is finished. He is out. He will not get through today. He's going to have to come back on day 4 and perform very, very well. He really needs to get to a semi-final or a final. Otherwise, Matt Campbell is not going to be on the tour next year.
Someone in the chat room asked, and I must admit, I haven't seen it, Benito van der Pas today.
Yeah, I haven't seen him. He's just started now. He's against Tringler. He's 1-0 down. That match has just kicked off.
Yeah, and with all these names going today, this is going to be huge tomorrow. This sets up tomorrow like you have never seen it. Forget Super Sunday. Forget Super Sunday. It is going to be Wicked Wednesday.
Lorenzo
Josh
Pronk has moved to 5th.
Big times. Josh in the chat room saying I definitely jinxed Alan Norris. Not looking good, mate, as Kevin Painter goes about his business. John O'Shea, the Joker, 1 up. Richie Burnett leads 2-1. Barry Bates behind. Ryan Harrington, big day from him, needed on board 16, is in front. Norris back to 4-2. David Pallett, again, a man not done anything yet. 4-2 up against Robert Owen. Conan Whitehead in a world of trouble. 5-1 behind to Peter Hudson. Robert Collins tied at 4-4. And Jim Williams 4-2 to the good. This one's gone on the radar as well. And these two may have met at county level. Darren Johnson against Chaz Barstow warming up on board 7. And everyone's favourite, Adam Smith-Neal, warming up on Jock 4 against Jock Watt.
Roach has just got back to 4-3. That game's getting a little bit tighter now. He's gonna have to do some digging if he wants to get himself out of this hole. But again, Franz Roach, he's bringing it back. If he wins on throat before 4, and Obst will have the throat in the 9th leg.
Ellis asks in the chat room, will Challenge Tour and Development Tour be announced after Q-School? Maybe not directly after. Look, I think Boris, as in the PM, is going to announce some stuff next week of a potential roadmap out of this hellhole we find ourselves in. Once that's a little bit clearer, I think we'll have dates that the PDC the PDC will have, because of that they have it all done. They'll have dates provisionally booked for Challenge Tour and Development Tours. But once we've got a clearer roadmap of where we are, I think we'll see dates released for Challenge and Development Tours, mate. Jar in the chat room says, let's hope Watt hasn't bought a Blade 4 from him. Wicked, wicked people we are.
So
BC
between Painter and Norris. Oh, go on, Phil.
Go on, mate. No, go on, mate. I'm only doing chat room, so if you've got something that's on the board, let us know.
Yeah, it's certainly looking tighter now. Norris has pegged Painter back to 4-3, and then has opened up in this 8th leg with a ton, a 180, and another ton. So he's really flying at the moment. You've obviously got off to a quiet start, but Norris now averaging considerably higher than Painter. Norris is going to have to take. He's going to come for 64 to tie it up to 4-all. So from 4-0 down, this could be a really impressive fight back. And he's made it. Oh, he can't take it out. So now Kevin Painter is going to get a dart, or he's going to get 3 darts at double tops, and takes them in the first time of asking to go 5-3, and now has the darts. So that double miss for Norris has made the difference between leveling it up and having a real chance at the match to Painter just being able to hold his throne out for the match. Painter opens with a ton. Norris is going to have to do something spectacular now.
It's all going on. Where one that I saw, Jamie Lewis behind again, not going to plan for his return. But I'm going to jump back into the chat room. If anything happens, guys, feel free to come over the top of me if it's big. But there were some questions that we will try and answer. We've done Jars. Thank you, Andrew, for answering. Robert, not a problem. BC asked, where are Paul Nicholson and Mark Webster? Both decided against going to Q-School this year, mainly because their lack of preparation. There's been nothing for them to play in competitively this year. Although they've done bits online and whatever, both didn't want to go undercooked. So that is the reason that Webbo and Nico didn't go.
Just quickly on that one, what do you think? So obviously they've not had enough match practice, but to play on the Challenge Tour, you've got to play in Q-School. So do you think it would have been better if they had both gone to Q-School, even if they'd lost quite early on, or even if they just played one day, just to give them the option to play on the Challenge Tour next year? Because really, I'm not sure how much extra match practice competitive darts they're going to get this year without playing some of the WDF stuff, because they haven't got the access to the Challenge Tour without playing on the Q-School. Playing Q-School.
Possibly. I don't know this, but it wouldn't surprise me if you see them playing in some mad events.
Okay. Yeah, well, that makes sense. That would give them a little bit of competitive action, yeah.
That's not gospel. I don't know that. That's what my gut says, that I think you'll see them potentially playing in some mad events.
Match darts on board 5. Kevin Painter's got 3 darts at double top for the match. Just going to see what, and he takes that. Needs 3 to do it, but takes it out. So Kevin Painter beats Chuck Norris 6-3 to move on in that. As I say, I stand by my pick. Today's winner of a tour card will come from board number 5.
Ellis asks as well, I entered Q-School last year, 2020, and I got my PDEPA. I haven't entered this year, but got told I could still enter the development tour. I'm 19. Is this true? Age-wise, I think so. I'm not clued up on the dev tour as much as some. If Gob is in the chat room, or if listening, he might be able to answer you, because he's our resident expert on stuff like that. but let's hope you can, mate. Anyone playing darts is good.
Ooh, Franz Roach was on the absolute brink of going out there. Obst had left 40 to win the match, and Roach has checked out 87 in 3 darts, so he's got this back to 5-5. Obst still has the throw, but Franz Roach has saved his skin. This is going to be a really close one. We've got a noble. I will let you know who wins this one as we get to. Yeah, it's close. Franz Roach and Mark Obst 5-5.
Yeah, the darting gods are not shining. Richie Burnett, no trails. Not happy. And just like that, God comes into the chat room and answers. Again, if you've got enough, David Pallett has finally won, beating Robert Owen stack attack. Robert Owen started this stage really, really well, but a couple of iffy days. Robert Collins fails again. Jim Williams pulled back to 4-all. The Welshman and BDO runner-up was 4-1 up as he retakes the lead. Chaz Barstow is behind. He still needs a couple of points on the order of merit, and Jamie Lewis has turned it around against Scott Baker to lead 3-2. Lendl asks as well, in what sort of time frame will the main event start? About the belt system, we're working on stuff like that. Look, there's some stuff. There's lots of stuff in the pipeline, mate, as you can imagine. Some of the open tournaments can't obviously start at the moment due to restrictions in the UK and Holland as well. Obviously, Vincent's doing some work for it in Holland, but they're hoping to have some more title defences in probably early March. They had to wait until Q-School was done because some of the belt holders were obviously going to Q-School and couldn't play in both and X, Y, and Z if they got tour cards. So hopefully after Q-School there'll be some news. I know Steve Brown has been watching the stream to keep up to date with everything. If you are watching, Brian, or if you are listening, drop us a comment in the chat room and let us know.
Got a big result from the EU. Franz Roach, 6-5 on Marco Obst, 14 darter in the last leg. He has brought it back. If I remember rightly, he was 4-2 down in that game. So to come back, he's doing well. Franz will get this leg doesn't count for anything. There's no leg difference, no points given. The next round is where your leg difference and points matter. So it's a good win for him, but all the work starts now. This is where it starts getting important.
Yeah, Fallon is warming up as we speak, guys. Asking in the chat room. The Queen is warming up. As we look round the board. And again, we massively appreciate all your support that we are getting for doing this. Massively thank you. But you could go one step further. You could hit that subscribe button for us. Get us closer to 5K. Like we said, when we get to 5K subscribers, we are going to do a belter of a giveaway. We dropped a clue yesterday. We'll give it again today. It's a 16 times good prize.
So we've got a noble leg in Milton Keynes. Jim Williams, after taking an early lead, is 5-all with Lee Cox. Jim Williams will have the darts. Opens with a 96. It's very, very close, this one.
Yeah, Jim 4-1 up. If he loses this, he'll be off to the same boxing gym as Monk.
I know someone asked in the chat earlier about the need to pass.
Lee
He's just
Cox
won
again
6-1.
on no points. Oh, interesting.
Yeah. David Ladley within one of beating Richie Burnett. No! 16 bacon sarnies. Sounds like a plan. You know Tiz will be all over that. John O'Shea 3-all with Matt Jackson. Board 10. The Joker. Have a look. refresh that. It's there from yesterday. Where is John O'Shea sat?
Veenstra's just got back to 5-5 against Van der Waal. Noble leg.
So we've got match starts for Jim Williams, comes to the hockey for 56. Cox back on 149. So we have 3 darts at 56 for the match. And takes them out. Jim Williams wins 6-5, averaging 95. Played well. He did play well. He got off to a good start and just got pegged back when Cox lifted his game. So Jim Williams progresses to the next round.
Good stuff.
What else is going on? Fallon Sherrock's game is now underway.
I say John O'Shea needs a huge day. No points for the Joker as of yet. Just like that.
Oh,
Tiz appears in the chat room. We say his name and he appears. How we doing, lads?
Hey.
Hope you are well.
so the Queen of the Palace opens with a 180. First 3 darts of the day thrown are the best possible 3 she could have thrown. Robinson can only throw 59 back in response. So very interesting start.
And Richie Burnett levels at 5-all. We've got a Noble. And again, this is why you say averages shouldn't be a deciding factor here. Because Gob, I know you're listening. You'll love this one. 5-all. David Ladley averaging 88. Richie Burnett averaging 94. And starts 45. It is advantage David Ladley.
Veenstra wins 6-5 against Jitsi Van der Waal on throw. He's got through to the last 1-2-8. While I say that, Benito Van der Pass as well checked out an 11 darter to win his match. So he's played really well. And Nico Kurz, who we'd said was a huge threat in the EU Q-School. He's 4-2 down to Pietro. But just on that one as well, the 2 Rabidon Rodriguez and Rusty J. Rodriguez are going to play each other in the next round. So how's that for a family affair? Both of them need points. It's an absolute must-win for either of them now because whoever loses probably won't get through the order of merit and you'll have to go out and win in the last day. So that's going to be a very tough game for the pair.
Oh my days. Richie Burnett looked dead and buried and he finds a maximum to drag himself back into this game. It's still advantage Ladley, but Burnett put himself back in the mix. Stunning from Ladley in a deciding leg. He's gone ton, 140, 137 to leave 24 after 12 after Burnett had hit a maximum. Follows up with 45. Not enough from Richie Burnett. So David Ladley, game in 1, beats the Prince of Wales 6 legs to 5. It's another defeat for Richie Burnett. But again, Tiz said, I give up with it. 94 losing average against the 90 winning one. One to add to your stats book, Tiz. Sorry, Gob. I know you're Tiz's #1 fan. That's why we're going to get Tiz to do you a video message. Chris Quantock, a man that's going very much under the radar with another win. Mike Warburton. Good day yesterday. We've got a tough opener. The all-Welsh game against Martin Thomas. I'm just going to hop back to the UK because the Lukeman clan are in the house. He is on board 15, currently trailing 1-0 to Richard North. But you'll be pleased to know that FDI's calculations says that Martin Lukeman has done enough on the order of merit to win his tour card.
Kist just won 6 against Borowskis. He got himself a point on the board and a very good leg difference to boot as well. A really good performance from Christine Kiss. We know he started well in the first round, but there you go. Christine Kiss, the first man, one of the first men through the last 32. So he's played well there, Christine Kiss. 6-0. Good bagel. First one of the last 64.
Queen of the Palace, absolutely flying in the first couple of legs. She leads
Starts well.
2-0. Not started this leg particularly well, but it's on the Reese Robinson throw. But she has an early break.
I think she's benefiting from Robinson not getting started very quickly, averaging 69. He's lifted his game a little bit coming into this leg, but he's got off to a really slow start, and I think she's just been able to take advantage of that.
And in the chat room, Slapshot King, good morning, mate, or good afternoon here. Hope you are well. Sam said, Sam Lukeman, great news with the clapping hands, 100%. The message from FDI this morning saying Luke and Martin Stewart had done enough.
Lewis and Baker in a noble leg. Baker off to a good start, throws 100, follows it with a 99. Lewis, 2 lots of 85. So Baker's definitely looking the favourite in this deciding leg.
Big moments here in this Fallon Sherrock game. Reese Robinson has just missed darts to hold. Fallon Sherrock looking at 32 for a double break of throw. She can't take it. She's gone inside. So Robinson may have just dodged a bullet here in leg number 3. Fallon had the opportunity for the double break. Oh no, Robinson's fluffed his lines again. He's gone round the houses. And he's left 3. So Sherrock, she can't do it either.
Getting worse.
This has been Fallon's Achilles heel all Q-School. She has produced some stunning scoring stuff, but just missed doubles at key times. But she's getting away with it here as Robinson can't take out 3. So Sherrock coming back for double 8 this time. And at the third time of asking, Fallon Sherrock leads 3-zip. Scott asked in the chat room, what happened to Richie Burnett? He lost 6-5, mate, in a last leg decider.
Oh. Scott Baker he's got 3 darts at 47 to take the match. Can't take it. Must have missed double top. Leaves himself 20. So Jamie Lewis is now going to get 3 darts at 36 for the match. What a tight game this is. Both averaging 82. Both having opportunities to win the game, and it is right on the wire. Lewis misses, leaves himself 18. Baker now just needs 20. He'll have 3 darts to take it out. And he does. So Scott Baker wins 6-5. Jamie Lewis once again out really early. I picked him yesterday. I'm sick of picking him to do well. And unfortunately, once again, cannot get going.
Look, I really like Jamie Lewis. He's a top lad. And when he's playing well, it's a joy to watch. But when he's not, I'm not convinced about the action, the way the elbow drops. I just don't think it works when it's not completely in rhythm. A bit like John Henderson with the rock. If you were teaching a kid to play darts, you wouldn't teach them that. When it's on, it's poetry in motion. But when it's off, it's not quite there. And I think it's the same for Jamie Lewis, if I'm being honest. That drop of the elbow causes me a concern. Chaz Barstow on the brink of defeat. He's had a couple of good days. He's in and around on the order of merit, but this wouldn't be good, although it wouldn't do his leg defeat any damage. But Darren Johnson, the Yorkshireman, 5-4 to the good. And we've got another one, ball 10 down. John O'Shea, Matt Jackson Campbell on the brain at 5 apiece.
Fallon Sherrock goes 4-0
Fallon
up.
Sherrock, 4
Absolutely
to the good as
flying.
well.
We've got a result in the EU with 2 big results. Nico Kurz is out. He will not get through on day 3. Piechko has knocked him out 6-3. So Kurz heavily favoured to get through by a lot of people. He's in a really, really big... He's just in so much danger now. There's so many people we can say this about that are going to have to go far on day 4. But Kurz is pretty much going to have to get to the final. He's going to have to win it, I think. And Leonard Gates as well, another one who played so well. He was in the top 5 averages at Q-School last year. Well, he's been knocked out 6-5 by Jandrik de Groot. So Leonard Gates, in the last one to win, it won't affect his leg difference. But again, Gates just hasn't turned up in these days at Q-School. I've not seen him play well once, so he's out as well. They're the 2 big results coming out from the EU so far.
John O'Shea has won the last decider, Dan.
There's another interesting one in the EU. The Italian stallion goes 2-0 behind. He's lagging behind Jiri Brecher. So he's going to, again, have to come from behind and fight back.
Again, just going to run around the boards in the UK. Board 15. Martin Lukeman has some work to do against Richie North. Trails 3-1. Fallon Sherrock 4 to the good. Scott Williams 3-0 up on Dom Taylor. Ryan Hogarth 2-1 behind against Matt Clark. Early stages. We touched on it earlier. Darren Johnson leads Chaz Barstow 5-4. A couple of games just getting underway. Louis Williams against Christopher Bent. Jared Cole against Adam Huckvale. Shane McGurk against Sam Kankit. McGurk 9-dart hero yesterday, and Mike Warburton also underway on board 16. So it's all ticking along nicely. We are going to have a quick ad break. We'll be back on the other side of this to call the games in. Welcome back, everyone. And again, thank you to MODUS Sports and Red Dragon for sponsoring our coverage of 2021 Q-School here at Online Darts. I'm going to keep this graphic up for a minute. But some poised games here. Simon Stevenson, result on board 6, has beaten David Erie 6 legs to 2. But lost Dan for a second, but we'll come to you, Luke. What's going down in Europe at the moment?
So there's 2 games I'm watching. We know Zonnevel dodged bullets in the first round, and he is facing the man who put Monnevel to the sword, Stefan Belmont. Well, Zonnevel's leading 4-1, and it's looking like he's going to get through this and get another point on the board. The other one is Mandigas against Lurchbacker. I've just seen FDI put in chat. Lurchbacker is literally on the brink. A 1 win here, and Lurchbacker is through. So he is 2 legs away now from a potential tour card for the next 2 years. He's got left 72. Good chance of winning this one. That would take 5 through. And he is facing the man who put Monnevel to the sword, Stefan Belmont. Well, Zonnevel's leading 4-1, and he's looking like
feedback
through
from someone. The
other one is Mandigas.
Dan, have you got something open?
Yeah, something opened at the same time. I've just solved it now, hopefully.
That's cool, mate. Yeah, all good. We've got more family affairs in the chat room. The O'Shea clan have also joined us. Nerves shot to bits after the Joker goes to a noble leg, but got the job done. So we've got the Lookmans and the O'Sheas in the chat room. But Fallon Sherrock, 68 for a 5-1 lead over Reese Robinson.
Takes it.
And she takes it out. Fallon Sherrock on the brink of victory here. Going to, well, where's the game I want? There it is. And Martin Lukeman back to 3-all, currently averaging 82. Richard North, 73. So Martin ahead in the averages, but level on the scores.
Just a quick one in the EU. Boris Kolstov absolutely flying 5-0 up against Carlson Cock. Boris obviously had a really good couple of days, but absolutely flying today. 5-0 up. Cock has the darts in this one, but Boris starts off with a maximum, starts with a 180, and looks to be very, very comfortable moving through this round into the last 32. It looks like he's going to have another strong day.
Just in the
Louis
WhatsApp
Williams has just have it
chat.
up.
Scott is back from his lecture. So we're just going to tee up something here. Dan has been an absolute deputy standing in for the last time. Dan, today, what have you got? What are you watching?
I'm still watching Boris Kolstov, to be honest. It is absolute destruction. Just flicking backwards and forwards into the into the order of merit there. I know we know Boris, the minute he's sitting fourth, obviously, going through into the, I mean, to be honest, he's just took out 164 in his last 3 darts. Takes out 164. That puts him on 6 points, but I think that'll take his leg difference up to 18. Like, I haven't sat and worked the maths out, but surely to goodness, that is Boris with a tour card. It has to be, doesn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Right, Lendl has just dropped something in the chat room, and I'm going to read it off to you as well quickly. Martin Lukeman, 4-3 now in front. He's completely turned that around. But FBI, I know he's listening, and if I've got this wrong, he'll know that in the chat room. What's the chances of RB qualifying for the tour? So this is it. It's between 97 and 98% right now. If he loses round 1 tomorrow, it will be 76.66. If he loses in round 2 6-0, it will drop to 40%. So this is how flawed it is. But it's better for Raymond to lose in the last 128 than it is the last 64. That is absolutely bonkers. But I think by those stats, Raymond van Barneveld is pretty much there. Amazing as always, Lendl. That out. Give that a quick retweet as well. But this one on the UK, Lukeman
Match darts
on the verge. Right.
Oh, Fallon Sherrock comes inside twice.
Right, Dan, it's been a pleasure. Scott is now waiting. We're going to switch you over, Dan, for stepping in while Scott was at uni, mate. Thank you very, very much.
Guys.
See you later, Dan.
Take care. I'll be following along. Have a good afternoon. See you later, chaps. Bye, everybody.
And just like that, welcome back, Scott.
How's all doing? I didn't miss anything, did I? No 5-time champion of the world's get knocked out in that hour, did they?
Just the one.
Just the one? Wow. Right. I mean, obviously, I'm watching Sherrock just to try and take over for Dan, and Rhys Robinson take the leg, so it's 5-3 Sherrock now.
Lurchbacker is 141 points away from being our third guaranteed EU tour card holder. He can get this. If Mandigas misses, Lurchbacker can take this out and get himself through back onto the tour.
Okay, I'm just a few issues there. Should have sorted them all out now, hopefully. Working
Lurchbacker
behind the
47
scenes.
for the tour card. The suspense. They love it. They love making us wait for these results to come through. Lurchbacker's got 47 left, though. He's done it. 47, taken out in 3. Zoran Lurchbacker's on 8 points now. He can't be caught. So Zoran Lurchbacker is guaranteed to be on the tour next year. So there's your third tour gold holder. He joins Gert de Vos and Gert Nentjes, and he will be on the tour next year.
Richie North putting one back against Martin Lukeman. Lukeman now throwing for the match at 5-4. Fallon Sherrock again missing multiple match starts. She was 5-1 to the good. Reese Robinson back to 5-all. It's now or never for Sherrock again on her own throw. And only a 60. The door is ajar here for Robinson. And again, this would be the great escape. And this would sum up Fallon Sherrock's Q-School. Absolute brilliant in spells, but then costly missed match starts has been the Achilles heel. And then she finds a maximum. Just when we thought she may be in a little bit of trouble, but the nerves were starting to jitter. She finds a max. But then Reese Robinson finds a 171 in reply. This is unbelievable. 124 for Sherrock. Only 44. This is advantage Robinson. Fallon Sherrock is again made. Robinson can't take it out. He tees up tops. This 80 has to go. Has to. You feel if it doesn't, the match may have gone, and it hasn't gone. She's missed a match start. Another one to the list. I haven't been watching it all the way, but I think that's at least 7 match. Oh, Reese Robinson, you've fluffed your lines. Fallon Sherrock, after at least 7 missed match starts, gets another opportunity. Don't like it when it waits this long. No. No doubt someone will have been watching it, but I make that at least 10 match starts missed from Fallon. And we are going to the noble leg. But at least 10 match starts, 11, yeah. I knew it was at least 10.
Zonneveld over in the EU's just won 6-4 with an 11 darter in the last leg. He's moved himself into a provisional spot through the order of merit for a tour card. So a good result from him. He's took the last 32 and he'll play a Lorenzo Pronk. One of them will be getting another point, which is critical. Both are in the top 8 currently.
Martin Lukeman wins again. Congratulations, 6-4. And Fallon Sherrock in a whole world of trouble here. Robinson on the throw has started ton 140. This would be heartbreak for Fallon Sherrock. 11 match starts have come and gone.
Was it 5-0 or 5-1 to Sherrock?
5-1. 5-1.
5-1, okay. It's not looking good. What a leg from Reese Robinson, though.
Reese Robinson, when the pressure is on. No finish either. Game in 1, Fallon Sherrock has lost 5 legs on the spin to Reese Robinson, and 11 match starts. Yes, 11 have come and gone. So tomorrow it is all or nothing for Fallon Sherrock. She will have to win the day to come through this. Some more interesting results over in Milton Keynes. Robert Thornton 3-2 to the good. Mark Dubridge 3 up. Surprising one here. Adam Huckvale 5-1 up against Jared Cole. Didn't see that one coming. Louis Williams 4-1 up against Christopher Bent. Again, like to see Robert Thornton win. He was unlucky yesterday.
Italian stallion turning things on its head against Breccia.
Jared Cole looking at 90 to save his skin. And he can't. He's missed darts to get himself back into this. Huckvale 60 for a 6-1 victory. Takes it in two. Jared Cole departs. Just bringing up the EU scores there.
Big leg for Daniel Petri this. If he can win this. Oh, Petri's missed 3 darts at top, so Jiri Breccia can hold his throw here and take this to 4-4. But this is huge. There's points on the line here. This is absolutely massive darts now. Can he level this? We've got a few games kicked off the last 32 as well. Kist started, he's 4-1 up. John Michael's gone 3-0 up, so quite convincing ones. And then what a game that is for a last 32. Veenstra against Koltsov this early on is brilliant. Veenstra hasn't picked up too many points, so potentially more important for him. But yeah, what a game that is.
100%. Robert Thornton now has some daylight against Kevin Garcia on board 9, 4-2 up. Joe Davis, World Youth finalist, 4-1 up as well.
Our Italian stallion has missed 9 darts in this in the 8th leg to take this to 5-3 and throw. If Breccia wins this, he'll be kicking himself. There's so many missed starts in this leg. This is crucial. If we're going to see an Italian on tour, Petri must take out 5-5.
Yeah, 100%.
Hemple's gone through.
Just going to jump into the chat room, Matt. Yeah, on YouTube, where we're obviously streaming it to, Matt, there's always a slight delay because we're not going like direct to source. We're going to YouTube and then YouTube put it out, mate. So there's always a slight one. Mike Warburton was in cruise control, and now he finds himself behind to Martin Thomas. Warburton needed to back up yesterday's good run, and he was doing that, but now 5-4 behind, needs to win 2 on the spin. Warby had a wobble.
AJ Umston-Toff
I did see
12 data to put it back to 5 each now in his game, and he's not going to throw for the match now.
I did see Warby's shirt on Twitter, and I do definitely think that is an early contender for shirt of the season with a Mike Wazowski on the back. If you haven't seen that, you have to go and check that out. But that was quite good, actually. At least he's playing on it.
Warburton in trouble here.
Claydon's gone 5-5 with Ermston Toft. This is close as well. Claydon's right on the brink of being inside the points within the UK Q-School, so huge game for him. Christian Kist's gone 5-3. He's getting closer and closer to taking another point. And if I remember rightly, Kist's on he's only on 1 point actually. So yeah, this is big day for McMeer. If he could get 4 or 5 points, that sets him up with thinking currently it's around about 7 to 8 points, depending on your leg difference as to what you need to get through. So really, some of these players like Schindler, 2 more wins for him would probably see him through. Pronk needs about 2 more wins, but there's a few that are right on the cusp. So this is where it starts to get exciting on day 3.
Yeah, and Warburton has gone beaten 6-4. He's in cruise control, so Warby has it all to do tomorrow. Going to hop back to the chat room a second. Double Bluff has joined us. How you doing, mate? So FDI again has put on Twitter. I've retweeted it. The Barney scenario is there for everyone to see. He's pretty much done. It would take sort of a heavy defeat in the round of 64 to massively dent his challenge or his chances. So as it stands right now, he's got between 97 and 98% chance. If he loses in round 1 tomorrow, that's the last 128, it drops to 76.6%. Even if you lose round 1, that's you take those odds, knowing that fate is out your hands. But if he loses 6-0 in the last 64, it will drop to 40%. Look, unless he gets Schindler, who averages 120 something or whatever like that, I don't see him ever losing 6-0.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'd like to know what the odds were at 6-5, because that could be. We know we've seen it today, whether he'd lose 6-5 again. But Barneveld knows he's got to go out there, get a point. 1 point secures it. Let's keep fate in your own hands, get a point, and you're secured and you're done.
Yeah, 100%. So yeah, that's the scenarios there for everyone asking in the chat room, and everyone else, welcome along. I meant to say, I think if Glenn is still in the chat room, Glenn Woodage, I haven't ignored your message on Twitter. I'm just waiting for an answer because I don't know. So as soon as I do, I will get back to you. Robert Thornton within 1, but was 5-3, but now it's 5-4, Scott.
I'm watching his game. How did you know? He missed 2 match starts to get it. There's the reason Robert Thornton's not on it. Hits 180s for fun, but in the leg before, he hit 2 scores of 5 and 19. It's just, he plays some unbelievable stuff at times. Just stupid visits like that cost him. He's 5-4 against the throw now, trying to chase it.
And again, we've got some games warming up in the UK. Jack Main warming up. But on board 12, we've got John Brown getting ready to roll with it against Liam Gallagher.
We're not starting this again. I'm too. You're going to come up with Oasis songs.
Takes me back to being at school. Yes, I'm showing my age.
The Rodriguez brothers have just started their clash. This is a big one. The family affair. The pride's at stake, but points are at stake as well. This is absolutely huge. I cannot imagine the pain they must go through here. Playing each other, the chances of the draw. You know, you'd have expected it at maybe a later stage, but last 64 is tough. It's a tough game for both.
And just like that, Luke, ask and you shall receive. Lender has done the calculation. If Raymond van Barneveld loses round 2 tomorrow, 6-5, he'll still have a 73.6% chance.
Yeah, thank you for that, FDI. And yeah, I agree with you. I would take them on. If it was out of my control and you say 6-5, 73% chance, yeah, come on, you've got to take that and say, yeah, the likelihood is he get through on that mod. So Raymond van Barneveld, he's pretty much there now.
Yeah, when fate's out of your hand and it's over 70%, you take that all day long.
Yeah.
Lendl, absolute
Robert.
top work as always, mate. But we've got a noble and it's Thornton missed more match starts. Scott.
He didn't miss match darts, but he's might not get any more match starts. He's on throw. He's kicked off with a 60, and Garcia's just hit a 140. He's already chasing it on the side and leg, and this is a disaster for Robert. He's backed up with 45. This is looking dire.
Robert Thornton has pressed the self-destruct button, as has Mark Dubbridge.
Back-to-back 140s for Garcia to start this.
The Italian
And
stallion
again-
has marched through 6-4.
We'll come back to you in a minute, Scott, but some more news. Jar is getting the Oasis puns in ready in the chat room, loving that. But some news from Europe, Luke. If Boris wins this match, he's done it. For the first time, Boris Koltsov will be a PDC Tour card holder.
As you say that, he takes a 4-3 lead against Veenstra, so that leaves him 2 legs away. He's got the throat. He's kicked off with a ton. He's getting very, very close, and this could be 4 tour card holders. So this is where day 3 gets exciting. We're starting to see people tick over the point spot that they need to get in. But yeah, Koltsov is there or thereabouts, averaging a ton, and Veenstra's averaging 99. So this is the sort of game we'd love to have had a stream of, but he's playing really well, Boris Koltsov. Well deserved if he does get one, because he played brilliant yesterday.
Scott is shaking his head. It's not good for Robert Thornton, I'm guessing.
It's not good. He said 5 visits to the board, and only one of them was a turn that was any use. Garcia's on double 9, bizarrely, but Robert Thornton's nowhere near, even with that awkward double. Yeah, 1-5-2 Robert Thornton's on. Garcia has probably 6 darts to take out double 9. And whatever way he wants, he could split it, he could go double, or he could bust it like he has done. So if Thornton hits a 1-5-2, then you'll see me jump out of my seat, because it would be out of nowhere. Oh! He missed the double. He missed the double 16 for the 1-5-2. Garcia's come back for double 9 again. And he's bust it again. How is he's bust 18 twice? I've no idea if he's went into the double 12 or something, or if he's mucked up trying to split it after coming inside. But Thornton's got 3 darts. Double 16, he's done it. Second dart, Robert Thornton. So survived essentially 6 match darts, and he's through to the last
Boris.
64.
Boris, Robert Thornton has just done a matrix. He has absolutely survived the biggest scare in the 1-8. He was in control, then he blew it, but the Thorn gets over the line. And again, there's some big names warming up. Alan Sousa from yesterday.
Kist and against Bielecki is now 5-5. This is the last 32 game. We mentioned Kist was close. He needs the points. This will be a big win for him. Currently averaging 91. Bielecki's at 86. Kist is on 57 after 12 darts. This is a massive game. And Martin Schindler has gone 5-4 down in his game against Stephen Noster. So Schindler, who's close on points and has played well in the last couple of days, we know he's got the capability to average ton plus. He's struggling here.
It's all going off.
Bielecki, 3 darts. Bielecki knocks Kist out 6-5 in the last 32. We won't see Christian Kist get any further today, which I think leaves him on 1 point after the first 3 days. So Christian Kist needs a win tomorrow. That's what he's going to have to require if he wants to get through. But Bielecki, good result for him. And Veenstra has pulled the leg back against Koltsov, so it's 5-4 now. Koltsov's throw.
Jenks 2-2 with Jacob. Jacob Selby, Rebus on board 5. Jenks needs another half-decent day, but it's not going according to plan for Liam Gallagher, as all of the stars may have faded away as John Brown needs 2-0.
Aiden Kirk 3-0 down to Reece Collin. He's only averaging 72 right now. Not looking good for him.
.91 left for Boris Koltsov. He's left 24 for 12 darts. Unless Veenstra checks out a 155, Boris Koltsov will have 3 darts to get himself on the Pro Tour for the first time. So here we go. He's got 3 darts, double 12. Veenstra's missed, and he's only left 114, so it's unlikely. But Koltsov should have 6 darts from here. Should need just... And he's done it in 2. Boris Koltsov is the 4th man, according to FDI, that will be on the Pro Tour next year from the EU Q-School. So he joins Lurchbacker through the order of merit result. And there, Boris Koltsov's done well enough. 12 points, good leg difference, and he should be on the tour next year.
Congratulations to Boris Koltsov. It's hard to believe this is the first time he would have owned a PDC Tour card. Big Bad Boris is back.
The battle of the Rodriguez brothers, it's 2-2 as well. It's close between those two. Rusty's got 3 points, and I think Ralby's got 1. So Rusty's not too far away. Win here would get him back onto the brink of the guys that are on the order of merit rankings and get himself close. And Zonabel's just taking a 4-0 lead against Pronk as well. So he's getting a lot closer to getting himself on the magical 7 to 8 point mark.
It's all done and dusted. Jenks now trails Aiden Kirk in a whole load of trouble. 4 behind to Reece Coley in Milton Keynes. John Brown in control against Liam Gallagher. I'll save some of them. Don't worry, lads.
We don't know how far to go.
Mate,
If he gets all the way to the final, you're going to run out.
Matty Dennant in trouble on the brink of a first round defeat. Again, the phone is...
Schindler, there's 46 left. 5 all. He's in a noble leg. Needs to win this to get himself another point on the board. He's done well because he was behind in this game, Martin Schindler, and he's gone ton 135 to set up 46, averaging 93. Stephen Noster's throw, so this would be a great leg in the last leg of the match for Schindler to earn himself another point. Just waiting for the result to come through here. Dart Connector's taken an absolute age. Schindler has only hit 14, so he's probably gone outside on double 16, and that leaves Noster with double 8 to take Schindler out, which can you imagine if Van Barneveld in the first round tomorrow? That would be one hell of a game. That could make things difficult. I'm sure Van Barneveld will be rooting for Schindler and Noster's bust. So Schindler, can he get through this round and survive a scare? Noster's got very close to him, but he's got 3 darts at double 16 to take out the leg and get himself through to the last 32. Can he do it? He's done it. 2 darts. Martin Schindler's through. Stephen Noster has been knocked out 6-5. Good result from Schindler.
It's all coming to the party. Ronnie Hybrex also on the verge of victory on board 15, 5-4 up. The Rebel.
Yeah, he's getting a lot
By the
closer.
way, that is the worst nickname in darts. Of all people you call the Rebel, it is not Ronnie Hybrex, because he is one of the nicest guys you will ever meet.
Hey, it might be a throwback to his past self. We don't know what he was like when he was younger. But I tell you what, when he's on his game, he's quality. So
yeah, an absolute tearaway.
I don't know. What would you say?
Come
on, the nickname competition. What would you call Ronnie Hybrex? If you're going to come up with some nickname for him, Phil, you said that was a bad nickname. I want your suggestions. Ronnie's listening.
What would I call Ronnie? It wouldn't be the Rocket either.
Yeah, well, yeah. He's more like the Rebel than the Rocket.
I tell you what, Matty Dennant back from the brink here, trailed 5-3, he's back to 5-all against Reece Griffiths. We have a Noble from nowhere on board 7. Joe Mernon beating Gavin Carling as well, 4-2. As we go around the boards, Andy Jenkins has turned it around. Now leads Jacob Selby Rivas 4-3. And Alan Sousa, again, is already done enough on the order of merit. Don't know if he knows that, but he has. Will be on tour next year. Leads Gary Butcher 2-0.
Hybrids has got to check out double 10. He's won. Can he get this? All he needs double 10. 3 darts at it. Is what to set this up, and he's missed. Kovacs has got the chance to level this at 5-5, and he'd have thrown the last leg. Ronnie Hybrex currently sat on 0 points. If he loses today, he'll need to win tomorrow, or he's not going to get through because he'd only get 5 points for making a final, and that will not be enough. So Kovacs has won. Kovacs has throw, and it's 5-all.
Lee is getting all excited in the chat room about Matty Dennant's comeback. But in the last leg, he is in a whole world of trouble as Griffiths found a maximum at a big, big time. Matty Dennant, he's put pressure on, but Reece Griffiths has match darts. Nothing Matty Dennant can do about it. Good game, this 95 and 92 averages respectively here. But double 10 to knock Matty Dennant out. The third dart, Matty Dennant has gone. The fight back was in vain. So Matty Dennant has gone. I'll tell you what, tomorrow is teeing up for an absolute belter. And again, John Brown 5-1 up on Liam Gallagher, as he's probably going to slide away. And the unhappy emoji face from Lee in the chat room. Jenks involved in a brawler. Back to 4-all.
Neil Zonneveld's knocked out Lorenz Pronk. That's key. That moves Zonderveld up to the 5-point mark. So he's joined Pronk on there. Pronk was already sat within the order of merit spots he used. He's still got to get another 2 points in the final day. He's close, but not close enough. But that makes Neil Zonderveld through to the last 16, I believe.
It's all going on. Just have a look.
Roby's taking command of the lead.
Beating Jack May as well. So it looks like that Jenkins and Selby Reyes can't hold throw it. They are all over the place. Breaks galore. But Jenks,
Rebel's out. He's been knocked out.
Ronnie Hybrex is gone. Big news.
It's gone 6-5. Last leg of 15 daughter.
Jenks misses 94. Can only tee up 32. So Jacob Selby Reyes wants 44 for a break and goes 5-4 up, throwing for the match. This game has gone one way, then the other.
Peter Hudson's really impressed me during this. He's 4-0 up right now, and without doing anything spectacular, I think he's only on 1 point in stage 2, but I think he's played rock solid all the way through it, and looks as if he's going to progress. That's the last 64 games, so another point for him. And Joe Munden has just won his game in 12 darts, 121 checkout, 6-3 Joe Munden over Gavin Carling.
I know a lot of people had said in recent days that they thought Rusty had more potential out of the Rodriguez brothers, but Ralby's put him in his place today. It's a 6-3 win for Ralby. He's on less points currently. I think he's only got 2 points, so big day needed if he's going to get through on the order of merit. But he starts off well. A 6-3 win against his brother. They've played so many times in practice, but under the pressure scenario, that was a good result for him. And they'll play Vincent van der Meer in the next round in the last 32.
Jenks fighting back.
I've just seen this. Well, we've had 3 6-5s on board 7. What a board that's been so far.
So Jenks 1-6. Oh, Jenks has missed the ball for a 1-6-4. Is it 25? As Selby Rivas 73 to knock Jenks out after Jenks has missed the ball. No, he can't take it either. $25 for Jenks to break straight back and save his skin. Oh, Jenks has missed again. Doesn't look like we're going to get the Noble and Rocky is on the ropes. He's going to get teed up for a knockout punch. Oh, more drama. We've got another miss. Jenks breathes again. Surely he's not going to miss again. Oh, he has. Jenks has missed 6 darts to break back. Unbelievable. Jacob. Oh my damn, what is going on here? Jacob Selby Rivas has missed 9 match darts by my count, around three visits. So I don't know, so we don't know where every dart is. And Jenks is somehow forcing the Noble, that leg, had it all. Had quality. Jenks Whitewood hitting the 25 on the 1-6-4. But Jacob, what have you done? And then Jenks can't find a treble. Both of them will be absolutely shot to bits.
But during all that drama, William Gallagher got put out 6-2, so if you want any last pun, now's the time to go for it.
This.
Well, Kevin Burness, I think, was 4-1 up against Jack Main. It's now 4 each. I wouldn't up over to that one.
Franz Roach determined not to do this easily. He's come back from being, I think, 5-3 down again against Rennie Edam, so he's now back to 5-5. Against Mark Hobbs, he was 4-2 down. He had to win that one. It's 5. So the second game for him that's gone all the way. Roach didn't have many points going into today, but if he does win even just one, he's worked very hard for them.
Both better, more consistent scoring leg here. Jenks stands to a finish first on Friday, 1-4-6. What can Rivas do? 140 to leave 102. Interesting scenes here. Jenks 82 to leave 64. So Rivas could get at least one match dart here. 102 after missing a catalogue in the last leg. Can he take out the combination? No, he's missed another one. So Jenks 64 for an unlikely win. Oh, Jenks has missed match darts as well in the final one. Neither of them, they are going to fall over the line, one of them here. This suspense. Stick with me here. Taking an eternity. What are you doing to me, man? Either three options here. Either darts connector's gone to the loo, Rivas is doing a Mensa, or Jenks has chinned him. One or the other.
I'm going to go for 3. Edams is taken out 6-5. He beats Roach. Roach will not progress today. Needs to come back and win on day 4, but Edams earns the points and he goes through the next round.
Surely something's frozen here because it doesn't take this long.
Yeah, it is. I'll see
it's
if
not
I
come
can
through for me
see if it's. No, neither.
Maybe it is.
You
Maybe
lost.
just options race a bit more lightly.
What? Selby Rios may have absolutely fluffed his lines here. Jenks may just be about to get away with murder. Surely Jenks isn't going to miss again. It's like watching Mensur Sudovic play Justin Pipe.
Yeah.
I would say stick with me for drama, guys, but I've got absolutely no idea what is going on here.
Well, Jack Main is doing this,
well.
so he should be fine.
Andy Jenkins has literally done O.J. Simpson and got away with murder.
Wow.
Can you tell we're deep into day 9 of 10 here?
That's a big result for him as well.
Right, and with that, guys, I'm going to let you two crack on because I've been busting for a pee for about 5 minutes, but didn't want to go while that one was on. Back in 2. Oh.
That's fair. I've just seen someone in the comments asking what Benito Van de Pass's points is like. He's still in, but he's got 0 points right now, so that's the easy answer to that. Any shockers over in Europe?
I don't think that there's not been too many. We're progressing quite quick now. The guys that have gone through the last 16, the likes of Zonneveld, John Michael, Kolstow, there's some established players gone through actually. So we're seeing quite a good standard over in Europe as well. The one to keep an eye out for is the Italian stallion, Daniel Petri. We want to see whether he can get a tour card and be the first Italian to get one. But anything to update in the UK? What are we looking like?
I'm not just saying this, but the Scottish boys are actually doing pretty well just now. Nathan Girvin's 5-2 up against Daniel Lee, and Jim McEwen's 4-1 up against Kevin McDine. And the other one's Darren Beveridge is 2-all with India's Prakash Jiwa. Other than that, it's going as you'd expect, but there is one game that started that I will keep an eye on during this, and that's Scott Mitchell against David Pallett. Scott Mitchell's taking the first leg, and he needs to say he needs a big day. It's probably an understatement. It's 2-0 now. This would be, I think, his first point if he were to win this. He's averaging 120. Only 2 legs,
what a little section of the draw that was as well. Yeah, I mean, Scott Mitchell, David Pallett's already knocked out Robert Owen, who's come through Q-School 3 times already, so he's a difficult player to beat. But David Pallett's played well there. We've seen him on the tour a few years. So Scott Mitchell, he's getting tested because he drew Fallon Sherrock on day 1, didn't he? So he's had a few hard tests, actually. I'm not sure he got on day 2, but he's been a bit unlucky.
He's for the second year in a row because he got a really tough draw last year in terms of compared to some of the boys that got through as well. So I do feel a bit sorry for him.
he got Jack Main yesterday, and I'm sure Jack Main went all the way to the final, didn't he? So it's tough results for Scott Mitchell. He's just getting a bit unlucky, but hopefully this is the day that he turns his fortunes around, because I stand by what I said before the World Championship. I think he was the best player who played at the who didn't play at the World Championship, who should have been there. I mean, if he was on tour, he probably would have got there. The only issue he did have was that he didn't play the Euro Tours, and I think 1,000 or 2,000 earned from them probably would have got him through. So he needs this tour card. Big Dave Scott Mitchell needed.
Absolutely agree, mate. Another man that we've seen there before, Andrew Gilding, he's turning up against Sam Booth. But another one that is going against another big name. Oh, it's another big tie. Robert Thornton against Scott Baker. That's a horrible.
That is a tough draw. Very tough draw.
Back in the room, and
hello.
The WhatsApp chat has exploded. I think Gob and Jar are literally still on the floor in tears.
Just two big games. I was just saying, Phil, while you're away, that have kicked off. Scott Mitchell against David Pallett. Scott Mitchell's winning 2-0, was averaging 120. Then Thornton against Scott Baker is just getting going as well.
Yeah, big game for Baker and Thornton. Obviously, Thornton sat on 2 points at the moment, so if he can get 3 or 4 today, yeah, Dave, you know, when you got to go, you got to go. Jose Marquez, a man we haven't spoke much about.
Yeah, I was going to say, we've been up 3 hours, so I'm going to run the toilet as well quickly. Right, Scott in a break. Yeah. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Oh, Scott Baker's taking the first one against Robert Thornton. I'm just trying to split my screen so I can watch both the games. Give me 2 seconds.
Just going to have a look at the EU order of merit. So at the moment, Boris is on 7. Goes there. Just gonna doing some calculations. I think board 13. It's a good game that between Veenstra and Koltsov. Jose Justicia on a bit of a charge as well at the moment. Up the order of merit. But it's got Adam Gaulas. That's a huge game for both of them. Both on 3 points as it stands. So that is an absolute whopper of a game. Afternoon, Joe, in the chat room. How are we all doing? Mark Daniels, love it, mate, don't you? The Bagel and the Noble here to stay.
Scott Mitchell is on fire, by the way. He's 2 and up in this leg, 140, 100, 140, 85. We was 36 after 12.
Yeah, Scott Mitchell's one of those players that even if he had no points tomorrow, he'd be the one that you could say that you could come through the field, because he's a former world champion. I think his tournament average for Q-School last year was around the 93 mark or something like that, and didn't get a card.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's got oodles and oodles of ability.
He's made it 3-1. Robert Thornton, it's just so inconsistent. He's some beautiful scoring and then he just drops in 22. It's going to be that way until he can sort himself out.
Just all or nothing.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Have I missed anything
Last
crucial?
64 underway. Ryan Harrington goes behind. Jason Hogg, 2 up. Chris Quantock, Jonathan Worsley, 1-1. Robert Thornton, 1-1. Jose Marquez, 2-1 to the good. Adam Smith-Neal is behind to Shane McGurk. Levels up at 4-4.
For me, I think Jose Marquez is up there with one of the most impressive players. I never ever expected him to do so well. We just saw him at the World Cup, but you know what? He's come out in UK Q-School. He's genuinely put himself out there as one of the players that could get a tour card. I'm really impressed by him. So good form continuing for him. If he beats Lee Evans and gets another point.
Yeah, 100%. Again, I think Schindler is on the brink of joining that group as well. If he wins his next game, I think that is enough for Martin Schindler as well.
What? Schindler's on 6. Yeah, I think you're right. So yeah, I'm not sure.
If Schindler wins his next game, I think he has done enough as well.
He's 3-1 up on Steer. So yeah, he's getting closer.
Yeah.
3 legs away.
So all of a sudden, those 8 spots on the order of merit are getting further away for a lot of people. Those spots are slowly being taken.
And there's one man who's a certain 5-time world champion who's slowly falling down the ranks. So, you know, they're not there yet, and it would be a mathematical improbability if suddenly someone like Lubitsch comes up and jumps him, considering he's on 6 points. But you know, he's going to have fallen down to 4th. I think he started the day in either 2nd or 1st, so he's fallen down a little.
I think he was 2nd. But if you look at it, the ideal scenario. Look, I haven't looked on what side of the draw they are here. However, if the final consists of Lurchbacker, Koltsov, Schindler and Zonneveld, any combination of those 4, he's laughing because one of them will win it and drop off anyway. So there's no real damage done. The ones below him, Pronk, Voss and Vinstra are all out.
Yeah.
So as long as the final a combination, no real damage done for Barney.
I mean, even someone like John Michael, even if he got to 6 points, considering his leg difference is only +6, he'd need some big results to overtake Barney today. He would need to be winning these games 6-3, 6-2, really. So Barney should be okay, but you know, if Zonneveld and Schindler win, he would fall down to potentially 5th place. Yeah.
But look, the way Koltsov is playing, you'd probably have him favourite to win the day right now.
True.
If you're running it in play from what we're seeing, Boris would probably be favourite.
The 99 average in last game was very, very impressive. But yeah, Koltsov's played well today. I think Lurchbacker's done quite well as well, and he is top of the order of merit, so it could be close. I'm not sure whether I wanted to check that whether Koltsov and I think they might both be on the same side of the draw. Koltsov and Lurchbacker are. Yeah. Koltsov's on board 13, Lurchbacker on 16, so they'd meet in potentially the semi-finals. But that's not to stop someone like Schindler getting to a final. Schindler's in the bottom half of the draw, so we could definitely see a meeting between one of them two and Schindler, and that would help Barneveld out hugely.
Yeah. Scott, going to come back to you. Thornton Trails 3-2. Still on throw, though.
On throw now. He had to break back. He was 3-1 down. I think the way... I can't tell all the darts because the way Dart Connect works, but Scott Baker missed at least one dart to go 4-1 down, and Thornton took it 100 check out to nick it back to 3-2. there was a leg where he went like 1-3-4, 1-3-5, and then 36. It's just the story of Thornton at the moment. And then over at Scott Mitchell, David Pallett. It's 3-2 Scott Mitchell now. Scott Mitchell playing a lot better, but Pallett has got a dart and he's taking it out 3 each now between Mitchell and Pallett. Could be the same old story for Mitchell. 3-2 Baker, 3 each Mitchell Pallett.
Yeah, I'm going to come back to you, Luke, because obviously you've been in the EU for us. Board 7, big story developing there. Jose Justicia 2-0 up on Adam Gaulas. That win would take Justicia to 4 points and leave Gaulas with work to do tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, these two players, both of them, I know we've said about some of the other players that are potentially on 1 or 2 points that they need to go out and win the day. They don't necessarily need to win the day tomorrow. So if Justicia does win this, you know, if it was on 4-3, you couldn't get through. If we're saying 7 points, Gaulas could then tomorrow potentially make the last 4 and he could earn enough points, but it does leave Gaulas with work to do. And just it's not a bad part of the draw. If Justicia can win 1 or 2 more games, then he gets himself in a position where he suddenly started to challenge the likes of Zonnevel, Schindler, and maybe even Barneveld. But yeah, he needs another 3 wins really to get himself on 6 points. We know that Justicia, if he makes the final, he'd be on 7 points and he would probably get a 2 card. So good leg difference from him as well. A good win here could be all important.
Yeah, it's bubbling along nicely in the EU at the moment. And Schindler has got the job done.
It's done. It's a 160 to win the match and probably gets 2 card. Takes out a 160 checkout, 15 dollar in the last leg from Schindler on throw. He beats Stair. He's through. So that is now, I think we've watched 5 players already on the Pro Tour because we've already said Lurchbacker and Colstow. Schindler's now on 7 points and he has quite a good leg difference. So Schindler should be there along with Gertner Boss and Gertner Nenchez. It's starting to fill up nicely.
Yeah, this EU order of merit is filling up nicely because that, by our calculations, is Martin Schindler back on tour at the first opportunity.
Yeah. Very good result.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%.
I've been impressed by Schindler. He's one of the young lads that really deserved to get back through. A bit unlucky. I think he was only about 6 or 7 positions outside the top 64. So he didn't lose it by much, but he's played so well at Q-School. And towards the end of the year last year, he was really starting to pick up some form. So it's been deserved. He's played well and he's pretty much done the business. I think he's near enough there.
Yeah, and we said he made a lot of technical changes to his throw, and that's now showing as well because the old technique didn't work. Or no, there was flaws in it. Didn't work was the wrong thing because he still won games with it, but it wasn't there for longevity. Where the changes that he's now made should see him good for the rest of his career. And some news: Lurchbacker goes.
Oh, I missed that. He does. Jerome Mioch has knocked 6-3 Lurchbacker. Not a huge deal for Lurchbacker because he's probably already there, but that could be big for Colstow because it opens the door to a potential final of just getting us to a goal automatically, then he wouldn't have to play tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, this is one. Say Boris doesn't win the day, but he wins a couple more games, gets to 8 or 9 points. Does he have the day off tomorrow and go home? Because they've been there a long time.
Yeah, I think if I was Colstow, I would take the day off. I don't think there's any reason. You know, we said about a few players that they needed the practice, but Colstow's had more than enough practice. He plays enough competitive darts that he's showed he's sharp, and if he's already earned 8 points in the first 3 days, have the day off and go home and just rest up. Come back for the Pro Tour and the Super Series is the end of February, isn't it? So I don't know whether he'll go home or whether he's staying in the UK, but I think I would take the day off.
Going to come to you though, Scott. What's going on?
Scott Mitchell is in big trouble. I was playing so well, but Dave Pallett's taking up a gear. Dave Pallett leads 4-3, and he has the throw here to make it 5-3. Although Mitchell's just put in a massive 180 to try and counter it. But we should have a game now. It's not playing well for Mitchell at all. And over at Robert Thornton, he made a real mess, a 65 checkout. Only ended up getting a go at the bull for 65, and he went 4-3 down. But in this leg, he's left 181 after 6 starts. So both these games 4-3 to Baker and Pallett.
Yeah, Jose Marquez 4-2 and in complete control over Lee Evans. Josh McCarthy finds himself behind to David Ladley. John Worsley, Chris Quantock tied at 3-all. Again, lots to play for. Chaz Barstow, who came for that difficult first round game, just get underway. What have you got for us? I saw a.
Yeah, sorry. It's a lovely 90 checkout. I think it was I didn't see if it was an 11 or 12 from him. So both Robert Thornton and Scott Mitchell just put some.
Just checking. Are we back in the room? Can you hear us in the chat room? I'm just double checking. For some reason, my streaming platform crashed. So just getting us back up. If you can hear us in the chat room, let us know. I'm just adding the other guys now. Ooh, quick turnaround that was. Quick panic. But fired it all up. 2 seconds and I will have the others back on screen. And there we are, gents, back in the room. Quick panic over.
Hello.
Well, good. Like, we made
what
to day 9 without that happening. That's a good achievement.
Yeah. For some reason, live stream studio just decided to crash on us. And I'm going to come straight back to you, Scott, because I believe a certain Scotsman has turned the game on its head. The same as Scott Mitchell has. It's all going on in Milton Keynes.
Yep, the two favourites have really turned it on. Thornton has darts here. It's 87, so he should get at least a go at the bull, and he has to go for it because Baker's on a big checkout. And he's got it into double 18, 6-4. The form moves again. You just never know what you're going to get with him. But it's a win there for Robert Thornton. And Mitchell is 5-4 up against Pallet. It's against the throw now, but he still looks pretty good. He's opened with a 140. And all the pressure is on Pallet here. He's buckled with a 58. So Scott Mitchell 5-4 up. Robert Thornton already through.
What's going on in Niedernhausen for you, Luke?
Well, our Italian stallion might be coming to the end of his journey because Benito van der Pass currently 5-2 up. So it looks like he might be about to finish this game off. In the other games, Raul John Rodriguez has just hit a 4-3 lead over Vincent van der Meer. But this is quite an important one because of the Lurchbacker's exit. The draw opens up a little bit for Raul John Rodriguez, who I would have definitely said was one of the favourites to get back on tour. He's given himself chances here. If he can win this game, he's around there with Colstow and Mioch, but this would give him a good chance of getting through. And he makes the last 16, couple more points in the board, and Raul John Rodriguez could be right on the cusp of getting inside the order of merit positions within the EU.
Interesting. Kevin Painter also 4-2 up at the moment. Just going to get a graph back on screen. Got preload everything again because of the crash. There we go. Like that, and it appears.
David Pallett's on a 164 to save the match because Scott Mitchell's on 71.
Kevin Dortz has just gone through the last 32. I think he's the last man to play the last 64. So we're through. We're on to the last 32 games in Europe, and we've got some of the last 16 warming up. Schindler and Donneville are both warming up for their last 16 matches now.
Scott Mitchell's missed 2 match darts by the looks of it. So Pallett's coming back for 45 to tie it up for a Noble. He's averaged 98 in this game, Scott Mitchell. Pallett's missed 3 more for Scott Mitchell. Surely he gets it done now.
Petrie's fallen. He loses 16 to Benito van der Pass. He won't make the last 16. He'll have to come back on day 4 and try and win a 2-card automatic. I know we talked about Chaz Barstow as well earlier on. He's gone 3-0 up against James Bailey. I'm sure he came back quite well in his first game against Darren Johnson. Won 6-5. James Bailey beat Danny Baggish 6-5. So big result for Chaz Barstow if he can get through. He's 1 or 2 points away from being automatic. He's on 4 currently. If he can get up to 6 or 7, then we'll see him on the tour next year.
Yeah, and just going to dive into the chat room. The Lookmans are back as Martin leads 2-0. Again, for those that missed it, he's already done enough. Will be on tour next year, but would love to win one outright. Again, there's a few players in and around. Robert Thornton now moves to 3 points as well. A win here for Chaz Barstow would put him to 5 and on the brink. It's all going on. Louis Williams, Joe Mernon, John Worsley, all in and around. It's interesting.
Scott Mitchell got through, by the way, last starting hand the weight team. The weight, sorry. So he moves through.
You wouldn't write Mitchell off at all today, would you?
Not with a 98 average.
Yeah.
No.
I was going to say, I think it'd be foolish considering how well he played last year. We know Mitchell's got the quality that he needs to be on tour.
Yeah, 100%.
Van der Meer breaks Robbie John. He's got the throw now to take this back to 5-all. So this could be big. Robbie really, really needs points here. He's got to win this match. And with a draw opening up, this is a huge opportunity for him to get at least 2 or 3 points on the board. So a must win. Two other representative nations as well on the tour. Go on, Phil.
No, go on, mate. I was going to say that Martin Lukeman has gone 3 to the good. That was all. Nothing important.
Yeah. Well, there's 2 unrepresented nations that we haven't seen on the Pro Tour yet. This is Arsene Balázs from Albania playing Eric Boyer from France in the last 32 as well. So both have already earned points today and done really well. Arsene Balázs currently leads 5-3 and has the chance, if he takes out this tops, to get himself another point on the board. So that would be nice to see. We love to see a little bit of diversity on the tour, and it'd be nice to see if we saw an Albanian player get on the tour for the first time.
Yeah, 100%. I've got to say, I'm pleased for Boris. Though it's been a tough. It was a tough year for him. Tough year for him. Lost his father, but still went on to play on TV and didn't tell anyone until afterwards. And just generally a damn good guy. For all those, obviously, he played in the MODUS online league, and we had a Zoom call always going where the players were in, that we were setting them up beforehand and whatever. And he's an absolute such a character. It's unreal. Just an absolute gent of a guy.
No, I'm glad to see anyone that brings something different.
Yeah, I agree. No, I was just going to echo your thoughts. Exactly what you were saying. Yeah, just bringing something different. He's a character that we haven't seen before, and different nation on the tour as well. It's all good. I'm all for that.
Yeah, 100%. Couple of games coming towards the end in Europe. I'll come back to you in a second, Scott. But Justicia won away. Board 14. We've got a noble, Luke.
Yeah, we have. Robbie John Rodriguez and Vincent Van der Meer have gone to 5-5. So this is Van der Meer's come back from 5-3 down. He's won the last 2 legs, but Rodriguez is at a 180 here. He's getting himself closer to that finishing line. This would put him on 3 points, I think, which again, we know that 4 points currently, that's where Gino Voss and Veenstra sit. That's enough right now to sit in the spots, in the provisional spots, but that won't be enough come day 4. So really, you need 7 points. Rodriguez needs another 5 points. But if he wins this, it'll only be 4, and he'll be getting closer and closer to that all-important 7-point mark. Adam Gavlas has also taken a leg back off Jose Justicia, so that's now 5-4.
Yeah, in the UK, Martin Lukeman 4 to the good. Ryan Harrington on the verge of defeat trails Robert Rickwood 5-4. So Harrington needs to win final 2. Chaz Barstow is on for a bagel as well against James Bailey. And John, the Joker, O'Shea 2-1 to the good. Last 32 also underway. Adam Smith, Neil and Reese Coley at 1-all. And did Kevin Painter get over the line, did I see, whilst we were chatting about Big Boris? I believe he did.
He did. That's what I was going to say. I think he averaged 10 points less than his opponent, but he beat him 6-2. So a little bit timing for Big Kev.
Robbie John's out. 6-5 to Vincent van der Meer. He's at 13 out in the last leg of van der Meer, but that is Robbie John's chance over for today. Currently on 2 points, needs minimum 7 to get through. So he's going to have to make at least the final. He might not need to win it depending on leg difference, but he needs a final tomorrow if he's going to be on the Pro Tour again next year.
Yes, indeed. Some big games warming up in the UK. Some last 32s and the rest of the last 64s. But I'll tell you what, gents, there is one game warming up on board 5 that would have graced a TV stage back in the early 2000s. And it probably has. I can't remember it without looking. Well, did Jenkins, didn't Kevin Painter beat Andy Jenkins in the semi-final of the Worlds?
Oh, if that's true, that's a hell of a bit of knowledge. I'll have a look now.
When Painter make it, 2004? Was it Painter's final?
Yeah. I might have completely made that up because I've been sat at this desk a long time and my brain is fried.
Oh, right. Robert Rickwood's just missed a couple of darts in the match here against Ryan Harrington, so Harrington's looking good to put this to a noble. And he has 5
made
each.
that up. He beat Bob Anderson in the semi-finals.
I'm sure they played somewhere. I'm going to look it up in a second. But back into the EU, Gaulas level 5-all.
Yeah, a good performance from him. He's brought back from nowhere, but he started the leg on throw with 96 and followed up with 27. Justicia's gone 1-3-9 and 1-2-1. Gavlas, he's lost the darts now. He's going to need a massive score, a minimum 180, I think, to really give himself a chance at this leg. As I say that, hits a 180. Thank you, Adam Gavlas, for kindly obliging it. May not be all over. He's done very well there. So, Gavlas now, this is hugely important for him. Justicia, if he goes in with another 1-2-1 and leaves himself on 120 for the match, then that could be doable. He's only at 97 though, so there's chances here for Adam Gavlas to take points. But how many points is Gavlas on? I think he's only on either on 1 or 0. So Gavlas is in a huge amount of danger if he does not score points. He's not actually on 3 points. So Gavlas, if he gets a point here, will be on 4 points, right on the cusp of being inside the EU Order of Merit Q-School positions. And he's left himself 60. So after starting the leg with an absolute disastrous 96-27, he's gone 180 and 138 to set himself up 60 for the match. Should get 2 darts at tops unless he misses a big dart to win this match 6-5. Coming back. We know he's still young. He has missed it. So Justicia, a player that we've seen on the tour last year, 44 left for the match. Points are just as important to him. This will put him on 4 points. Needs to check out 44. This would be for 100 average of the last leg as well. He's done it 3 darts. Jose Justicia is through. Adam Gavlas missed chances at tops. Did well to get himself in the position, but Justicia moves himself up, and I believe that'll put him up to 10th or 9th in the Order of Merit, depending on the legs. Well, I think it'd be in 9th. So 1 position outside the Order of Merit spots right now. Good win for Justicia.
I knew I was right. I knew they played in the World Championships, and someone in the chat room has found the stat 2005, last 16. I knew they'd met at the tavern. I was pretty sure of it. But we've gone from a World Championship tie to a tie in Milton Keynes behind closed doors.
Look, I know which one I'd rather watch, and I can't watch it because it's behind closed doors.
Mine, Lukeman, 4-1 to the good. Derek Colson, 6-1 win in the last 64. John O'Shea leads 3-1. Jim Williams taking the opener against Joe Davis. Alan Sousa winning the All-Scottish game against Ian McKenzie, 2-1. Some big games going down right now.
Ryan Harrington's out. Robert Rickwood beat him 6-5.
Tell you what as well, all the results are going the way of Raymond van Barneveld right now. As someone said in the chat room, they are all going Barney's way.
Yeah, and Lubitsch just gone out as well to René Adams, who had less points. If Lubitsch had gone through, he might become a bit of a danger. But yeah, That's another one that's gone Van Barneveld's way. Edam's moved himself in the last 16. He's now on 2 points, but that's nowhere near enough. He'd need a big day, and either today making a few more rounds or getting far in tomorrow's competition.
It's all interesting. Well, there's nothing really coming to an end. We're going to take a quick 20-second ad break, and we'll be back on the other side of it. And we are back. Jar is doing some calculations at the moment. But FDI as well. Lendl, if you are in the chat room, Jar thinks Raymond van Barneveld has got his tour card.
Ooh.
We're not 100%, but I've shown the WhatsApp from Jar saying, I think Barney has got his tour card. Can we get the calculators and the abacus is out? But we'll come on to that in a minute. But Martin Lukeman is on the verge here. 5-1 up against Sean McDonald. But get your calculators out, please, guys. FDI. I know you will crunch some numbers. Or is it a false alarm from Jarlath?
Let's see.
Could be a big result coming up near you. Neil Zonneveld is 4-2 down. He's currently 5th. If he won this game, he'd overtake Van Barneveld and move himself in a 4th position. But currently 4-2 down to Florian Hemple. So even if he does win, it won't be a big leg difference. And he hasn't won that many legs. He'd need to win by at least 2 clear to overtake Van Barneveld because Van Barneveld's won more legs. But Zonneveld is on the brink a bit. Hemple would move to 4 points.
I'll tell you what, interesting. Jar says, yep, Barney has it, I'm sure. Lendl replies, not yet. We'll let you two fight it out, gentlemen. One's right, one's wrong. Interesting times. But the Dutchman is close. That is for sure. And where are we? Martin Lukeman getting close. Still 5-1 to him. Robert Thornton just getting underway. I know Scott will have a keen eye on that one. Louis Williams 1-0 up on Michael Barnard. John Brown quietly going about his business. The young man from Bristol 2-0 up on Adam Huckvale. And Martin Lukeman has gotten the job done. 6-1 win for him. Moves into the last 32. Congratulations to the Lukemans.
Very impressive display from him for the last couple of days as well. To get yourself on 7 points, and we've barely even scratched the surface on day 3. He's done really well. So well deserved, and good luck to him on the 2 for the next 2 years.
Yeah, 100%. Jim Williams needed a big day, and he's 2-0 up as we speak. We're going to have a look at the order of merit in the UK because John Brown has gone very much under the radar. I want to see whereabouts he is.
2 points.
Down 2 points, but again, I think he's one that his performances have been better than that. Again, I might be wrong, but I think he's won last 1-2-8 games that haven't counted and played quite well in them.
Yeah.
And as well, good luck to the marker on board 5, Jenkins and Painter underway. Adam Smith-Neal currently 4-all with Reece Coley. If he wins, there might be a Pro Tour board on offer on eBay.
I wouldn't put it past him. But good luck to him. Let's see whether he wins this. 4-all.
John O'Shea 3-3 with John Scott. Jack Main warming up.
Alan Suter continues his charge. 3-2 up on Ian McKenzie. He is unrelenting this week. There's nobody that's deserved that 2 card as much as he has. He's absolutely flying every day. He's been unlucky to get one automatically, but he's still playing so well every round.
Yeah, definitely. Gonna hop back, put the EU scores up for our friends that have got an eye on that. Make sure that it's all done fairly. I'm just going to edit that a little bit. It's a little bit further up for my liking. 2 seconds.
Zonneveld he's got throw, but Florian Hempel's very close to knocking him out. So I would say this is another one that if this happens, it's gone the way of Raymond van Barneveld because it would mean Zonneveld won't overtake him and he'll stay ahead currently. Florian Hempel will be up to 4 points, but yeah, he would still be outside the top 8 positions as well. So Barneveld will be rooting for Hempel. He's getting closer and closer. Zonneveld has himself 2.56. Hits a ton, but Hempel's got 103 left. If he checks this out, Neil Zonneveld will leave and be on 5 points. Not a bad leg difference, but he'll go down to +8, and he's definitely catchable. So Zonneveld really, this is a bad result for him. He's left himself 156. Can he do anything with this? If he misses, Florian Hempel's going to come back for 56. He has missed. He's hit 92. So Florian Hempel now has 3 darts to check up. 50 should get 2 at either tops or 2 at 18s. He can go whichever way he wants. And he's done it in 2 darts. Neil Zonneveld. So that's another player. That's now 6 who are currently in the provisional spots of the order of merit rankings that are out. And that also moves Florian Hempel to the brink of being inside the position. So 1 more point for him, and he'll move into the provisional top 8 positions on the EU order of merit.
Yeah, Zonneveld has gone. Big result. Martin Schindler in huge danger as well. 4-1 now.
Yeah, big danger. We know Schindler is pretty much there, if not already, but Schindler is in big danger. And this could be another big name, though. Opens at the bottom half of the draw. Schindler was down there, and he was probably the most dangerous player with the averages he's been hitting. So people will be rooting for that.
So the opener of Jenkins against Painter was absolute madness. Painter won the leg in 22 darts, but Jenkins hit a 180 and a 174 and was on a double miles ahead. And I think he had 4 visits and 50 lines. So it's 1-0 to Painter, but I do not know how.
Well, I'll tell you what, interesting scenes, but behind the scenes.
Have we got some inside info?
Jarlath's got Barney chatting to Lendl now, but I do not think enough people can overtake him with top 16 runs. So Barney may be on the brink of a tour card here. They're working it out as we speak.
With Zonneveld going, I think that makes it tough.
Yeah, Barney may, with Zonneveld departing, Barney may have done it. We're not there yet. Lendl and Jar are chatting as we speak, but Raymond van Barneveld is on the brink of a return to professional darts. Thank you very much, Juanita. Again, please like and subscribe our online darts channel. Thumbs up and subscribe are always massively appreciated. Andrew Gilding trailing 2-1 in the UK. Jim Williams pegged back to 2-2 by Joe Davis. Adam Smith-Neal going to a noble with Reece Coley. But Scott, Robert Thornton in a whole world of trouble against Martin Turner.
I've said it a lot, but he cannot come back for this. You wouldn't think. He's 3-0 down. Turner's kicked off with a 140 in the 4th leg. The scoring's just not been there. It's not been a case of inconsistent scoring. It's just not kicked off with anywhere near enough treble visits. So he's not looking good at all. And whilst I've been looking at the Thornton game, I've looked back at the Jenkins against Painter one, which is now 1 each, which in a complete reverse of the first leg. Painter was on a double with Jenkins about 180 behind, so I have no idea how Jenkins board does come back. They're both having a crisis at the doubles in that one, but Thornton's just having a crisis, full stop, finishing.
Yeah. Andrew in the chat room as well says Hemple has come through the in brackets board of death. He has. I don't think many people saw that one coming.
And he's put himself inside the top 8 as well. So good result from Hemple.
Yeah, well, we'll have Barney updates as they come. But we're just trying to make it as simple as possible, knowing how many tour cards on the order of merit are up for grabs tomorrow. And Adam Smith-Neal has gone. So that Pro Tour board might not be available on eBay tomorrow. Sorry to disappoint all Adam Smith-Neal fans.
Well, the board might be on eBay, but he doesn't own the board, so I don't buy it.
Martin Schindler, one away on the break. Can't buy a double, Luke.
Yeah, Schindler's he's getting battered here. An 81 average is nowhere near what we've seen Martin Schindler all week. He's played quite poor, to be honest, but yeah, he's on 7 points. He should be okay. Mind you, he still wouldn't want to be taking an absolute pounding and losing another leg difference, because he was on plus 13. If he loses 6-1, if he's down to plus 13, which that leaves it just leaves it a bit more suspect. I don't think he can be caught, but you wouldn't want to lose with the leg difference, and it's not good for your confidence. So, but yeah, Rastovic and close, and we've just seen as well. Who was that? Luke Peters has just gone through 6-3 as well. Another big name that we want to watch out for in the EU. He'll play Sebastian Bielecki in the next round, in the last 16, for a chance to get to the quarterfinals. But he's having a good run today. Could be some big points for him, and he could get himself within the realms of the order of merit spots.
Yeah, John Brown 4-2 up against Adam Huckvale, now on board 12 from Milton Keynes. Joe Merlin 2-all with Matt Clark. Jamie Clark 4-3 up against Thomas Lovely. Alan Sousa 4-3 to the good. Again, he's already done enough. Jim Williams back in front. John O'Shea now behind against John Scott. Developing nicely. But for you, Scott, Robert Thornton, it's now or never. And how is it going?
This leg is actually not bad. Same sandwich in between 100 and 123 or 2 trebles visits. So it's back to the sort of level he's at just now. But when you're 4-0 down, you need to start pulling something a lot better than this. And there's another 47 just to add to the inconsistency. Turner holds all the aces in this match. I wouldn't expect a turnaround. In terms of Jenkins, Painter has actually picked up quite a bit. The doubles got a bit sharper. Painter took it out for start in the last one. So he leads 2-1, and that was a break, actually. Yeah, a break for Painter. So he leads 2-1. Thornton is 4-0 down, but looking good for this leg, but not for the game.
Interesting time. Painter leads Jenkins 2-1. And John Brown on the brink, 5-2 up now. He only needs one.
Schindler did get a leg back there as well, so he's come back to 5-2. He's got the throw here. Now it's back to 5-3. Can he do a Jan Decker and come back from 5-1 down on the 6-5? Would be unlikely, but it would be a hell of a story.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Jenkins levels at 2-all. Once the rest of its Schindler game is done, we will switch the graphic to the UK scores, but we'll stick there for a second. Lendl's gone quiet, and I see crunching some numbers in the background.
They're the numbers everyone wanted to hear. We'll let him crack on. That's the all important one. Has the 5-10 world champion got himself a tour card back?
Yes, it's getting close. Jack Main 3-1 up on the move again. He will play on the tour for the first time. Already has enough points on the order of merit, but would love to win one outright.
Martin Schindler has said, don't change the graphic just yet. I'm not finished. 5-3, takes 87 and 2 knots, and we're going on. So Rastovic still leads 5-3. It's his throw, but if he gets broken here, Schindler's starting to get closer and closer. He's done it before. He can make big comebacks, Martin Schindler. And this is now an all-important visit for Rastovic. Starts up with a 46, so he's left himself there to be shot at.
Again, I'm going to go to board 10 in Milton Keynes. John O'Shea broke the throw to go 5-all to send us to the Noble and has started with a maximum. The Joker has played his card.
Good score. Is this a second? He's gone a 5-5. Yeah, he went. Oh, he's doing it the hard way today.
Yeah.
91 average, not bad. Is this a mini comeback from Robert Thornton as well, Scott? Are we getting there? Can he bring this back?
I've tried to stay silent so I don't jinx it, but he did really well in the last one. Hit 180 to tee up 46 to nick it, and that was 4-2. But already he's kind of lost the throw on his own throw here. He's 10 points behind, plus whatever Turner hits. A mini comeback, yes. So it's a maybe now. It's a maybe before it was all lost.
Stunning from John O'Shea. He's on the brink. He's just had a dart at the ball for the match. Missed. Didn't need to go for it because John Scott isn't on a finish, but John O'Shea will be coming back for 25 to get over the line.
He's just gone 3-2 as well.
All the time in the world. Come on to that in a second. John O'Shea misses another 2 match starts. That's 3 that have come and gone. Can John Scott put this under any pressure?
Four-3 Thornton. I can't keep it anymore. He missed the target down 14 for 148, and then came back to clean it up. 4-3.
Robert Thornton coming back on the charge. Now, John O'Shea, can you take out 88? No, more match starts gone. 6 match starts have passed John O'Shea up, but John Scott as the second biggest of the lot, 167. This would be a roof raiser. Doesn't matter where you are, whether it's you're behind closed doors or Milton Keynes or a full capacity at Ali Pally. This will raise the roof. No, not enough. So John O'Shea, the third time of asking, has already missed 6 match starts. Got over the line. John O'Shea, a 6-5 win for the Windmill World Master. Going to come back to you, Luke.
Yeah.
What is Martin Schindler doing?
He seems to be in a bit of a battle with Robert Thornton for who can make the best comeback because he was 5-1 down, but he's on throw here. It started with 2 96s. Third 96 to the leg. I don't know what he's doing here. Might be going for a few treble 19s, but he's left himself on 154 to 12 on throw. So Rastovic has 200 left. If he misses this, Schindler could take out 154, and he hasn't taken it out. I've just seen that as well. We'll come on to Scott's game in a minute. But Schindler, 154 now. If you can get this back to 5-5, it will be Rastovic's throw, but it will be some comeback, even just to get himself to that final leg.
Laura in the chat room saying he never does it the easy way. The kids need therapy. He's gotten over the line. That's the important thing. As Jenks has got daylight now. 4-2 to the good over Kevin Painter. Rode his luck in the last 64, but Jenks in control. Jason Hogg 1 away from beating Peter Hudson as well, and Louis Williams saying 5-2 up against Michael Barnard.
Schindler's back to 5-5.
Yeah, we're going to stick with you.
He's back to 5-5. I don't know how he's done that. The checkout flashed up so fast. It was a ton checkout, but I didn't even see it come up because the board just flashed straight off. But he did a bit of tumble checkout to take that out. He's got himself, Rastovic, when he started with 26, so Schindler's now. He had the momentum. He started with 93, 58 the second score, so it's not great. Really needs a big score. Take the momentum, take the darts, then go on and win this match. But he's doing well. He's doing so well. And just quickly, Scott, go and tell us what's happening with Robert Thornton, because I've got that one on screen as well. This is unbelievable from Thornton.
Thornton 4-0 down, 4 each. He's now on 90 to make it 5-4 up after 9 darts, and he's done it in 3-12 data to hold. It's 5-4 to Robert Thornton after being 4-0 down.
What is
Robert
happening? The
Thornton
comebacks here
on the charge. We will switch the graphic in a second as soon as Schindler or Rastovic gets over the line. Which way is it going, Luke?
Rastovic has just hit a 136 from 306 to leave himself the big fish. He's got 170 left and he's going to get the first chance at a checkout. If he takes this out, this would be 6 of the most unbelievable darts we've seen at Q-School. But Schindler's left himself 115, which is doable, and we know how good he is. So that's definitely within the realms of possibility. So Rastovic, he's going to get his first chance at 170, and he only hits 48, so he hasn't even left it handy. Schindler probably going to get 6 darts from 115. So to come back from 5-1 down, Martin Schindler only hits 59, so he's left himself 56. But Rastovic now is going to get another chance at 122. Given that he's only averaging 75, it's pretty unlikely he's going to hit this, but you never know. And Q-School throws up some massive surprises. So can Rastovic check out 122 to take Schindler out despite rallying from 5-1 down? Needs a good score. 29. He's not left it handy again. Schindler has 3 darts at 56. To be the second game that I've watched today alongside Jan Decker that's gone from 5-1 to potentially 6-5. Kevin Dortz has just won against Kovacs as well. He's the last man through the last 16. But here we go. Martin Schindler, 3 darts at 56. Needs to take this out. Get himself some more points on the board. He stood at 2 darts. Martin Schindler from 5-1 down has pulled this back and won 6-5. More than deserved of a tour card. Brilliant performance.
And there we have it. We've flipped the scores. We've got a noble.
Oh no!
Scott.
Oh,
Robert Thornton's just kicked off with 9. Not a 9. 9 score. And it's replied with 39. We'll talk about nerves. Turner just hit a 13 data, I think, and now 9 back up with 39. Oof, 81, you know, that could be gold distance away from Robert Thornton. The way it's going.
You stick with Thornton. I'm going to go to Jenks.
I've got both those screens open, by the way, with Jenks. I'm not being cruel. Like, I don't know how that scored the way it is. The amount of missed doubles for both of them has been unbelievable. But Thornton's just at a 1-2-1. He's down to 290, playing Turner's 369. And he's got control still in this leg. Hits a 140. So he's on a finish, he's on 150. And you wouldn't expect Turner to leave a finish after 308 unless he can pull out something amazing.
Tommy in the chat room as well. 100% angle. And Robert Thornton, who was in a whole world of trouble.
He's left 60, so should get 2 darts at tops. Stay straight. He lost on the Thornton and tops. It can't go wrong.
Jenks is on the brink as well. Jenks 156. It's a KO painter. Only 60. Maybe not done yet.
Thornton's missed too much darts and Turner has a 148, which he's got nowhere near. So Thornton on double 10, Turner's on 88. So this is the time Thornton needs to do it now. He's finished. And he's turned it into Robert Thornton again. Survived. He's called nickname him Lazarus. He came back that many times. I have no idea. Thornton is through again.
Jenks has mismatched darts to beat Painter. Can the artist take out 114 to save his skin? No, so Jenks is coming back. But Robert Thornton marches on. Good points for him today. Last dart in hand. Jenkins wins the battle. of the old guard. And as well, Martin Lukeman currently 3-2 behind. Darren Beveridge, Jack Main in front. Jenkins has just won. Michael Barnard on the fight back against Louis Williams. But again, a whole host of names warming up. And there's one, Scott Mitchell against Joe Mernon is leaping at me.
We talked about Boris Koltsov and we said how good he's played and how he was probably the favourite to win today. But he's gone out to Vincent van der Meer 6-4. Now, what that does do is open up the draw massively towards the back end of this draw. I mean, the bottom half of the draw now, we've got Benito Van der Pas who's won through, but we know his form's been all over the place for recent. Boris Koltsov was the biggest name in there, but Luke Peters is down there. Bielecki. To be honest, other than that, I mean, Kevin Dortz is up there, but there's going to be an outsider name probably come through that section of the draw. Now that spells trouble for Raymond van Barneveld, because if that outsider name gets through to the final and wins it, then that's going to be a position that potentially would have been above him that isn't going to go. So we're going to see the likes of Schindler, Lurchbacker, Kolstow, and probably still going to be there. So it's not ideal for Raymond van Barneveld. Van der Meer. Boris Koltsov's a huge scalp to claim within the EU Q-School.
Yeah.
Just watching the Jim Williams against Joe Davis game, that looks as if it's going to the last five-sider as well, as Jack Main wins.
Oh, Kevin Payton has lost there. That's critical. It's going to be very tough to get through to get a 2-card now, isn't it? We definitely would have called him doing it. You know, he'd been playing one of the Challenge Tour. I thought he would have been one of the favourites, but then you could have said the same about Sherrock, and it's just not gone the way. It just shows Q-School is still a bit of a lottery. I think the format's brilliant, but there's still players that you really would have expected to have done well given the form that we've seen from him over the past year, but it hasn't clicked, and there's still some unknown names that we're seeing up there. You know, John Worsley hasn't played well on the Pro Tour all year, hadn't been close, but is back up there and in with a shout to get another 2-card.
Yeah. And just going about his business as well. This is John Michael.
Yeah, good result from him. Gets himself through, bottom of the draw with Hemple and Schindler, but a couple more wins for him and he could be well within the right to get to a card. I think he's only about 2 wins away.
Martin Lukeman turned it around. He now leads 4-3. But Scott, going to come to you. Board 8, we've got a noble.
Oh yeah, Bernard against Worcester. I was watching Jim Williams go just now. Ooh, that is tight. 306 plays 316 with Williams and Barnard. It's all of both of these guys. Williams made the semi-finals yesterday? Yeah. I want to say they made the semi-finals yesterday, so
yeah, he did. Yeah.
Should already be in a solid enough points position, but this would solidify it.
I'll tell you what, interesting. At the bottom part of the order of merit in the UK, Robert Thornton currently holds the last spot. Andy Jenkins just below him, both on 4 points, both on +4 leg difference. But Robert Thornton has won one more leg than Rocky at the moment. Of course, they're both still in today, but people above them are as well. Sean Fisher and Gavin Carling are the ones that are in danger, that are already out and can't do anything about it at the moment.
We've just seen Jim Williams and Joe Davis has gone to 5-5 as well. So another one to keep your eye on. These are the last 64 games that we've got going on. But yeah, both Williams go to 5-5.
Lewis Williams has really fluffed the 152. He's only left 113 from that. Barnard can't take out the 156. So both these 5-5, but still you can't call it.
It's all ticking along nicely on both sides of the channel.
Match that miss with Lewis Williams. Barnard steps up for 96. and can't do it. So surely Lewis Williams gets 3 darts at double 10. What would be a huge point.
Jim Williams has left himself 1-6-1 after 9. He's got the throw. He needs to do something here. Needs some points.
Lewis Williams first start beats Michael Barnard. Good performance. So go over to Jim Williams, who missed the bull. He missed the bull for that 1-6-1. Jim Williams.
Yeah, he's missed the bull. I know. Joe Davis left himself 170 World Youth finalist. Can he do anything from the big fish? Needs to check it out, really. Williams would have 2 clear darts at either double 8 or probably double 10. Big amount of suspense. But a good leg from Williams to leave himself at 25 and 12. And obviously missed. Oh, bad. 36 from Joe Davis. Doesn't leave it handy. That's still, you still need 2 travels from 1-3-4. So that's a really difficult result. Jim Williams, now 25 left. Can he tip this out? 3 darts at it. Get himself through to the last 32. Be the last man through. And he's done it in 3 darts. Jim Williams is through. Completes the last 32 lineup. And now we move into the next round of games.
Yeah, and Martin Lukeman takes a 5-4 lead over Darren Beveridge. And in the chat room, the CDC has joined us. Welcome along, guys. Hope you are all well over the pond.
I feel bad. We've not got anything positive to tell them about there, guys. But hopefully, come day 4, we see one or 2 of the CDC guys do get a spot on the Pro Tour.
Yeah, big days for Leonard Gates, Danny Baggish, and Matt Campbell tomorrow on final day of Q-School.
I think out of all of them names, actually, Gary Mawson's the one with the most points, isn't he?
I forgot Gary Mawson as well, yeah. My bad. Edam's up against Justicia as well, Luke.
Yeah, this is 5-3 now. Edam's, you know, he's had a good day today. Good result here, and he puts himself. He's getting there. I think he's on 2 points, but 3 points. You know, that means he's only going to need maybe the last 16, last 8 to get himself through on the order of merit rankings. But a good day for Edam's. Some good results, and yeah, he's getting closer. We've just seen it. It's gone 5-5. Beveridge against Lukeman.
Yeah, I think Lukeman missed a match there. I think he came south on tops and Beveridge bounced. Lukeman still has the throw, though. He's only kicked off with a 60. Replied with a 140. Beveridge has the advantage here.
Ooh, Justicia has just hit a 135 to leave himself a checkout. Edams didn't do his count properly and it's hit 97 to leave himself on 166, but a 126 leaves him on tops for the match. So Justicia, to save his skin, needs a 1-2-4. And to be honest, it's just a hold of throw again. Edams would have throw in the next leg. Whoever wins this will play at John Michael in the next round, but Edams is going to have 3 clear darts to take this out. And this is huge because one of these players, either Edams will move very close or John Michael will move on to 6 points and be probably 1 point outside. Ooh, and he's missed it. So Justicia, double 11, save the match. Luke Peters has gone 5-1 up against Bielecki as well. So he's getting closer. It's crunch time for these guys in the EU. Justicia saves it. So 5-4. Edams has throw.
In the chat room, yes, don't worry. The Cherry Pepsi Max is also here.
I'm with you here, by the way. So I missed that yesterday. Pepsi is better than Coke. I didn't like how they picked on you yesterday. You're 100% right with that.
Yeah.
Oh, Martin Lukeman, 174 out of nowhere to leave himself tops. He might just pinch this wig out of nowhere. It's just simmering along with sort of 70 average, and now he looks as if he's going to take it. 3 darts at tops. He's done it. First dart, Martin Lukeman 165. That got me off guard.
Martin Lukeman into the last 16. And the chat room is about to explode, no doubt. Right, we're going to hop back to the other graphic.
yeah, we're starting to get to the closing stages for this Renee Edam's Jose Justicia game. Edam started at like 180, 139, leaving himself a 124. And he's done well there. After 12 darts, he's left himself on tops. Justicia is nowhere to be seen. So to set up a tie with John Michael, Rennie Edam's going to have 3 darts at double top. Hemple's just taken a 1-0 lead as well in his tie against Martin Schindler. That's quite an important game, that one, because if Florian Hemple wins that, he moves himself on to either 5 or 6 points, I think. He'd be himself on to 5 points, so he'd be inside the top 8. Edams has missed clear darts again. The second time we've seen that, where he's missed double top with 3 darts in hand. So Justicia, if he can check this 140 out, he'd have throw, but he doesn't. So we're back to Rennie Edams. It's quite a quick one. Dart connects update them quite quick. So Rennie Edams, 3 darts, double 10. To get himself through to the next round and set up a tie with John Michael. And he does it. 1 dart in hand, and that is it. Rennie Edams does it. He's through. He will play in the last 8 against John Michael for a potential tie against Florian Hemple or Martin Schindler.
There we go. All eyes to that game on board number 1. And all the Barney fans will be cheering Martin Schindler on. Remember, he's come from the brink once today. Let's open it up and have a look.
Luke Peters is getting closer as well. A good win from him. He's now on 3 points with a +10 leg difference, and he'll play on off form, but Urbana who's just fallen off the tour. Averaged 96 in the last game. He probably made Luke Peters' favourite, so he's another name that is slowly crawling his way up towards those ordering rep positions, and he's only 3 wins away from actually getting a 2-cut outright. By this point, we're getting close now. Now you've got to be thinking about winning 1 outright. You've only got to win a couple of matches, so that'll be a good fortune from him. Does the business in the bottom half of the draw, and he could face someone like Martin Schindler in the final, but the draw's wide open today with the likes of Campbell and Van Barneveld falling early.
Yeah, Schindler levels up at 1-1. It was a break, but I started slow in this one. Oh, is that a shocker?
Just the Scott Mitchell, Joe Murnan game kicked off. It was amazing. Murnan won it in 13 darts after Scott Mitchell missed the bull for a 12 darter after 3 140s back to back. So it was a big game on paper, and it's living up to it so far. 1-0 Murnan.
Midnight Murnan. As Jake Jones goes into a 3-1 lead over John O'Shea. Jose Marquez 2-0 up on Thomas Lovely, and John Brown again 3-0 up on David Ladley. Trying to work out these calculations is all over the place.
Brown would set up a potential tie with I wouldn't set up a tie. I thought he was going to set up a potential tie with Jack Main, but he wouldn't. That would be potentially for a semi-final later on. But yeah, good. John Brown's just taking a 4-0 lead. So he said earlier he was going under the radar, 94 average, playing really well here. An extra point on the ball potentially, but he's getting there, getting closer. Will be on 4 points and start to challenge the likes of Robert Thornton.
Yeah, Robert Thornton and Jenkins still in today. So fate very much still in their own hands. Again, people like Mike Warburton, Lee Evans, just outside. Can't do anything today, but I've got a good leg difference as well. That could come into play tomorrow. Again, that Florian Hemple, Martin Schindler game, 3 legs in, 3 breaks of throw.
What a way to kick off from Schindler as well. I say that needs 39.
Again, just looking at it. We've got top 3 on the order of merit guaranteed in the UK. So it's 3 of the spots gone. Top 2 still in today, so obviously can win it outright. But Joe Murnan, Louis Williams, John Worsley, Chaz Barstow, all well placed at the moment. Go back. John O'Shea, 3-1 behind still. John Brown now 4 to the good on David Ladley. Lewis says in the chat room, just looked at the order of merit. There are some huge names on no points. Tomorrow is going to be very interesting. Basically, it's all or nothing for some of them tomorrow.
Mitchell, Mernon started well, both averaging 100 after the first 2 legs. Mernon leads the third leg on throw.
Yeah. John Brown charging up the order of merit as well. It's all coming along nicely at the moment. Tom says, how many points do you think Lee Evans needs tomorrow? What's he on at the moment? Currently on 3. He's going to need a good run tomorrow.
Kevin Dawes has gone 4-0 up on Mioch as well. So that's a good result for me. Potentially going through the last 8. And yeah, the bottom half of the EU draw is wide open. We could have 4 Dutch players playing for a spot in the final. But a 4-0 lead is going to be pretty tough to throw away, although we have seen that happen to Robert Thornton's opponent. I can't remember who he played now, but yeah, Kevin Dawes is in a commander position. We know he played really well on the development tour. He won a development tour last year, so one of the names we'd expect to be somewhere close to the order of merit positions in the EU.
Yeah, definitely. Just looking at it all as we're all going around.
Scott Mitchell too.
Florian Mitchell's turned it around, but Luke, with you, Schindler and Hemple, no one can hold throw.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I've been watching it all the way through, but it's just, yeah, it's all over the place. I don't know what's happening with Schindler because it'll kick off legs against the throw so well, but it's just a psychological difference, isn't it? I think eventually it's going to click. We've seen it with Schindler. He came back last game. He seems to be dealing with the pressure a lot better at Q-School this time round. Maybe it is potentially the throw change, but as I say, that Hemple breaks again, 3-2 Hemple. I would say it's more important for Hemple than it is for Schindler, but for Barney fans, you really need to be rooting for Schindler because it would take him off the order of merit spot. So he needs 4 legs to get himself another point and knock Hemple out. Maybe a little bit more difficult, and we may see our first holds. Hemple's just kicked up with a 180.
Yeah, Jenkins and Hogg underway on board 3. John O'Shea back to 3-0, but Jose Marquez man on the move, 4-0, averaging 99. John Brown also now within 1. 5 legs, 5 breaks a throw. Over in Niedernhausen, what is going on?
Honestly, it's insane. And I really thought Hemple had the advantage. Oh, Schindler's gone in with a 39 actually. So Hemple should be taking this out now. We should be seeing a holder throw for the first time. Hemple probably should be going for 4-2. But 60 and 59 after a 180 start, he's just leaving the door wide open. I don't know what's going on here. It's madness. Maybe you should correct me if I'm wrong as well, but I feel like Jose Marquez, and maybe it's just his first round games, but I felt like he'd won so many matches so far in Q-School, but he's sat on 1 or 2 points.
Yeah, there's the same as the John Brown. You remember him winning games in like the 1-8, but getting nothing for him.
Yeah, I don't like that system. It's the only downside to me for the new Q-School system. Everything else is brilliant, but that just seems a bit silly.
Yeah, 100%. Hi, everyone. Welcome in the chat room to all the latecomers. As our wise woman once said, better late than never. Happy to have you along.
Right, Hemple. This should be the hold.
Schindler
Should be the
misses
hold.
tops for a 116.
He's got 3 clear darts at double A. He's got to be taking this out. And he does it, 2. Hemple leads 4-2, Schindler's throw.
Kevin Dotes within 1 as well. 5-1 now.
Yeah, dominant position for Kevin Does. I've just quickly checked over to the UK Q-School. And what a little section of the draw that is on board 7 and 8. We've got Chaz Barstow against Andrew Gilden and Jonathan Worsley against Lewis Williams. Any of them are easily capable of winning the day, never mind winning their individual games, but they are some ties. Whoever comes through that section is going to be well prepped to go on and succeed.
Yeah, 100%. It's all getting there or thereabouts. Jason Hogg 2-0 up against Jenks. But again, someone made an interesting chat. I can't remember if it was on Twitter or if it was on the chat. An interesting one about people on the tour and everything like that. That when you lose your tour card, again it's the promotion relegation thing. But is it better to have new names or youngsters coming through or journeymen that keep coming off, coming back, coming up, that don't do enough to stay on? It's an interesting thought process that people are thinking about.
Yeah, I think for me, like you look at players, and Kirk Shepherd is the prime highlight of that. He's come through Q-School 4 times, but we've never ever seen him reach the same heights he reached way back when he made the World Championship final. So you could argue that what is the point of having a 2 card if he's going to go there? He's earned it by right, no disrespect to him, but if you're giving that to a youngster who could potentially be the unearthing of a major Michael Van Gerwen sort of talent, maybe that's what you want to see. But then again, it's a fine line of how do you find that? You can't be discriminating against these players. They've come off the tour. It's not their fault that they've lost their tour card. They haven't played well enough.
Right,
but
exactly.
they should deserve every right of battling at Q-School and earn it back. And if they earn it back, then fair enough. I can't fault Kirk Shepherd. He's done it again. Fair play. But I would prefer to see players like Lewis Williams, who I do think could make a world top 16 or something like that. He's got more chance to make the World Top 16 than someone like Kirk Shepherd does, in my eyes.
Yeah, no, look, it's an interesting one. And look, if you win it, you win it. But it's just an interesting thought process that if you drop off, perhaps you should have to do a year on the Challenge Tour or something like that, where the promotion relegation between the 2 tours would do that. Mark says in the chat room, I love the old Q-School format, done and dusted. Turn results. Yeah, but the problem is, mate, is look at last year. The 128 was actually shocking. Some of the people that had a good day on one day and barely won a game all year, look, we want the best 128 players, in my opinion. And last year, the standard of Pro Tours went up in the winter series and autumn series when there was gaps filled by better players on the Challenge Tour. Just my opinion, but there we have it. I'll put my 20 pence in.
No, it's true. It's like I was saying to you the other day when we were on. So like, just it's more, the old way is more fun for like Q-School. For like the first week of that, you get some random person winning. It's a great story for a week, but then you're stuck with the guy for 2 years.
Jump in and go to Luke. A result, big result.
Yeah, Hemple takes out 15 darts to beat Schindler at 6-2. That is huge because it moves him within the top. He is now within the positions. He's in the Q-School order of merit rankings. He's up there inside the top 8. So huge for Hemple. He's probably 2 points outside. If he makes a final, or he could win it all right. But yeah, if he makes a final, he's going to be near enough there. He needs probably 1 point tomorrow if he makes the final. So big result from Hemple, and congrats to him. He's done well there through the semi-finals.
Yeah, definitely. Also said, did we get to the bottom of Barney safe? Not mathematically, but even if he was to lose first round, there's still a 70% chance of him getting through. So, but he only needs a point mathematically tomorrow. So fate very much still with Raymond van Barneveld, but Jenkins in a whole world of trouble. 4 down to Jason Hogg as we speak. Jim Williams also with stuff to do. Chaz Barstow 2-2 with Andrew Gilding. And this one's developing into a good one. Mitchell 3-3 with Joe Mernon. Jake Jones 5-4 up on John O'Shea. The Joker was in this position last round. He's going to have to win 2 on the spin. Has he got another card up his sleeve? Shout out to Adam as well, who has been joining us all day, cheering on Benito van der Pas. Benny boy, it is. Thanks for having us, mate.
Not started too badly in this round, so you might leave this happy.
Yeah. Gonna come out of that and go back to that one. So yeah, Michael and Edam's level at 1-1 now. Benito van der Pas, cracking guy, but questions will always be asked about the action. The way the darts try and enter the board, there is always going to be problems until he corrects the technical issue that we've seen.
A player that, again, we saw he had so much potential back like 2015 time when he made the Masters and he's in the top 16 in the world, just fallen away a little bit. But, you know, he's trying to do things actively about it. He's lost quite a bit of weight, which I think will help him in the future. But it's all just about sorting the action out, as you say. You know, the darts, I don't think land right. There's not enough power behind the throw, but that's something for him to correct, and we'll have to see whether he can do it.
Yeah. Just looking at it as well.
Ranked.
He was in the top 16.
Yeah, but see, was there not a Players' Championship or maybe a European one? But I think it was the Players' Championship where he was ranked number 2. I'm pretty sure 2016, I think it was, for the Players' Championship, he was a higher seed as number 1 or number 2. But if anyone can let me know in the comments, that'd be ideal.
I'll do a Google. We'll have a look.
Joe Mernon has pulled it out in this game, by the way. He leads Scott Mitchell 4-3, 101 average against 102. This is a cracking game, and both these players can feel sorry that they've drawn each other. You're
right. What that is a gem. He was actually ranked 2nd on the Players' Championship order about back in 2016. Fair enough. That is a gem.
Cheers, mate. Jenkins is out 6-0 against Jason Hogg. That is a horrible one for leg difference as well. It's just points wise. That is a howler.
Oh, John O'Shea, if he brings this back and wins this, what a way to do this. If he actually does manage to go any further, fair enough. Unbelievable.
Ken seen me do it at a World Championship qualifier before, come through the field. But again, like we say, he's one of the yo-yo men in the game. Great player on his day, but does he have enough of them? Chaz Barstow in trouble. 4-2 behind against Andrew Gilding. John O'Shea hasn't pulled the Joker out of the hat this time. He goes down 6-5 to Jake Jones. It's they took out a 1-3-2. What a finish.
I think John O'Shea had been riding his luck today. 2-6-5. Eventually, the luck was going to run out. He was unlucky there, but you know, give him some confidence that when the pressure's on, and he is obviously a World Master champion, he can fight, and he showed a bit of grit and determination at a few times. So never write him out.
No, 100%. Mitchell back to 4-4 as well. I'm going to switch the graphic a second. Keep forgetting to do it.
that someone's asking in the comments who won between the Rodriguez brother. It was the Roby John, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was John. Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
We might be about to see another player get very close. He probably needs 2 more points, but if Louis Williams does win this game 6-0, he's going to be on 6 points. If we're saying around about 7, where Alan Suter's at is confirmed, then Louis Williams probably, if he wins this game and wins 1 more, he'll be on the 2 next year.
Jim Williams, Jim McEwen, 2-2. Guessing, just looking through. I haven't looked at the boards without it, but 15. There it is, warming up now. Robert Thornton against Jake Jones. Just looking to see when we're going to see him. AJ has joined us in the chat room. Brutal few days. Certainly has been, mate. Certainly has been. Again, just looking through. A couple of games coming towards the end here in the UK. I've broken the seal for the day, so I'm going to the loo. Well, you guys call these ones through. Drank too much water today. Thought it was a good idea to stay hydrated and not go on Lucozade. I'm going to stick with Lucozade tomorrow, I think. And so I go to Scott. Louis Williams.
Louis Williams, he won 6-0, so that is it, just out the window, battle of the Welsh people. Scott Mitchell, Joe Merlin is where it's at. Scott Mitchell's just taking out double 18. He leads 5-4 against Joe Merlin. This one is anyone's game. They're both averaging 99, so I'll keep you up to date with that. Heading over in Europe.
We've currently got 2 matches going on, so that's Rennie Adams against John Michael. John Michael's just taking a 4-1 lead and a break and throw. Big results here, and this does put Barneveld in slightly more danger mathematically. If John Michael wins this, and by a decent leg difference, which he looks like he will overtake Van Barneveld and move him down to 5th. And then the other game, we've got Luke Peters against Benito van der Pas. Luke Peters has been tipped by quite a few of the Dutch starters on Twitter to be one of the players to look out for and potentially get a tour card. He's averaging 106 and is on course to break Benito van der Pas's throw and take this 4-2 lead and have thrown the next leg. But yeah, he's got 70 left. Can he do that? He does in 3 darts. So Luke Peters now needs 4-2 with throw. So a few big results coming in from the EU.
Magic, yeah, this game still, the pendulum looking as if it's going to swing the other way. Mitchell was thrown for the match, but he's now 110 points behind Merlin in this one. Just looking at a couple of other results, like not results here in Europe. UK, Andrew Gilden leads 4-3. Brett Claydon's just pulled it back to 3 each against Derek Colston. And Robert Rickwood against Martin Thomas. It's 5-4 to Rickwood, but it looks as if it's going to go to the final leg. Mitchell, Merlin again. Merlin's looking good for this. Still 110 points ahead, and he is on a finish with Mitchell quite a bit behind. So we look as if we're going to decide, and this game deserves one, to be fair.
You know what, Merlin, considering he missed out just at the World Championship qualifier to actually get on the stage again, I sort of feel like he does deserve a tour card. He was unlucky against Kieran Tian. So, yeah, Merlin is consistently pretty good. He can average mid-90s. So I wouldn't be surprised if he gets one, and he's close now, isn't he? Much closer than Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, no, bang on.
Yeah.
Merlin's in a much better position.
Yeah. AJ said he loved every minute of it. Good on you, buddy. Good on you. It's been great watching you.
I was going to say he's done himself no disgrace. Good performances so far.
Yeah. Mark says either Hogg, Mathers or Scott Mitchell outright today. Lovely jubbly. I'd only be happy personally if one of those got it automatically. Not going to give you the name, but 1 out of 3.
I don't know if it's Scott Mitchell, but if it is him, he needs to go to the last leg to say that against the throw on Joe Merlin. 5 each in this game. Averages are brilliant, and Either one of these guys deserves to win this.
Yeah, TK shots. I'd like to see Robert Thornton get through. Yeah, I think for nostalgia and everything like that, we'd love to see Robert Thornton back on the tour. But got work to do. But all eyes on the two noble legs that are going on at the moment. Barstow Gilding could also be heading that way. But first of all, board 16, board 11.
Murnin has blinked first here after a ton each. Murnin's hit 60, so Mitchell with even a treble, but ideally two, would have this leg. Sorry, and it hits 45. So back, advantage Murnin again.
John Michael is on the
140
cusp of winning 6-1. Getting close.
He's played so well in this game, Scott Mitchell, but it looks as if he's going to find himself in major trouble yet again, because this is only the round of 32, and it doesn't look as if he's going to get a point from this game, and he looks as if he's going out. 102 Joe Murnin has left. Scott Mitchell on 256, needs two trebles, and it looks as if he's gone.
Come on, Scott Mitchell, pull out the back. We need to see him on tour. He's too good not to be.
Hit a ton, so there's a chance.
Oh.
But that's only if Murnin doesn't take it 102. And he's been playing well enough, it wouldn't surprise me. He leaves tops. So it's 156 or nothing for Scott Mitchell here.
Left it easy then.
Just a wee bit. A ton, unlucky. So it looks as if it's over. Joe Murnin for a place in the last 16. Has done it into Joe Murnin. Great game. Takes it out against Scott Mitchell. 6-5. How's your luck? Honestly, Scott Mitchell. I feel sorry for the guy.
Yeah.
John Michael's through. We've got our first semi-final in the EU. That'll be John Michael against Florian Hemple. So one of them, John Michael's going to be on 6 points after that win, and Florian Hemple's on 5. So it does mean John Michael's going to overtake Raymond van Barneveld. As long as he doesn't get smashed in the next round, Florian Hemple could join him if it's about 6-5. And that will put Barneveld down to 6th position. So he's slowly ticking down the order of merit. Mathematically not there, needs probably a point, but a good result for John Michael. And every chance to make it to the fight, it's so wide open with Schindler out. Anybody could win the EU card today.
An ideal world. Barney wants either Michael or Hemple to win today.
Yeah. Benito Van der Passen a bit of a charge. He's brought back to 5-4.
So looking at the Barstow Gilding game, went to the noble leg. Gilding has the throw, but it's under a wee bit of pressure.
How's Gilding? He's close on points as well. 4 points for Gilding.
Yeah, this could be crucial. Like getting knocked out this early would really hamper that. But I suppose that's the Scotsman's way of looking at it. The positive way is that if he gets through, then it's in a good position.
Your fellow Scotsman, Jim McEwen's just taken a 5-2 lead against Jim Williams as well, playing well.
Jim Williams will have it all to do tomorrow if he departs here. Not had a good couple of days.
That's Robert Thornton kicked off again. And his opponent,
he's back in
Jake
action.
Jones, has just kicked off the first visit with 177, and Thornton's replying for 180.
Van der Pass has gone 59, 134, 134, 134 to leave himself on tops. If he wins this, it'll be some comeback, and he's missed starts. So Luke Peters is now going to have 3 clear darts for 25 to win. Are you watching Barstow Gilden? Are we nearing the finish?
Very near the finish. Gilden has 91 to check out. If he doesn't take it out, Barstow is on a double. And he's done it in 3 darts. Andrew Gilden has snuck through. Good man. 6-5 against Barstow. I know.
Peters sneaks through 6-4. He's the 3rd man through the semi-finals. We'll play at Vandermeer or Duets.
I'll tell you what, fantasy darts wise, if Andrew Gilden was to ever win the World Championship, Barry would change the rules for the Premier League not to put him in.
Don't tell me you didn't enjoy that moment when Glenn Durrant got knocked out of the Grand Slam and Andrew Gilden just turns around and hugs him while Glenn still got his darts in his mouth. That was peak television.
If it was done in the street, he'd get done for sexual assault. Jim Williams, this is a travesty. If he gets knocked out here. Not looking good. Had to win 4 on the spin. Here's Jim Williams. And on his own throw here, has had a bit of a disastrous 3 visits to the board. 58, 45 and 60.
Thornton misses a dart to break in the first leg. The scorings just went off a cliff. Both these guys hit a maximum, and the scores like 44, 46. I'll not read out them all. But Jake Jones is taking it last dart in hand. 1-0 it was Thornton.
Williams is on the brink here. Match start incoming, and Jim Williams has gone beaten 6-2. So again, all on the line for Jim Williams tomorrow. Derek Coulson on the verge as well. 5-3 against Brett Claydon. Let us know in the chat room where your 20p is at the moment.
Derek Coulson's just thrown away the initiative there. He did a 140 and had quite easily taken the lead of the match, but Claydon responded with a 140. Coulson only came out with a 60, so it's tough now. Kevin Dortz is marching onto a 3-1 lead as well. He's trying to set up a tie with Luke Peters for the battle of the young Dutch lads for a spot in the final and a chance at Surcard.
Just looking at some stuff on Twitter, just going around looking at a few bits. People are joining us from all over. Absolute pleasure.
Someone's just said in chat they've got Lewis Williams at 4-1 to get a tour card. How many wins do you think he's away? I'm going to say 1 win. If he gets to 7 points, he's got a good enough leg difference. If he wins this next match against Andrew Gilden, not an easy tie, but if he wins that match, he should be all but there to come tomorrow night. Claydon could be about to prolong the last match of the last 32 here. He's got 20 left, 3 darts at it to take this match against Derek Coulson to a 9th leg. He's missed it. Coulson, check out 56. Take the match. The last team. Can he do it? Over in Europe, Kevin Duett's marching up a 4-1 but Derek Coulson's done it. He's through. That is Brett Claydon out. His run comes to an end in the last 32, and we now have our last 16 lineup. So the last 16 games start to kick off. Seen a few. How is Robert Thornton doing, Scott?
Well, I would have been more vocal if it was better. He's 2-0 down, and he's against the throw. It's not looking good. He's about 100 behind, and Jones is on the finish. Unless it whacks in a massive score, which isn't beyond him, he'll probably go 3-0 down and look as if he's going to have to do it the hard way again.
Again, from Milton Keynes, Sean McDonald has joined us. How you doing, mate? You enjoying the Milton Keynes experience so far? Thank you very much for joining us. Jonathan asked, y'all guys, just wondering from someone from the UK, just wondering, can someone from the UK enter the rest of the world? No, if you are UK based, you have, as in UK citizen or whatever, you have to play in the UK one. So Robert Thornton in a whole world of trouble though, Scott.
Yes, but I've seen this before about 4 times already today, so it's not time to hit the panic button yet. Yeah, he's just been second best. The first leg was his best opportunity when he whacked him with a 180, then just lost his score. And ever since then, to be honest, Jake Jones has been the better player, so I can't really grudge anything. But as I said, right off Robert Thornton at your peril.
Yeah.
Oh, we are getting right towards the closing stages in the EU. Kevin Duett is not giving Vincent van der Meer a chance. He's just checked out 104 to take the 6th leg. He's now 5-1 up and has the throw. It's highly likely he'll now get through and face Luke Peters in the semi-finals, and Florian Hemple in the other match in the semi-final against John Michael. Well, he's 2-0 up, and he's left himself double 19 to 3-0 lead on throw. So we are really getting towards the business end. But John Michael has checked out a ton plus finish. Didn't see that because it flashed on screen, but he's managed to save that match against throw. So he now has the throw in the 4th leg. It's 2-1 to Florian Hemple currently.
Just going to go into the chat room again as well. Someone said, what about the players with dual nationalities? I think if you've got dual nationality, you can choose. Like Anastasia was due to go to the EU one, but due to travel restrictions, she changed. But 9 times out of 10, if you're based in the UK, as in live here, then I think they pretty much force you to play over here. But just getting some results up.
4-0, Jake Jones against Robert Thornton. Now, this is the time where you'd want to press the panic button. He's done it before already in the last game, but Jake Jones just hit a 180 at the start of the 5th leg, so it's 4-0, and he's chasing 180 points, and it might be the end of the road for Robert Thornton, but it would still be a good day. And just before we move on, Thornton again has hit back with a 180 to respond. That's twice in the game now, so you never know.
Yeah. And again, this wouldn't do Thornton's leg difference any good whatsoever. John Brown has moved into the automatic spots as well. What a run from him today.
Tough match against Joe Mernon up next as well. Both are in the spots, so this is really important. Joe Mernon wins one more, and he's probably already got a tour card, so that is a huge match.
Yeah, agreed. There we are. My
in the semi-final against Shawn Michael
levels it up at 1 apiece. Just looking here. With their, what's the score? Battering for John Michael against Florian Hemple would be a disaster for him, because if he gets battered too much, it would put him back below Raymond van Barneveld. Barneveld could jump a place here without even playing.
Speaking of a battering, it's 5-0 and the sixth leg. Thornton's only kicked off with a 43, so it's looking ominous. If it was went to the well too many times, I think the road is over.
The interesting thing about this Hemple game is if Hemple batters Michael, then them two will swap positions. Hemple will go up to 4th, Michael will fall to 6th, and Rimmer 6-5 to Hemple. Then Hemple will overtake Michael. Michael will drop to 5th, and Barneveld will fall all the way down to 6th. So it's huge. The leg difference is huge in this. And Kevin Doyes is through the semi-finals. He's beaten Vincent Van der Meer 6-2. He'll play Luke Peters, so he's got himself another point, and he's slowly coming into the discussion because he's now going to be on 4 points. And winning the next match will put him on 5. It will put him very close. He's going to need a couple of wins tomorrow to get himself through on the order of merit rankings, but he could well still get one automatically.
Yes, it's been unbelievable. Thank you very much, Sean, in the chat room as well. Much appreciated. It's all bubbling along nicely.
Thornton's bubble's about to burst. He's set a score of 43, followed by 5, and he's lost the throw. And in this leg, it looks as if it's a matter of time now for Thornton against Jake Jones. The nostalgia trip is about to end for today.
What do you both think, though? Is Thornton going to get a tour card tomorrow from 4 points?
I don't think so. Just purely because I just don't know. He can play absolutely amazing, and then let alone play amazing in one game, rubbish in the next. He can play amazing in one visit, and then he looks like me in the next. So it's so hard to predict. But the inconsistency, I think there's just too much. I don't think he's done enough as of yet. So I would say no.
I think he's going to need probably 7 points, isn't he? Yeah. It's not good for that difference.
Well, that was not. But we'll move again tomorrow. But a good day all round, but a really horrible way to end.
Yeah. Interesting. It's all, just looking at calculations and league tables, it's all getting rather close and rather tight here.
Yeah. I see too many names behind Van Barneveld on that order of merit to say that he's safe. There's too many players on 4 points that only really need 2 wins with big scores. So they only really need to get to the last 32. So I don't think he's mathematically safe. And I think it's going to... These results that are happening now are slowly detracting from his chances. I don't know whether FDI is in the chat, but I feel like his percentage must be coming down. Hemple, Doitz, Peters... One of Doitz and Peters is going to move to 5. So there's going to be a lot of players that need 1 win and a good leg difference, and they'll overtake him. So it's going to be really, really tight.
And so I spent all of that game talking about Robert Thornton for obvious reasons, but the one for Jake Jones actually puts him in the qualification spots for this. So today could be absolutely huge for Jake Jones. He's in it just now, and they look to play 1 in the next round.
Hemple's kicked off the 7th leg, 140, 180. So he's going to try and march on and get a good leg difference. But this is helping Barneveld. If Michael's leg difference is bad, this does help him. If Florian Hemple wins 6-3, 6-2, then he will jump John Michael. But this is on throw. Florian Hemple has gone out and done a demolition job. If he can check out 120, he'll go 5-2 up, and he will take himself one leg away from a spot in the final. And then he's only really from here, he's 8 legs away from a tour card. That's the way he's got to think about it.
Yeah, just looking in the chat room as well. Thanks very much, Chris, as well. Just on the EU one, but a big win for Florian Hemple here. And if he goes on to win it, is a damage limitation for Barney. Good outcome.
Yeah. Yeah, it's. That is one thing, actually. These players are all in the top 10, but one of them will drop off because one of them is going to win. So that does help him out slightly.
That's what I mean. So if potentially, if Hemple wins overall with a good battering of John Michael, Barney will jump back up above John Michael, and Florian Hemple will also disappear off the order of merit as well.
Yeah, that will
so,
be yeah.
That's best outcome scenario.
Should he get through though, and does get battered, the likes of Veenstra, Voss, Prouston, Van der Beauregard, any of them pick up 2 wins, and it suddenly becomes touch and go. So Barneveld's job's not done. Definitely keep your eye on this tomorrow. Q-School is going to be very exciting tomorrow because I think Barneveld really needs 1 point. If he doesn't get a point, it's going to be touch and go. And we're going to have to literally wait until the last few results come in before we can confirm that he's in. But it's close now. A few of these players have put themselves in a position where they're 1 or 2 wins away from overtaking him and 1 or 2 wins away from a tour card.
Yeah.
And Gordon Mathers has just missed match starts, I think, to see off his colleague who's having a mini comeback here.
Mathers is on 3 as well. This could be huge. Good leg difference here, and he might move himself into the potential spots.
What a leg here between Florian Hemple and John Michael, by the way.
Himself on 16 after 9. That is crazy.
Back-to-back 180s, and if this goes,
this would definitely shake things up. Oh, what a leg! 10 darts.
That is a huge result in terms of legs for Raymond van Barneveld. That puts John Michael now below Barney on legs. So this could be damage limitation.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're not 100% clued up in it, even if Michael wins his first round game, that will not change the leg difference at all. He has to then win in the last 64 games. So it means Barneveld can't be overtaken by Michael unless he gets at least a point.
Yeah. What's the odds on Barney getting a bye?
He'd hate that. He'd rather get knocked out in the last 1-8. We said that earlier, didn't we? So if he gets a bye, it's a bit of a disaster if he goes out and gets hammered.
Yeah. So again, Florian Hemple can win this. Considering Barney lost first round, this would be a huge damage limitation exercise complete for Raymond. We're going to come to you, Scott. We've got a result. Gordon Mathers has done the job.
Yeah, wobbled a little bit and he missed another free clear at double 12, but nah, the Reece Colley couldn't mop up anything and he came back to the board and got the job done. And Andrew Gilden's actually started really well against Louis Williams. He's got darts, he's missed darts, still 3-0 up, but 97 average so far. He's been doing really well over here. But yep, gone Mathers for it.
John Brand leads Joe Mernon 2-1. The young man from the Target Elite 1 squad going about his business. Right, all games in a safe place. We're going to go for a quick 20-second ad break. We will see you after this. Welcome back, everyone. Martin Lukeman and Martin Thomas tied at 4 legs all. Louis Williams has a leg back against Andrew Gilding. Jose Marquez in spot of trouble. Jim McEwen 2-0 to the good. Jack Main leads Derek Colson 1-0. John Brand 2-1 up on Joe Mernon.
This is the business end, though, because potentially Louis Williams and Joe Mernon 5 legs away from a tour card. If you win this game, they're both on 7 points. Probably
Yeah, Darts Connect. I'm sorry, Darts Rankings is now updated. John Michael is now 2 legs adrift of Raymond van Barneveld, and significantly, Barney has 1 more legs as well. So interesting.
It seems mad tomorrow, though, that if John Michael gets knocked out first round, but Barney gets knocked out second round, he could still end up dropping below him because he gets beat by too many legs. It just, the whole thing, it just doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know why they've done it like this. It's just silly.
This is what we've said from day one, that the floor is, and everyone was like, oh, no, the situation won't happen. Play it out tomorrow. Raymond van Barneveld misses out on his tour card on leg difference to John Michael. I'm just playing devil's advocate here. And like you say there, that John Michael is the thing, and Barney loses in round 2, and the leg difference canes him. That's when the issue is.
Yeah. And that would so many eyebrows. It just doesn't. The system doesn't make sense. How can you punish players for making it through? Because you could just go for it. He could, if he didn't back John Michael's chances, he could go for a tactical loss in the first round. He's not going to, because John Michael's clearly shown he's good enough to get through the semi-finals. But it doesn't make any sense. It's a silly system in that sense. But the rest of Q-School's been very good.
Oh yeah, look, that's the only bit I don't like. Everything else they've got absolute spot on. Martin Lukeman is behind now to Martin Thomas 5-4. Louis Williams back to 2 each with Andrew Gilding and John Brown and Jim McEwen stretching their legs. Simon asks in the chat room, what does Robert Thornton need to do tomorrow? Well, depending on everyone else, but currently he is on 4 points, along with a few others. So it all depends on everything else, and leg difference going to be interesting. Remember, the top 3 in the order of merit have already booked their spots. 2 of them still in, so could go on and win it. But Martin Lukeman, Jack Main and Alan Sousa have already done enough. And we've got a noble leg as Martin Lukeman takes it back to 5 each with Martin Thomas. Another last leg decider for the Lukeman family.
Yeah, he did really well in the last leg at 5-4. I don't think there was a score and visit below 130, to be honest, to get him there. So, yeah, he's not in a great position in this one. Thomas on 280, Lukeman on 444, minus these. Let's see what the score is. Oh, a turn 37, so he's right back in it. Pendulum swings either way. So we'll see who wins in the Battle of the Martins.
Yeah.
We'll
1, 2,
stick
5,
with
Martin
Thomas
on this one before we come to Luke.
Yeah, you would fancy Martin Thomas from here. He's on a finish 155 with Lukeman back on 264. So at least 6 starts, chances are you get 9 to clean this up. Not a bad attempt at it. 58, he leaves. So Martin Thomas looking in a really good position. Unless Lukeman can fire in, it probably need to be a max at this point. Gets to turn 40 to leave 1, 2, 4. So outside chance, but he's sitting waiting on a miss from Martin Thomas. 58, we get 2 darts at tops. And takes it in 1. So Martin Thomas is through. Lukeman already through. It's been a great day for him. But Martin Thomas is a 1 to progress in this game.
Yeah, unlucky to the Lookmans, but they will go again tomorrow. But it is Martin Thomas who goes. And Louis Williams has turned it all around. But we're going to come to you a minute, Luke, as the last semi-final in Europe. In terms of the people sweating, what's the better result here? Kevin Dotes or Luke Peters?
You know what? It is 6 and 2 threes because both of them are on 4 points. And both of them, the leg difference is pretty much exactly the same. For Barneveld, whoever gets through this match, he really needs to lose to Florian Hemple. But as for these two, they're pretty level in his expectations, or anyone above. But like, it doesn't make too much of a difference which one of these gets through. However, I would say in that I think Luke Peters has played better over the last few days, and I think he's got more of a chance of getting a few points tomorrow than Kevin Dotes has. He's had one brilliant run, but I don't see Kevin Dotes repeating this if he gets knocked out in either the semi-finals or the finals. But he's played well. It's 1-1 so far. Kevin Dotes did a 15 dart in the first leg, and I think Luke Peters just done either a 13 or a 14. So good standard so far, good match, and yeah, it's 1-1. We're moving forward in the EU, and we're getting close because whoever wins this plays Florian Hemple for the tour card.
There we go. Just want to thank the Lukemans for joining us as always, and we'll see you tomorrow. Like we say, that one's tied at 1-1. Let's Jim McEwen on the brink as well.
We've got 2 men. Well, McEwen's went 5-0 up, fair play to him, 180 and a 140. But I got 2 men on the big fish in the Gilding-Williams match. Gilding's missed his chance at it. Anybody want to say Williams is going to go for it? You'd be wrong. There's two attempts at 170. No one got it, but Gilding looking good to make this 3 each. As he's got 76 to get back into it. But Williams did brilliant because he was completely out of it in the first 2 legs. So fair play for getting it back.
Yeah, and John Brown within a leg of beating Joe Mernon. Jack Main 2-2 with Derek Colson.
Agonise away.
Louis Williams going around his business. Jack Main now leads. John Brown's throw under a little bit of pressure here. Although Merlin needs to win 4 on the spin, John Brown would like to get this done as quickly as possible. But Merlin stole the dart. Go on, mate.
I'm just going to quickly say, Peters broke the throw in the last leg, and he's kicked off 140 on his own throw. So there's a good chance. He's gone 140 again. 3 140s back to back. Impressive stuff. Leaves himself at 81 after 9, but Luke Peters has a good chance of going 3-1 up here.
Mernon been stunning here on the John Brown throw. Leaves 64 after 12. Brown back on 219. Can't do anything here. So Mernon is mounting a bit of a charge here. Back to 5-3.
That's crucial for the all-important leg difference as well, isn't it? We know that 6 points is probably not enough, but leg difference is going to come into the factor. So Joe Murner needs to win as many legs as he can if he's going to get beat.
But then Merlin starts off with a shocker on his throw. Yeah, Sean, Jason Hogg going great guns today.
Speaking of Scotsman, Jim McEwen's won 6-0 against Jose Marquez, so he's through the quarters.
Big result. Didn't see that coming in terms of the scoreline.
He's one of the players that wasn't any points before today as well, so he's up to 3 points. Keeps going like that, then he may well get himself a tour card.
All to play for tomorrow.
I can't be the only one, but Q-School's last day is always the most exciting day. It's one of the most exciting days of the Thornton year. I cannot wait for finally poised. We've got so many players that are deep on the edge on 4 or 5 points in both the EU and in the UK, but it's going to be so tight. So many stories to write.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in here because John Brown has carved a match opportunity here on the Joe Merlin throw. Ton 140.55, 140 to leave 66 after 12 on Joe Merlin's throw. Can the young man from Bristol get over the line? Yes, he can. John Brown beats Midnight Joe Merlin 6 legs to 3, 92 average from them both. Good game, gentlemen. Good game.
Painful loss that for Merlin.
Jack Main 4-3 up. This Europe one intrigues me.
Yeah. Luke Peters is playing so well. 103 average so far in the first 5 legs, and he's holding it as well. Both of these players are really, really talented. Kevin Dump's been a bit on the we have been too much Luke Peters throughout the PDC and any of the sort of professional and secondary tours. But if this is the first that we've got of how good he can be, then I'm excited because if he gets a tour card, he's a big danger for getting through the World Championship through that Pro Tour order of merit.
Yeah, completely agree. In terms of the table, don't know if Darts Connect will have updated just yet. Oh, it has. John Brown now sitting 8th on that order of merit. Andrew Gilding moves up. He's an 11th, but is on the brink of defeat. Louis Williams, I believe, if he wins, I think he only needs a point and he will join Alan Suter on 7, which has been confirmed as enough.
He's 5 through now as well. Took out 102 there, so got the throw, wins a leg. He's 405 points away from a tour card.
Good man, because he was 2-0 down and getting completely outplayed is a bit harsh, but he wasn't in the game to start off, so it just completely got his act together and started down the turbo.
That's a lot, isn't it?
Jack Main could be about to find his first break as well. This match has gone to throw so far, but he's left himself 25 after 12. Can't take it. Coulson's got a chance at 127 to save his throw.
It's getting interesting on both sides of the Q-School divide.
McEwen against Marvels is warming up. Sorry, mate. Just saying McEwen's get 3 points. That could be huge. There you go, man.
Jack Main takes out 8 and 3 darts. He's got the throw now. 5 through up on Derek Coulson. Good chance to make it through. Are you watching the Louis Williams game, Scott? How close is he?
Very close. I'm just waiting on Gilden's score. Gilden's just hit a 180 out of nowhere to leave 101 with Louis Williams was sitting at 141. I was assuming it was over. He was going to coast, but he might have to take this to go through. 1-for-1 for a tour card. And it's 105. Leaves a double. So can Gilden break his heart? 101 for Goldfinger.
Oh, Kevin Dortz
This
got a
would be
146 to save his throw there. That is unbelievable. Sorry, Scott, just quickly. A 146, absolutely unbelievable throw. Now, that was just to save a throw. Luke Peters has got the throw at 4-3 up a minute. He broke him earlier on in the match, but we're getting close to that point where we'll find out the name of our finalist in the EU.
That quality, mate. Gilden missed that, but the accident's taking a long time. I don't know what's happening in the Williams game. He's done it.
Kevin has just checked out 146 to go 4-3.
That's where it gets
Again as well.
Louis Williams has done that there. Yeah.
Yep, Williams done. 6-3 ticket, double 18, should have it. And Jack
Main
Main
on
that
the
as well.
Oh,
Wait, bust
Jack
it.
Main's plus 40.
Yeah. Suppose probably just came inside twice then, since the other guy wasn't on a finish, just went back to tops.
Yeah.
Probably no drama.
140 puts the pressure on. Game shot. Jack Main through to the quarterfinals. That's the quarterfinal lineup complete now. Just getting the games warming up.
With that, it's gonna... hot. Give me a second, guys. I'll get the actual game up, but it takes a little bit of jittery pokery to do that.
Double 10. Those has got 48 to break and get it back to 4-4. If he doesn't take this out, Luke Peters has got double 10. He'll have 3 darts at it. If Kevin Dortz doesn't take this out and he doesn't. So Luke Peters is going to have 3 darts for a hold of throw and go 5-3 up. And what could be the most important leg of the match we've seen so far, because there was a good chance for Kevin Dortz there to level this back up. Not good. Leads Kevin Dortz on double top. 3 darts at it for the break back. This match hangs in the balance. 1 dart needed. 4 all.
Interesting. It's getting nervy. It's getting edgy.
If I had to push you for a name now in the UK, of the 8 players left, who are we saying is going to get the auto tour card?
Jack Main. It's the guy I would go for. Consistent for a
Louis
few
Williams.
days and been doing okay today.
Louis Williams.
I think I'm going to have to backfill on that one. I'm going to go with Louis Williams as well. I think it's close. Jack Main has played well. I think they're the 2 big names that stand up for me. But Gordon Mathis as well, you know, coming over from Australia. I had the best run of form, play well today. But yeah, you could make a case for any of them. But it's going to get interesting.
Yeah.
We'll find a bit that way.
At least gone Gordon Mathis. Yeah, I would love to know what your thoughts are on the chat. Let us know who you think is going to win out of the 8 players left in the UK. The other thing is, someone has just said in the chat as well, that I'm just reading there, is this semi-finalist Helpman and Van Barneveld. And that is true in the sense that these 2 neither of them get a big leg difference because of how close the match is. If this goes 6-5 either way, then it does help Barneveld out. Leg difference could be the all-important factor. We've seen that in previous years, that 1 or 2 legs is genuinely the difference between getting to a card and not getting to a card. Callum Ridge has been so unlucky on countback so many times. He's got to a card now, and we've seen how well he went on to play this year. So if you miss out by 1 or 2 legs, it could be a disaster. Luke Peters misses double top. Kevin Dortz needs to check out 120 to save his throw and take a 5-4 lead. Leave Luke Peters with a lot of work to do, but he hasn't done it. So there's a big break opportunity. Double 10, 3 dart side. It's still averaging 95, so still more than good enough to play on the Pro Tour and play to a good standard. If he was averaging 95 on the Pro Tour over the whole year, he'd be probably top 16 averages without a doubt. So this is a huge talent that we're seeing in Q-School currently. Doesn't do it. So Kevin Dortz has 3 darts at double 10. I'm not sure why we've lost Phil, but I'm sure he's wanting to get it back. Luke Peters, right, has...
Welcome back, guys. Hope you can hear me. Sorry about that. My computer completely crashed because we're trying to work out 101 million things. 2 seconds while I get everyone back on. Welcome back, guys. Sorry about the And Luke, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, yeah.
Literally quickest turnaround ever because of mathematical problems, and we few cock-ups today. Must admit, I've got about 400 million tabs open trying to do a million things at once, and my Mac went no.
It's back up now. We're sorted. We're back for the Euro final. We've got you covered.
Yeah. A mad couple of minutes to get us back. Scott is back as well. Got there in the end. There we have it. Scott is back as well.
Right. I do.
Quickest turnaround ever. If you give me a second, I will get graphics and that back up as well, ladies and gentlemen. But what have we missed?
Well, Luke Peters won through. He beat Kevin Dewitt 6-4, 94 average from him. He's through the final. So it's Florian Hemple against Luke Peters. That's kicking off any time now. The match is warming up. And the quarterfinals are starting within the UK. Jake Jones and John Brown is 1-1, and Jim McEwen against Gordon Mathers is 1-1 as well.
Yeah, just firing up.
Well, first up, Jim McEwen's looking really good for 2-1 against Mathers. Kicked off with 2 tons surrounding a 180 in this week. And Jason Hogg against Lewis Williams is just about to kick off as well.
There we go. There's that one. Let me sort out the other one while I'm there. The Magic Mouse won't work on, so I had to plug in the old horrible manual one as well. I'm not a fan of. Anyone that knows, when you've been on Mac or ISO for a while using a normal mouse, absolutely horrid. Let's go. So that one. Martin Lukeman is in the chat as well. Another good day for you, buddy. He's got a lads. Want to go home. Tell me I don't have to play tomorrow. My legs and feet are killing me. By our calculations, mate, you're safe. By our calculations. However, they've been slightly dodgy today. But if FDI Lender, if you are in, can you confirm? Because we believe, Martin, you have done enough on the order of merit, mate. Congratulations. But just trying to rehook the Magic Mouse up.
Golden Marbles
Jason
on the
Hobbs take
little
the
bit of
first
trouble.
leg. Yeah, go for it. What's up, Scott?
I was just saying Golden Marbles is under a little bit of trouble in his throw. If we even get a treble here, we probably get to a finish before him. And that's against Fro.
Right. Reconnecting the Magic Mouse as well. Back in luck.
Hogg has just taken the first leg against Louis Williams. He's gone 1-0 up. It was on throw. Louis Williams has kicked off with a 140 and followed it with a 140. So likely that it's going to be 1-1 after the first two legs.
There for a minute. Can't do it until it's warming up. But all eyes on there. I'm just going to have a look at the order of merit. Where you guys look in the UK. So
yeah, Golden Marvels takes it 103. So if 103 check it with Marvels to go 2 each, she saved his skin there. It won't likely be broken.
Yeah, so for Barney fans, would definitely be better if Florian Hemple wins this and wins it well. And then it really would be damage limited from Raymond van Barneveld's point of view. But all eyes to the UK. All of the last 8 games are now underway. John Brand 2-0 with Jake Jones. Jason Hogg taking the opener against Louis Williams.
Levels it up. 1-0.
Agreed, Martin. He said a bagel for Hemple would be the best possible option now. Yeah, look, any Hemple win is good, but the bigger, the better for Raymond van Barneveld.
We've got lift up in that final now as well. That's just kicked off. Hemple kicks up for 140 as well.
Right. Just going to get this up on screen for you in a second, guys. There we have it. Final is underway in Niedernhausen.
What a performance this has been as well from Hemple. When we think of the German names coming through, we think of the likes of Hopp, Schindler, Clemens, Roche, Hemple wasn't a name that was mentioned, and he's not a name that's often mentioned within the top 5 or 6 players from Germany, and yet here he is on the brink of getting a tour card. We've seen it a few years ago with Bunser, but they just come out of nowhere. Germany consistently produces stars, and this is why I think it's brilliant that we get a development tour over there, but German darts needs to keep being developed and fostered because there's so many good players in that country. It is unbelievable.
The thing is, though, you say it produces them, and I agree to a point, but they need to sustain it because it's only really Hop and now Clemens that have come through and stayed there. We had Schindler for a bit, but obviously he's back here having to win his card back, so they have to bring them through and consistently keep them there for me.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. That is a fair point. I think for the Germans, the thing is they're about what we say maybe 20 years behind where England was way back when the PDC started. It's going to take a few years before they can eventually develop them to the point where they've got 10 or 15 players consistently on the tour. But I think they will get there. The way it's going at the minute, German darts coming on leaps and bounds. But the German Super League is huge for that. It's brilliant. I'm not sure what the viewing figures are like over there, but it's brilliant for the game, and it gives them competitive experience all the time. It's a really good system, and like we said before, it would be brilliant to see that in other countries employ that in Italy and employ that in Spain, and let's see some more Super Leagues. I think it's a brilliant idea.
Yeah, I know in terms of viewing figures, the Clemens Kurz and Clemens Peter Wright game did absolute record numbers in Germany across the World Championship. So look, it's definitely an amazing place for darts. But like I said, they just need to produce these players and keep them there. Martin, thank you very much. Glad you've been along for the ride with your family.
Hemple's putting Luke Peters under a little bit of pressure here. A good first leg, and 2-140s. The 42s hampered him a little bit, but there's a potential chance of a break here.
Yeah.
Oh, that opens the door. Oh, what a shot that is. Florian Hemple for a very early breaker throw. Easy as you like. 1 dart. 13 dart for Florian Hemple. 97 average across the first 2 legs. Takes a 2-0 lead and has the throw in the third leg. Could be on for a 3-0 lead. And this match could be getting away from Luke Peters faster than he thought.
Raymond van Barneveld must be sat in his hotel room doing some kind of prayer stroke war dance the way this is going so far.
Ooh, it's not worked there. 180 for Luke Peters. He's going to give this a go. He's not done yet.
Yes, the thing is, the 180 is obviously good, but when your opponent's also hit a 140, it's sort of like not as big as what it could be.
Yeah, it's definitely not when you follow up with the 43.
Yeah, and then he cuts it in half like that. Don't know, obviously, there's never a bad time for a 180, but if your opponent's also hit a 140, it's like not as big as what it could have been.
Oh, this is the one thing you don't want to do is lose the first leg if you've lost the ball, get broken, and then lose the third leg, and this just leaves him in such a dire position having to win 6. Like this is going to get away from Luke Peters if he's not careful.
Yeah, Florian Hemple on the verge here, and he was on that board of death, so it would be fitting what he's come through today to do this. But whilst he's about to go 3-0 to the good, if he can pin 32, which he can, we're going to have a look at the UK. Well, this is a safe spot. Jack Main 2-1 up. Jason Hogg, Louis Williams 2-all. Jake Jones 4-3 on John Brown, and Jim McEwen and Gordon Mathis 3-all. Scott, what have you seen in those games so far?
Been watching Mathers against McEwen, just knocking blows out of each other. Mathers had to take it 100. Just hit my mic. Mathers had to check it 120 to save his skin to go 3 each. Jack Main's played some amazing stuff, but he's not did it against the throw, so his average is a little bit inflated. All the games are really neck and neck here. Brilliant games, can't call them, but I'll let you go back to Europe for the final.
Yeah, and this is on the verge of a double break in Niedernhausen, Luke.
Yeah, this is massively important. It was such a bad start for Luke Peters. 43-40 doesn't set up very well. It's given Hemple the authority now. He's basically stolen the darts. He wins this and then wins on throw. He'd suddenly have the initiative and be 5-0 up at a 1-6-2. What a time that is. Leaves him on 1-4-6 after 9. But this is giving him such a commanding position. And as you say, Barneveld is there. He is sat in his hotel room with this voodoo doll on Luke Peters and is slowly digging the knife in. But Hemple's just pulling away now. This is it. He's starting to get there. And the leg difference is going to be critical. A 130 leaves 16. He's left. This could be a third back-to-back 13 darter as well. So let's not take away anything from Florian Hemple, because what a performance. Back-to-back 13 darters is hard enough as it is. But to leave yourself 16 after 12 in the leg after, he's playing phenomenal. 3 13 darters in a row. Florian Hemple's averaging 105, so you'd be hard pushed to say that he doesn't deserve to win this match 5 or 6 now.
I'll tell you what, at 11:30 this morning, 11:45, whenever it was disaster for Raymond van Barneveld. However, in a day that you can do nothing about, you've blown your chance in the opening round, this couldn't have gone much better in terms of damage limitation.
Every time Hemple starts badly, Peter starts badly as well. There's just he's played so well all day, but it just looks like maybe the fire's dwindled and he's just not being as clinical as he should be. It's given Hemple too many chances here.
So just to jump in quickly, another Tumpers checkout with Mavos. He's taking 110 this time to break 4-3 up.
Yeah, John Brown back to 4-all as well. That looks as if it's going the distance with Jake Jones. It's all going on here. Luke Peters needs to find 2 trebles here. No, I'm not sure that's enough.
Not enough. I agree. Ooh, there's a potential chance here. Really, really needs to break.
Not going to see 3 poor visits in a row. Leaves a finish. You think Peters has to get 2 trebles here?
Yeah.
They like Louis Williams as well. 4-2 up on Jason Hogg. Oh.
Very poor visit. The door is ajar. Opportunity squandered from Luke Peters. Leaves Hemple on 109. Checks this out, be 5-0 up. Peters is going to have to reel off 6 legs on the bounce to win his tour card. But Hemple doesn't do it. So Peters is going to have 3 darts at 15.
Hemple's just dropped off here. We'll come to this in a minute because there's a big scoreline developing in the UK. Takes that. John Brown leads Jake Jones 5-4.
Nothing is looking good. He's got the throw and the decider.
Yeah. It's all simmering along. Martin Thomas levels up against Jack Main. Simmering nicely. Florian Hemple's scoring boots have deserted him in the last 3-4 minutes.
5-3 Marvels. Really good. 3 missed starts from McEwen. But
Gordon Mathers on the brink of a semi-final place. It's just been one of those days today where technology hates us. Luke has now vanished. I'm sure he'll be back in a minute. Just one of those days, gremlins all over the place. I'll keep you updated on what's going on in Niedernhausen. Luke Peters looks as if he's going to hold throw to reduce the gap to 2, and it should get this done. Game in 2, back to 4-2. You feel that this is a must-win leg for Florian Hemple. He's not been at the races the last 2 legs, and he starts with a 140. He needs that just for pure confidence. And Luke Peters only starts with 42, so not great.
John Brown missed 2 match darts, and we're now going to the Noble, 5 each.
Oh, John Brown. 140 from Florian Hemple. Should be 5-2. After 2 great legs, Luke Peters' scoring has completely vanished.
They've got Jim McEwen's pulled one back against Marvels, so that's 5-4. And John Brown looking really good in this decider against Jake Jones.
Five, 2.
What a 180 for Marvels to leave 1-2-1 after 9 darts with McEwen 170 points behind him. Marvels should get it wrapped up, as should John Brown, who should be coming back to the board for 3 darts at double 10 for the place in the semi-finals. Ooh, a really poor visit for Marvels. Only 50, so he's 71, so he might be the door open. As for John Brown,
again, Florian Hemple is on the verge here. Oh, Florian Hemple was taken at 148 to win his tour card outright. Stunning
PDC.
performance from Florian Hemple. We'll come on to the chat room's going off for Louis Williams as well. What's he done?
Oh, missed. I was just watching Jake Jones has somehow nicked the game against John Brown. Louis Williams, he's through 162 against Jason Hogg. So Louis Williams, Jake Jones, and surely Gordon Marvels should be through as well. Gordon Marvels, yep. That's the 3rd name. I cannot believe Jake Jones missed, but there we go. 3 semi-finalists already.
3 of them. They've wrapped them up quite quickly, but we'll concentrate on Europe. Congratulations to Florian Hemple, has come through the group of death on board 1 to win his tour card outright. Don't know if Darts rankings will have updated quickly, and it has. So if you give me a second, guys, I'm going to screenshot. I'm going to go down to there. We'll go to there somewhere. I'm going to get it up on screen. So we can see
Martin Thomas might snatch this game, 5-4 up, and he's opened with 1-3-4. Out of nowhere, he might snatch this at the last minute.
Right, well, Luke's back. I'll just bring him in as well. 2 seconds. It's all going to one of those days. Right, there's Luke back in. Right, up on screen in a second, guys. We're going to bring you the updated order of merit so you can talk over the top of this even though we can't see you. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is the order of merit from the EU as we speak. So, considering it was a disastrous day for Raymond van Barneveld himself, damage limitation in a good way. Still sits 4th on the order of merit. Good leg difference. It could have been so much worse for the 5 times champion of the world, but it's not. There we have it. What do you guys think of that? Of course.
Josh said that basically anyone that's on 4 points now would need to make the last 16 to overtake Van Barneveld. So you've got to think, and you've got to be realistic. How many of those people who are on 4 points are going to make the last 16? There's going to be people that fall early on. So as FDI pointed out earlier, like the probabilities are stacked in Barneveld's favour, but it might get touch and go depending on who plays well.
Yeah.
Just in the UK, the semi-final lineup's complete now. Martin Thomas 1-6-4 in the end against Jack Main. So we have Garth Mathers against Lee Williams, and then Martin Thomas will take on Jake Jones.
I'll just read something.
Yeah, I think so.
Youth against experience at that first semi-final, and we say that about a lot of darts matches, but Gordon Mathers and Louis Williams are at different stages in their career. It's nice to see the guys coming over from Oceania and giving it a go, and at least we've seen some success. Again, we want to see this game diversified. We want to see players on the tour from Asia, from America, from Oceania, from Africa. So it's nice to see Gordon Mathers up there mixing it with the best guys from the UK and the future talents. Louis Williams is only 19. He could be on the tour for many years to come. So this could be a bit of a match for the ages. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
I 100% agree, but on the complete other side of the coin, there's a complete lack of diversity with the amount of Welsh people that are getting through. This has been the year of the Welsh. I'm sick of seeing them.
Yeah, well, This is it. The wins of Clayton and Price are only going to do wonders for the Welsh game. We're only going to see participation rates in that country go up even higher. So it's all good. We should just see the standard rise and rise.
Rapid Ricky joining us in the chat room. Hi, mate. Hope you are well. Looking forward to the Super Series.
He says I'm going
to fill my bottle up. No, I'm just going to fill my bottle up.
Right.
Nothing crazy.
Just because Rapid Ricky says he's played all UK semi-finals online. Did you beat them all? That's what I want to know. So what is my pick's already out. You still sticking with Louis Williams? I take it to beat Gordon Mathers.
I'm still sticking with Louis Williams. I backed the guy Sherrock before this all started. I still think he's pretty much there now. Points wise, he's there, but it'd be nice to see him go and do it automatically. I think he's got the talent to do that.
That's good. You get any thoughts about the other one, Jake Jones, Martin Thomas? You know much about them, no?
Jake Jones, I'll be honest, I've not heard the names before, but Jake Jones impressed me against John O'Shea because John O'Shea's a tough cookie to crack, and he did that well. You know, he showed a bit of experience to win that 6-5. Martin Thomas, don't know too much about him, but again, part of that Welsh resurge. They're doing well at the minute, and who knows? Could go either way.
No, the
it's going to be. Go on, Scott.
I was just saying, just watching them today, Thomas has went close in a couple of games and showed real bottle. Jake Jones had two completely contrasting games. Thrash Robert Thornton played absolutely amazing. I have no idea how he put John Brown out, to be honest. John Brown should have had his head long before the final leg, but I'll say Thomas has been more consistent, so I'll be more inclined to go for him, but that's anyone's game.
Yeah, definitely warming up now. As we can see, it's going to be interesting. Right, so a couple in the chat room. Again, a bonkers day. We've got one more day to go after today in the Dream Factory, as the PDC have been calling it.
They're taking the time to get these semi-finals matches started, but why don't we look through the quarterfinals matches were impressive. Gordon Mathers played well. Louis Williams is starting to get to that point where I think dispatch anyone. He's starting to play really well.
Yeah.
So what's the points we think will roughly be okay? Do we think 6 is it okay in the UK, or would they need to reach 7?
No, I think 7 or 8.
Yeah.
7 or 8, I think we're looking at.
So in that case, it started with Martin Thomas has 5. So does Gordon Mathers. Just looking for the other two. Jake Jones.
He's got 6.
Jake Jones is on 6.
Yeah.
And Will Williams is on 8. So he's the only man with a bit of confidence right now that he's made it. So the other 3 is just huge.
Yeah.
If you'd asked me to pick these auto 2 card holders, though, and I think that's probably the hardest task. If anyone can ever pick, if you can ever give me picked all 4 auto 2 card holders at Q-School, then fair enough, because I want the lottery numbers. If you could, pick things that we've been seeing through, then I could never select the 4 players. It's so much of a lottery, I find, in the UK more than the EU. But you just I never ever would have seen Jason Heber get an automatic 2 card yesterday, but he played fantastic and fully deserved it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, just waiting for these to warm up. If you haven't yet, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Final day of Q-School action tomorrow. It's going to be rammed. It's going to be busy because it's so busy. We're going to have most of the team on. I think anyone that is available for us tomorrow, we're going to work out different time slots to get people in. Everyone that's been involved gets the final day of action. And we will be joined by Matt Ward from MDA Promotions, one of the managers that has players at Q-School, as well as people like Daryl Gurney on his books and Rapid Ricky, who is in the chat room. Looks like Jar is completely stitching us up here. Looks like we're coming on air at 10:30. So to welcome you all along and preview some of the stuff. Just completely have my pants down while I can't argue my case. But no, we will bring you the very best action we can tomorrow from Niedernhausen and Milton Keynes. Will we see a surprise? Will someone come from nowhere to snatch one of Willy Wonka's golden tickets?
That's if these games haven't finished warming up by tomorrow, because that's a serious possibility at this point.
Yeah.
I thought they got 9 practice starts, and Lewis Williams against Scott Mothers was supposed to start 8 minutes ago. So if it's taken them 8 minutes to score these 9 practice starts, I'm a bit worried. Oh, there we go. We're in. We're in business.
We're underway.
We've got one on. We've got one underway.
Yeah, Chris says in the chat room, could be an all Welsh final. It could be.
I can definitely see that.
Must admit, I fancy Louis Williams here, I've got to say. Who was it earlier? Martin Thomas was in a whole world of trouble. I haven't got his run up here yet, but he was in a whole heap of trouble against someone earlier. We had this yesterday as well. People coming through were in trouble in the earlier rounds. Gonna get it. Let's get Martin Thomas's run up here. I was watching the game.
Mike Warburton.
Mike Warburton in the last 1-2-8. He was in a whole world of trouble in that game.
Could be looking at an early hold for Louis Williams. He's left himself on 72 after 12.
Did he win the last 2 legs to beat Martin Lukeman as well, if my memory serves me correctly?
Yeah, I'm sure you're right with that. No, I think, no, you're right. No.
Yeah.
No, I didn't win, because, no, Martin Lukeman, it was 5-4, and Lukeman pulled it completely out the bag today to the last leg, but no, he played a blind on the last one. But yeah, he was forced to the last leg, as these guys missed starts.
Yeah.
1-0 Wales.
It's not Gareth Bale, he's on the golf course. Again, Jake Jones still warming up against Martin Thomas in MK. Apparently both missed starts to win the opening leg. It was a bit nervy. I would switch and put the scoreline up, but you know, as soon as I do it, the other one's going to kick off.
We'll keep you up to date.
Yeah, so we'll just have that one for the moment.
Early break opportunity here. Louis Williams to start the second leg really well. 1-3-5 and then a ton. Leads him 2-6-6. If he can get 97 here, it's a ton 37, so he's left himself a 1-2-9 after 9. This is an early break opportunity and could be critical.
Could be huge, these opening stages. Louis Williams, one of those players you don't want to give chances to.
Mathis needs this 101 to hold through. Otherwise, Williams is going to get chances at 78. And he's only left himself 52, so he didn't even get darts there, Mathers. Williams should get at least a dart at tops, should he not miss the big number, but could potentially get 2 at if he's gone in, he should get double 12, but he's missed. So he's left himself 20. Mathers, it's got 3 dots to match up at 1-1. Has not done it. So Louis Williams, 3 dots at double 10 for an early break. Could be very important late on, and he does it. So Louis Williams leads 2-0. Early stages are going to be important.
Big moments. And the other one is underway. Jake Jones and Martin Thomas. That Scott will be keeping his eye on for you as well.
Yep.
Again, a few shout outs while these are in the early stages. Yep, Martin, we think you're 99% there. 8 should be enough, but fingers crossed. Also, watching along, Pricey and Rachel have us on the big screen at home. Thank you very much for watching along here. Online Darts bringing you Q-School to a finish here on day 3, but one monster day to go tomorrow. All on the line. Dreams can be made or years can be shattered because people that were planning returns to the Pro Tour won't be happening for another year. So all to play for tomorrow in what could be one of the best days of darts you will see. But we're going to come back to you, Luke. Louis Williams, looking 3-0, or is Mathers getting himself into this game?
I think it's looking 3-0. Louis Williams has left himself 76 after 12. He started 140, 140. So he's given himself every opportunity to hold this. Mathers is left to 141, and he's taken out 3 darts to Louis Williams. So it's 3-0. Mathers now has to throw, but this game is quickly getting away from him.
For you, Scott, your opening leg, Jake Jones, Martin Thomas. Where are we with that one?
Both solid, to be honest. After 15 darts, he's taking Jake Jones is 1-0 up. He took out double 18 and 2 darts. Solid start, nothing amazing. It's what you're wanting on a hold of throw. So 1-0 Jake Jones.
It's all in and around, and it is 3-0 to Louis Williams, making light worth of Gordon Mathers at the moment, Luke.
Yeah, Mathers has started 45, 140 though, so he might potentially get his first hold of throw here. But as of so far, Louis Williams averaging 96 is dispatched of Gordon Mathers quite. Finds a of the sort of because we see him average low 80s. But this week he's impressed me a bit more. He's starting to get into his groove. We know how well he played at the DPA Tour, and it's just about whether he could bring that form over to the Challenge Tour or potentially even the Pro Tour should he get there.
It's all bubbling along. Where are we going with this? Your second leg, Scott. Martin Thomas. Is he making an impact, or is it still Jake Jones?
Still Jake Jones. Jake Jones is looking good to break here. Turn 40, 85. A good setup here, and you would fancy him to go for it. He's hit another turn, so he's on 76 with Martin Thomas back on 164. Should be easy unless there's a bit of magic from Thomas, but he missed the bull. I was way too disrespectful to him there. He missed the bull for the 164, but Jake Jones has 76 to go 2-0 up and break.
Yeah, again, James in the chat room says, will Barney need a point tomorrow? That's looking like it. It's looking that way. Not definite, but that's what it looks like. Jackie, same time tomorrow, guys. We will be here bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for you on day 4 of stage 2, of course. But back to this. Gordon Mathers has a leg on the board, Luke.
Yeah, out top, so his finisher might not be the most confident, but he's got the job done, and he's got himself a leg, which that the confidence that gives you. He's then kicked over the 140. The match might have done early on though. I wouldn't leave this. You don't want to be getting to the point where you're at 5-2, 5-3, and you're desperate for a break. You don't want the pressure of knowing that you can't afford to lose another leg. So If Mathers can start this leg quite well, 140, back it up with it. He's backed it up with another 140. So this match is definitely not done and dusted. He's playing well now. He's starting to get in the groove.
But Jake Jones, 2 to the good in your one, Scott.
Yeah, Martin Thomas missed 2 darts at a double to hold. I think he split 25 by 113 double six. I think based on the numbers that were there, so he only has himself to blame. It sounds harsh. In this one, yeah, Jake Jones still looking good. 2-0 up on the throw, looking solid with his scored and quite a bit ahead. So 2-0 and looking good to make it 3 if he can keep this up.
And nervy times for the players. They're so close at this point. They can almost see that tour card on the horizon in Milton Keynes. But Louis Williams, how's he looking, Luke? 4-1 or 3-2 on the cards?
It is touch and go. He's got 87 left. He's taken out 3 darts. It's 4-1. You know what? He finished that leg very strongly. There was a few ton plus scores there. And it's just killed any chances of Gordon Mathers making a bit of a comeback.
Interesting times. Justin Pipe, how are we doing? Welcome along. I'm just going to update that.
Yeah, we could have a break back in mind when we do 2-1.
Yeah. So in terms of the race for the Order of Merit, any one of these guys winning today is good for the chasing pack because they're all obviously in and around. So could be interesting. It's not as if one of these has come from the blind side to get here. You're going Martin Thomas on the board, Scott. Big leg, was it?
Yeah, a good break, had 112 and missed the double. And then Jake Jones couldn't check out, so he came back. And good scoring in this 4th leg here. He's opened up with 135 and backs up with 125. So looks as if we have a game on at last.
Game on. On board number 1. Is Gordon Mathers responding, or is it still one-way Welsh traffic, Luke?
No, he's responding. He's come back well this leg. Louis Williams has had a bit of a fall off. He's only averaging 60. Not really sure what's happened to him here, but we'll let him off because it is Gordon Mathers' throw, so it shouldn't affect him too much. He just needs to make sure that he's strong enough next leg that he comes back and fights for it. But yeah, Gordon Mathers has the initiative. 58 left, and he's got 3 darts. So it's highly likely this is going to go 4-2. And we'll be back to Williams.
So again, just a little bit nervy. It is 4-2 as we speak there. Luke said it looked as if it was, and that is confirmed. But you think this is a big leg for Gordon Mathers. Can't let Louis Williams get within 1, so needs to mount an assault on that throw.
Yeah, I completely agree. Louis Williams started with 43, so if he ever needed the initiative, that was it. He now needs to kick on and give himself a chance. But I completely agree with you. If he lets this get to 5-2 and he's got to win 4 legs in a bounce, that makes it such a tough challenge, and he's going to have to break twice. So Gordon Mathers, it's highly, highly important that he wins this leg.
Yeah. And we have a leveller on board number 2. Martin Thomas was 1-2 on the spin to reel Jake Jones back in, Scott.
We do, and that came after Jake Jones missed the double for 158, so it could well be 3-1 if we went for a bit of an unlucky double. But yeah, this game still tight, 2 each, and the 5th leg already looks as if it's going to be Jake Jones's. But yeah, I'll keep you updated.
It's all going on. All going on indeed. If you didn't catch it earlier, Florian Hemple was victorious over in Niedernhausen, getting the job done. It was a disastrous day for Raymond van Barneveld on his own throw, but kind of got away with it in the end. It was a bit nervy in terms of Order of Merit, but he's still in control of his own destiny tomorrow.
Oh, that's a 5-2. Louis Williams takes that 98 in 2 darts. That pretty much. Maybe if Gordon Mathers come back from this, it's going to be a very impressive performance, but it's a tough ask now. Can't afford to lose another leg. He's right on the brink. It's 5-2 Louis Williams.
100%. Can Gordon Mathers win 4 on the spin? You would say unlikely against Louis Williams at the moment, but not impossible. Welcome along to Online Darts. If you're joining us for the first time, please make sure you hit that thumbs up button. Please subscribe to the channel and turn notifications on so you don't miss any of the action here on the final day of Q-School and future content, which is going to be absolutely mint. Got some great stuff planned for you. The UK Open maybe behind closed doors, but we are going to bring it to you in your living rooms so you don't miss any of it. Just scrolling through. This 5th leg on board 2 seems to be taking its time. Scott, good standard or just general carnage at the moment?
Jones had a good standard, but he's trickled his way down and has missed free clear. But I'll go back to the other board because Gordon Mathers just did something into it.
Over to you.
Gordon
It looks like
Mathers
Luke's
leveled
frozen.
this game up. Yeah, sorry, Gordon Mathers has leveled this game up. It is now leveled this game up. He's hitting the leg rather. It's 5-3 now. So he has pulled one back. He's not playing too badly, but it was on throw, so it was sort of expected. This is where the crunch leg is. Louis Williams has now got every initiative. He's 5-3 up, and he's got the throw. So if Gordon Mathers wins this, we've got a game on our hands. But if he doesn't, Louis Williams is into the final.
Big moments. But on board 2, Jake Jones back in front, Scott.
23 data. It was painful in the end, but it was miles ahead in that leg. It would have been cruel for him to lose it. 3-2 up. Doesn't matter how you get it done, I suppose.
Yeah. As long as you hit that double, that's the important thing. We've seen hearts broken on the biggest start stages of them all from missed doubles. So getting over the line doesn't matter how. Ajax Chelsea, where did Barney finish? Didn't have a good day today, but he's still 4th on the overall order of merit. So fate still well and truly in his own hands. Results went for him. It could have been a lot worse for Barney today. But we're going to go back to board 1. Are we in the closing stages, Luke, or are we going further?
I think we might be on the brink. Louis Williams has got 1-4-2 left after 12 darts. Both players have just hit a 1-3-4 to set themselves up on 3 darters. But we're going to see what Louis Williams can do. He's left himself 60. So Gordon Mathers needs to take out 1-1-8, or Louis Williams is probably going to get 2 darts at tops to take this match out and get himself into the final. He's probably got enough points already on the order of merit, but again, this is crucial for the rest of for the chase and pat. Louis Williams is one of the players that Gordon Mathers has done it. Gordon Mathers has done it. 1-1-8 and 3 darts. We have a game in our hands. He's broken back. Gordon Mathers, averaging 93, is now back in the match. He's got going to 5-5. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. I'm just going to answer a few in the chat room. James says all of these players have got healthy all-round points after today's matches. Yeah. So as it stands at the moment in the UK order of merit, this is as they are at the moment. Louis Williams currently sits 3rd on 8 points. Jake Jones is 5th on 6 points. Gordon Mathers is 9th on 5 points. And Martin Thomas is also on 5 points, but he is in 12th because of leg difference. So, yes, mate, they are all in and around that top 13. Obviously, one of them is going to walk away, but Martin Thomas levels up against Jake Jones. Scott?
Yep, another 23 data. I feel as if I chose the wrong game out of the two. It surprised me because both of these guys have been so consistent so far today. But yeah, 23 data. I think the highest score was 95, and then after that was 70 for Thomas. But it's gone now. I can't remember. And to be honest, I'm quite glad I can't remember. It's been a painful 2 legs in this one.
For you, Luke, are we going to a noble, or is Louis Williams recomposed himself?
We might be going. You know what? Louis Williams is at 2-140s his leg, and he's still the second favourite. He's just going to have a 139 to leave himself 25. But Gordon Mathers has got 62 left. Treble 10, double 16. He could get chances here. This is Gordon Mathers has got to take this. He's got to take this. But Louis Williams has played well, and he has. Gordon Mathers 62 and 3 darts. We're going to a noble. It's 5-all. Louis Williams has got the throw.
We are going to the noble, and let's see if we can. Just doing some jiggery pokery here, guys. Ignore me.
That's cool. Just looking at your game because I've got that on the side. What's if he missed the bull for the match there?
Yeah, he did. He missed the ball. I mean, 41. He had 2 140s in that leg and at a 139 missed the ball. It was a sensational opportunity for Louis Williams, but he looks like he's responded well here. I tell you what, though, Gordon Mathers, I would have wrote him out at 3-0 down. He's come back well.
There we have it up on screen here. We're in the noble leg. And Louis Williams started like a train.
What a last leg.
And Darts Connect frozen. Yep, it has. My fault, guys. 2 seconds.
Yeah. Louis Williams,
When you try and go
56 after 12. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
140 from Mathers. It's close. Louis Williams really needs to check this out. He should have 2 darts at double. If not, Gordon Mathers is going to come back and he'll have 2 chances at double. To stay, missed his chances. Louis Williams missed.
Luke's gone, so I will see you through it. Gordon Mathers
From 5-2 down.
has done it. He has come back from the brink. Louis Williams has blown a golden opportunity, Luke.
He has. He spurned a massive chance there. He'll get through on the points, but Gordon Mathers is going to be counting his lucky stars that he managed to come back from 5-2 down. Brilliant performance from him at the end of 95 average, and he really showed that he's got some class. But that is a throwaway from Louis Williams.
Disappointing for the young man. Will need to bounce back tomorrow. Well, that one's done and dusted. If like magic, Martin Thomas just turned this one round completely around, Scott.
No, I did that. Looking at the scores in this week, it sums up the 2 players. Thomas is a lot more consistent and Jones is a lot more erratic, so it makes it a lot harder to predict. But, well, it's looking as if it's going to swing again, isn't it? 4 each on the cards.
This one's all over the place. Can Jake Jones take out of this? No. Not the best of setups either. Should have been a lot lower than that, Scott.
No, that just about sums him up, to be fair. You look at the 180 and 140 in the leg, and you think he should be shooting in, but he just comes up. It's like the Robert Thornton sort of thing. He plays amazing one visit and then terrible with the next. And that's why his game is 4-3, and why Jake Jones hasn't already won this. And he might not have won it. Oof. Not often you see 29 left.
What a double must he have missed for that?
I have no idea what happened there. We don't need to know for each.
Surely whoever gets through
Pretty
here
sure
should be getting smashed of Gordon Mathers, but maybe they'll pick it back up.
Martin Thomas did this whole day though. He's just sort of hung on, just been there and just won games without ever having the right to. But no,
Just
I'm
dodge
impressed with
bullets
him
all
all
day.
day. Yeah,
Again,
exactly.
when it's your day, it's your day. And if he carries on dodging bullets, he's going to have a tour card.
Still needs a break though, and that might not come in this way.
No.
We've seen Mathers average above 90 3 times so far today, and I'm pretty sure Martin Thomas is currently he's averaged 91 and he's been high 80s for most. And then what about Jones? I'm sure we're looking at to be honest, 190 plus average in his first match, but other than that, it's sort of low to mid 80s. So as you say, if it's your day, it's your day. He's got a little bit lucky with a draw, but he's done well enough to get himself to the semi-final. He's got every chance of getting through here, doesn't he?
Yes, indeed. Luke in the chat room, give him some credit. If we knew who you were talking about, then perhaps we could. But not really too sure you're on about, mate.
Might be Martin Thomas, maybe I'm being a bit harsh, but I'm not trying to talk him down at all. It has been good. It's just the fact that there's been a lot of occasions, like some Martin Lukeman, where he fancies his chances against them, but he's still there. If it is Thomas, I'm not discrediting him. I'm just saying he's a bit like.
If it is Martin Thomas, yeah, he's there, fair enough, but there's no denying that he's dodged bullets. That's all we're saying.
No, it's talking about Thomas. He just said, no, not at all. He is 5-4 down just now, just to give an update for people that can't see. But
just saying he's dodged bullets all day. But
yeah,
I'm not saying that's not a bad thing.
Jake Jones dodged the biggest one of all. I can't believe that last game against John Brown, the amount of times that he should have that wrapped up. Yeah.
100%. But now he's under the cosh.
Oh,
should be over.
Right, we've got Gob with his abacus, pen, paper, fingers, you name it. Jack Main is 100% cannot be caught. 100% Jack Main cannot be caught at the top or cannot drop out of the top 13 on the order of merit.
Congratulations to Jack Main then. Impressive achievement to do that in 3 days.
Yeah. So that's something we've got right today. We haven't got a lot else right in calculations and maths, but we've got that one. But 72 for Jake Jones, Scott, to win it.
Yep, it's taking its time, which I always feel is a good sign, and it is. It's gone. Jake Jones, 6-4.
There we have it. We have a final in Milton Keynes. It will be Gordon Mathers taking on Jake Jones. Consistency against erratic. This could be interesting, ladies and gentlemen.
So that puts Jake Jones on to 7 points, and Gordon Mathers is on 6. So this is huge. This just takes so much pressure off tomorrow if you can get it done. You'd rather win just 6 legs than win a couple of games tomorrow.
Yeah. Because if you're on 6 points right now, that's not necessarily enough.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it will be.
going to be interesting. That is for sure. Hi, Tim. How are we all doing? Just going through the chat room now. Congratulations, yeah. So, yeah, 100% confirmed. Right, we're going to have a quick 20-second ad break, and we'll be back on the other side of this to bring you the final. Welcome back, everyone. Rapid Ricky Evans in the chat room. Happy for Jake Jones. Great young play. Yeah, he's done enough today, mate. Got a little bit fortunate against John Brown. But like we said, you need to do it. Oh, and Martin Lukeman is still in the chat room. 8 points. You, depending on the draw as well, but 8 points. You have a very, very, very high chance, but it's not mathematically certain. Some Rachel Riley type results could conspire against you, but with a plus 27 leg average, I think you're there personally, mate. Although it's not mathematically, I think you are there. So we have a final. Actually, whilst we are waiting for that final, a couple of people were asking about the order of merit from the EU. So we can bring that back up again. That is the top of the order of merit in the EU, guys, as we speak now. Martin Schindler, Zoran Lurchbacker, Boris Koltsov, Roman van Barneveld, John Michael, Luke Peters, Niall Zonneveld, and Lorenzo Pronk make up the top 8 on that order of merit. Martin says, looks like I'm playing tomorrow. Looks like that way, mate. Looks like that way. Just think of it as good match practice for the Super Series and the UK Open that you're going to be in shortly. That's the way I look at it, mate. You've got all that to look forward to. Just going through. So, yeah. Bitcoin is one of Jack Main's sponsors. Congratulations. He is there on tour, as we said earlier. So, yeah, that is the order of merit from the EU. Bring us back into the room, gentlemen, right? We have a final that will take place shortly in Milton Keynes. Where is your 20 pence, gentlemen? Gordon Mathers or Jake Jones? Which one?
I think it's got to be Mathers. I think. Yeah, I agree with Scott. I'm just looking at the list of these players who they've beaten, though, and I would say the scalps that Jake Jones has claimed are potentially slightly higher. I mean, beating Robert Thornton 6-0 should, depending on how he's playing, be no easy feat. And he's beaten John O'Shea as well, so he has played some brilliant games today. More than deserved of getting to the final. It sets it up. Mathers obviously knocked out Louis Williams last round, which was phenomenal. And he's given himself every opportunity of getting himself on tour. But wouldn't it be nice to see another Aussie back on tour? It's a shame that we lost Kyle Anderson, but wouldn't it be nice if he's been replaced by a potential Aussie? It just seems fitting.
Definitely. And in the chat room, Juanita, Mathers for me, boys. Of course it is. We all do that. We didn't even need to ask you, Juanita.
I know Joe's just asked there about Mathers. Will he commit himself? I'd heard that
Yeah.
Mathers was moving to the UK. I did think he was moving to the UK.
Yeah, I hope that you have to. If you've gone through this, then you have to commit to it. Let's be fair. There was probably, I know Kyle said there wasn't, but there was probably some pressure on him to be putting his tour card in if he's not going to come and play.
Yeah.
I know players won't never say it, but there probably was. I know my bet would be on that one.
I know for a lot of these players,
yeah.
this is the thing, and yeah, I was just going to say the English players probably wouldn't like it, but I would like to have seen like some of the Pro Tour events, and we've said this about the development tour, but moving some of the Pro Tour events to other continents, and I know they have enough international travel and enough travel as it is, but it would just give some of these players a bit of an opportunity to see the professional game, like have a Pro Tour in Asia, have a Pro Tour in Oceania. I know the travel is, it's definitely not ideal, but it just broadens the game a little bit more. It means some of these players, like, they're not having to come and commit to living in the whole other side of the world. They've got a few chances to play within their home nation. I don't think it'll ever happen, but I would like to see a few Pro Tours elsewhere.
Well, we are live. I think it will in time, but I think it's one of those ones where I think we'll see more Pro Tours going to Europe because the split is now bigger. It's closer to a 50-50 split. So I think we'll start to see more Pro Tours and that. And if we can get more Oceanic or North American tour players, then yeah, why not? Barry has always said it's a global game.
That's what they've got to strive for. We know how well that's done in snooker. We've got tournaments all over the world there now, and I know some of the players like Ronnie O'Sullivan and some of the some of the likes of Gary Anderson and Peter Wright, and I don't think necessarily travel to all the events, but that's the way to grow the game throughout the world. You've got to start host events in the US and in Australia, places like that, and I think that would really broaden the appeal.
Yeah, 100%. Well, we are underway in Milton Keynes, and it's Jake Jones who has started well. Can he see this one over the line?
Ooh.
Holds to lead 1-0, gentlemen. We'll do.
Good start.
Go around the houses, Luke. This one's all yours to start with. We'll do a couple of legs each or whatever.
Yeah, no, he played well there. Good 15 dart to start the match. Obviously, we're not rating his chances as being the absolute best against Gordon Bathurst because the form we've seen in the last couple of rounds, he's faltered a little bit, but that was quite impressive actually. Good start, 180 to kick off as well.
Yeah, interesting.
I like that suggestion in chat. Change the Euro Tour to the World Tour. That would be cool. I'll be on board with that. I think we've broadened the game in Europe, but the rest of the world is where we've got to be reaching for. I think that's a good idea, actually.
I'm not private both,
but it's. I 100% agree. It's just the wrong year to be doing that, isn't it? Like maybe in 18 months we can have that conversation. But
yeah, no, that's a fair
the
point.
logistics. It's been nightmarish. It's nightmare enough trying to get someone organised in MK.
Yeah, maybe we should look at this as 2022, but it gives them all enough time to practice, and especially if we see someone like Mathers now go out and win the tour card, if we see a few more Aussies on the tour, then yeah, there should be all the emphasis should be there. We've got 3 or 4 Aussies on the tour. There's no reason we shouldn't have some ranking events. I know we've got the World Series, but I want some ranking events in Australia and something that actually means something. I know the World Series isn't that thought of by quite a few people, but
Ooh. Yep,
what a way to check out Jake Jones. Ooh. Not messing about here.
Don't know if Martin Lukeman, if you are still in the chat room, make yourselves known to us Gob has done the maths, and he reckons, or he's saying, 8 points is enough in the UK. Obviously, the PDC would have to confirm that, but we believe that Martin Lukeman and Louis Williams have done enough.
That's going to be a relief because he was knackered. So I hope he's still here. I hope he's heard that.
Like I say, not confirmed by the PDC, but our workings, we think 8 is enough.
We've got the thumbs up from him. He's heard you.
Yeah, like I say, PDC will have to confirm that with you, mate, but we think that you've done it.
God, and Mathers misses an opportunity there. He's loving a slow start, and don't panic if you're a Mathers fan because he did this last round as well. Jones leaves himself on 70. Mathers needs a 140 to break the throw. Otherwise, he could be facing 3-0. So opportunities, early opportunities. Jake Jones currently averaging 100. 15 dot so far. This isn't going to be a 15 dot. Oh, it's not even going to be an 18-21 dot. He's missed quite a few chances this leg. The scoring hasn't been brilliant, but got to Mathers for tops to break back.
Oh.
Can't do it. This is a bit of a
big moment.
Unfortunately, Scott saw a lot of these last game, but it's a 22 dot leg from Jake Jones. At least he's got the job done, but that's a tough one.
Tough one to take that.
I'll put a light on.
Here you go, gents. If the PDC confirm it to the players, obviously Jack Main, Louis Williams, and Martin Lukeman, you are safe. You cannot be caught. Do you play tomorrow?
No.
Yes. Why do you go first for your argument? Well, unless you have a job, like sort of thing, like honestly, I don't know what your like working situation is, where if you could get a bit more money elsewhere and you want to go for it, fine. But in a world where you need to be trapped inside your house and you're not allowed to move, I would be loving this opportunity. Even if it's 9 days in a hotel, it's better than spending it in your house, what you have done for the year. I would be getting it, I would be playing darts and getting match practice for a week's time. That would be why I would stay.
Martin Lukeman has replied, if he gets it rubber stamped by the PDC, he's not playing tomorrow.
I don't blame him.
Like I said, it's just our workings, mate, so double check with the PDC, but we think you have done enough, mate. Rich Wood says, really pleased there's only one winner a day in the final. Yeah, I think it makes it better only having one winner a day. It's more exciting playing to a winner. TK Shops also says no, he wouldn't play.
So I suppose I'm saying that as a man who hasn't spent the last 9 days in a hotel.
Yeah. I will say the one good thing about MK is it's easy to get a bag of mamas delivered, where Coventry wasn't as easy.
There you go. You got to think about the logistics, exactly. There you go. He's got what? He's got what? First day, 5:30. There we go. I'm with. Okay, told you. I'll take that back, Martin. I'm with you. We're doing the same.
Just out of interest, mate, I hope your employers are understanding, because you're going to be spending a lot more time in potential bubbles or Pro Tour series, blocks of 4 and 5, and Euro Tours.
So might Jake Jones after this. Mathers only turned up in one leg during this, and the rest has been completely in control with Jones. She should breeze to the 4-1 here.
Definitely. Jake Jones taking firm command of this tie. Little bit of pressure, though.
You get
Mathers is taking out shots like this.
Yeah. These are the ones.
Big opportunity.
Passed it up. Bust.
Oof.
Bust 46.
How did you do that?
I guess. Game on here. Break back from Gordon Mathers out of break. I guess, sorry, he's gone 6 for tops. So he's gone 6 inside tops, double 15. Or vice versa. He's gone 10 for 36. He's gone 10 inside, double 12. It's the only thing I can think of.
Absolute nightmare.
Yeah. Martin says self-employed, so all good. Happy days, mate. Happy days. TK Shots. The only person that's a tougher week than the players is Phil. Look, I'm not going to lie, it's long, but I love every minute of it, gents. You'll never hear me moaning about what I do for a living, believe me. I might get grumpy, I might get crabby, but I love every minute of it. And again, from potential 4-1, looking at 3-all, gents.
Second time he's done that as well. Let's not forget, against Louis Williams, he was looking a bit down and out, and then suddenly started reeling off some legs. Mathers just loves a slow start. That's his biggest plus point. I mean, there's worse traits to have than loving a slow start and coming through and winning matches. So I'm not faulting him for it.
Well, as he leaves the fish, could Jake Jones reel in a river monster?
Wouldn't we like to see that in the final?
Well, I'm not sure Gordon Mathers would or his fans, but everyone else would.
Fair point.
Thank you very much, Andy. Like I said, I love every minute of what I do, mate. Love every single second of it.
Mathers fans wouldn't have wanted to see that. Just a 60. Jake Jones. Oh, he's left double 1. What is that?
How's he done that? I'm trying to work out why he's gone on 72 to leave double 1.
He's thrown these last 2 legs away, hasn't he? He's thrown them away.
He's thrown them away and with 3-all, but I'm still trying to work out on 72 how you end up on double 1. The common sense ways is 16-16 tops, 12s, because single 12, single 20 tops. If you hit treble, you go double 18. In the comments, can someone work out how Jake Jones, Rapid, Ricky, if you're still in the comments, I know you love things like this, from 72, can you try and work out the conundrum to leave double 1, please, mate?
Surely he's not miscounted from 72 and gone treble 18, double 8, and hit 70, and then left himself 2. I mean, we won't know. We'll never find out, but someone will have to message.
We'll never find out, but
let us know.
Yeah, that's baffled me, that has. And off the back of that, to be fair, it wouldn't surprise me because something scrambled his head here because we've gone to to pot, so to speak. Gordon Mathers should have been 4-1 behind, in all fairness. He's now going to find himself 4-3 in front.
Huge comeback. Full respect to Gordon Mathers. He never gives up.
What a leg.
Tony said in the comments, maybe he wants to play tomorrow.
He thinks the same as Scott. He wants the other day with the guys playing darts. He doesn't want to go back to spend it at home.
Oh,
I think Joe
yeah.
Williams has got it in the comments. I'll wait to this. Ooh. The tunnel is complete, but I think Joe Williams is correct. That that's my best thing. Treble 20 to league double 6, and then dragged it down into the single 10, and that's left you double 1.
Ah, okay.
To be fair,
Yeah, that makes sense.
if he's gone treble 20, if he's gone treble 20 on 72, he's only got himself to blame. Ridiculous.
Yes, agreed.
If he's gone that way, then he deserves it. But more importantly, this game is swinging like an absolute pendulum right now. Gordon Mathers breaks throw to lead 4-3. And now his throw is massively under threat again, Luke.
Yeah, Jake Jones, I don't know what's going on with this game. Honestly, these are the sort of games I wish I could watch on stream because you could see the body language and really see how these players are getting affected. But it's just back and forth all the time. No one seems to have the initiative to want to actually win the game. Mathers didn't seem to start with it, but then had it and now has lost it again. And Jake Jones has come back. It's madness. What a way to end the day.
Jar says in the comments, tell us how you really feel, PB. Did you not hear my commentary on John Worsley leaving 166 earlier, 162, whatever it was?
Jake Jones, a 1-2-1 after 9. He's left himself tops after 12 darts. That's world class. That's what you need to be doing against the throw if you want a tour card.
Great comeback because he had a shocker of a last leg. So that takes some stones to bring that back. We're level at 4-all again.
Good leg.
Gents, it is now a best of 3 match. We started the day with 126 players. It now boils down to a best of 3.
This game makes no sense. It makes no sense. Where's that come from? Where's this form come from? He lost 3 legs on the bounce, 4 legs on the bounce, and suddenly it makes no sense.
He's erratic, I told you.
I'll tell how this reminds me of.
I don't understand what is going on here.
This is a Cameron Menzies performance. An absolute box of frogs.
You just can't call it. If you ask me to call it now, even if we get to the last leg, I cannot make a decision now. I'm backing off.
140, 134, 134 to leave 93 after 9. I tell you what, if Gordon Mathers ends up winning this, Jake Jones will go back to his hotel room in the DoubleTree and think, how the hell have I not won this match? This should be all done and dusted.
I can't believe it.
This should be absolute over with. But he's on the brink. There we have it.
There you go. I like the way
Get the car running. Get that car running. And this is where Gordon Mathers wakes up again.
What is happening here? Oh, Jake Jones might not be finished.
He hasn't taken them back now.
TK Shot says, are these guys well known in the world of darts? being honest, I didn't know hardly anything about Jake Jones. Gordon Mathers has played in the World Series, Oceanic events and stuff like that. We've seen him on the DPA tour and bits like this. So I knew a lot more about Mathers than I did Jake Jones, if I'm being brutally honest.
Compared to some of the names of this Q-School, though, even Mathers isn't well known when you compare it to Robert Thornton. So, sort of. We've heard of the guys.
Yeah. But it looks as if, gentlemen, the Noble is on the cards.
It is. If Mathers keeps in 60s, he needs to treble. Oh, initiative's there. 107 for the match. Come on, the party piece. He can't do it. He left himself double 19. I don't know how he's done that.
Oh, some of the counting here has been unbelievable.
Yeah.
Double 19
Again,
for the match. $3 today.
Yeah, Jake Jones has done a Cameron Menzies. Stunning to falling off a cliff, all in the same leg.
But he starts to go for it.
You watch, it wouldn't surprise me if this goes after 45, 60 and 44.
Oh.
Double 9.
Missed a dart.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to the Noble. We all knew it was coming. Hold on to your seats, ladies and gentlemen. We have a couple of minutes left to find out who will win that tour card.
This game.
Advantage Jones. I don't want to keep bringing it up, but he really should have been out in that quarterfinal against John Brown. So if he got his tour cards from this, it would be unreal.
Yeah.
He might not.
Tell you what, it's advantage Mathers just 58 punished, but a good response from Jake Jones to leave the fish. What a way to win it this would be.
This would be fitting for this match because it's just been so random. The visits, you could not predict this.
No. 170 plays 167. How's your nerve? How is your nerve? So Jake Jones has first go. Couldn't take it out. However, Gordon Mathers 167.
Surely this is it.
If he misses this, question for you. Oh, he's done it 3. Jake Jones, congratulations to you, young man. You have just you've just won your tour card, but we'll come on to that. Jars said exactly what I was thinking there. Do we think Gordon Mathers missed the dart at the ball for 167? I think he's gone treble 20, treble 19, and going for the ball, he's in the corner of the 2 to leave 48. I think Gordon Mathers has missed a championship dart.
Potentially.
I think so.
Potentially. We'll never know. We can live in hope and dreams. But congratulations to Jake Jones. He is now the proud owner of a PDC tour card for the next 2 years. Amazing stuff. What a day we've had, gentlemen. What a day we've had. For those that missed it, over in the EU, it was Florian Hemple who picked up his tour card today. He was drawn on an absolute shocker of a board. No one fancied him. But only got through that board. He's gone on to win it, beating Luke Peters in the final. all eyes will be on Niedernhausen in the morning. It does kick off an hour earlier than Milton Keynes, so all eyes will be on that. Going to be a great day. And in the UK, we've seen it all today. Darting drama at its highest, but it is Jake Jones who wins. Gentlemen, moment of the day for you. Going to start with you, Luke.
I'm going to have to say, because I watched the EU most of the day, Balaj making the last 16 from Albania. It wasn't something I expected. I think he did really well. There were some good performances in there, but for me, seeing a little unknown nation get themselves into a last 16 of the Q-School was quite interesting.
For you, Scott?
I loved Robert Thornton's comeback against Martin Turner. Not just saying it, but it was at the brink, wasn't doing anything, and just took that bulldog spirit to get back into it, and to give him a real chance of getting it his tour card tomorrow. So I'm going to go for Thornton's comeback.
Great stuff. Before we go, of course, I want to say thank you to everyone in the chat room. It's been absolutely superb. Andy, David, Lewis, Paddy, thank you very much, mate. TK Shots, thank you. Stinger B, amazing. Thank you very much. Andrew, pleasure as always. Juanita, of course. Gusta Rhymes, as always. Bombastar 68, thank you very much. It's been absolutely top class. Remember, we will be back tomorrow. I think we're going to jump on air a little bit earlier tomorrow. I know you guys are always waiting for us in the chat room and that anyway, but we'll confirm that later on. But we are going to jump on slightly earlier just to have a look at it. So 1 day to go. PDC 2021 Q-School, all on the line tomorrow. Dreams could be made. Dreams could be broken. It's going to be a nervous night for a lot of players. But get your heads down, guys, those that are watching in the chat room, and we will see you all bright-eyed, bushy-tailed for one more huge day of darting drama. I've been Phil Bars, joined by Luke, Scott, and Dan popped in earlier as well. Thank you very much, as always.